Jaén, Malaga, and Almería. In Gijón, the 430 killings that occurred during the year that the city remained under the power of the various committees had taken place by October 1936. This violence against people of order and the clergy did immense harm to the Republican cause abroad. Images of burning convents and the annihilation of the clergy were made available all round the world, while the large-scale massacres perpetrated by the military rebels in the summer of 1936 warranted no negative reaction in the political, diplomatic, and financial circles of London or Paris. Furthermore, the Red Terror damaged the efforts of the Republic to obtain international support, although it was naturally not the principal reason why the democratic powers decided to leave the Republic abandoned and almost on its own against the Nazi and fascist threat. José Giral and his government soon became aware of the problems the Republic was going to face to obtain international aid. On July 19, according to the socialist Léon Blum, the Prime Minister of France, the recently appointed Spanish Prime Minister, José Giral, sent him a telegram: "We have been caught unawares by a dangerous military coup. Please contact us immediately to supply us with arms and aircraft." The initial reaction of the French Popular Front government, made up of socialists and radicals, was to implement an aid plan, to provide materiel to the Spanish Republic. This seems to have been motivated by political and military reasons. Both countries were democratic republics, and it was in France's interest to have a friendly regime on the Pyrenean border, which, in the case of a European war, would guarantee safe passage between France's African colonies, where a third of its army currently was, and France itself. 16 However, this aid plan was never put into practice because the military attaché in the Spanish embassy in Paris, an agent of the rebels, leaked the information about Giral's request and Blum's response to the right-wing daily Echo de Paris, and the paper began a vigorous campaign exposing in all their detail the resolutions taken, thereby stirring up considerable unrest. Public opinion was divided. While the left in general expressed its sympathy for the Republican cause, the political right, Catholics, and broad sectors of the administration and the army, rejected the aid plan. By the end of July, the right-wing press had already made it quite clear that an intervention in Spain would mean the beginning of the conflagration in Europe that Moscow so ardently hopes for. The leaders of the Partido Radical had also advised their colleague, Iván Dilbos, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, of their apprehension over the initiative. Dilbos and Édouard Daladier, the radical Minister of National Defense, paid heed to this pressure and began to express their opposition. As if this internal opposition were not enough, the attitude of the British government, France's main ally in Europe, ended up by tipping the scale against the initial decision to send aid. The British Conservatives, in power since 1931, were afraid that any intervention in the Spanish conflict would hamper their policy of appeasement with Germany. Meanwhile, British commercial groups, with substantial interests in Spain at the time, reacted adversely to the revolution unleashed in the major Spanish cities as a consequence of the coup. "I urge you to be cautious," said Anthony Eden, the British Foreign Minister, to Blum on July 24. Albert Lebrun, the President of the French Republic, also warned Blum that handing over arms to Spain might mean war in Europe or revolution in France. On July 25, 1936, after the first of 3 French government cabinet meetings held to discuss the events in Spain, the decision was announced not to intervene in any way in Spain's domestic conflict. This saw the start of the non-intervention policy that would be implemented from the summer of 1936. The French Popular Front authorities, with Blum at the head, believed that this was the best way of bringing calm to the internal situation, maintaining the vital alliance with the United Kingdom, and avoiding the internationalization of the Spanish Civil War. Things did not turn out that way, because Franco's requests for aid from Hitler and Mussolini had more success, and, furthermore, Nazi Germany and Fascist Italy never respected this non-intervention policy. Consequently, the Republic, a legitimate regime, was left initially without aid, and the military rebels, lacking all legitimacy, received, almost from the opening shot, the aid that was vital to wage a war that they themselves had started. The rebels were already starting with a clear advantage. The coup d'état, which had not achieved its principal aim, the seizure of power, evolved into a civil war because Italo-German aid enabled the rebels to transfer the army from Africa to the mainland. The transfer of over 10,000 troops during the summer was essential for the domination of Andalusia and the advance through Extremadura towards Madrid. Spain split in two. The coup d'état and the subsequent civil war had disastrous effects for the Republic. Its administration went to pieces, as did its army and police forces. José Giral's government, which lasted barely a month and a half, took some very important decisions. In spite of appearing to be a makeshift government with no support, it authorized the civil governors to distribute arms to the political and trade union organizations, asked for aid from abroad, aware that this was the only way of defeating the rebels, and, through its finance minister, the leftist Republican Enrique Ramos, began to use the Bank of Spain's gold reserves to finance the war against the rebels. All this was acknowledged months later by Manuel Aznar to José Giral. One has to admire the quiet courage with which you accepted the post, when nobody was willing to obey and when one and all were oiling the wheels for their escape. 17 But this quiet courage was bearing little fruit in the part of Spain not occupied by the rebel forces. The existing order collapsed, the owners of many farms and factories fled or were killed, and the trade unions were organizing their occupation and collectivization. Losses in the harvests were immense. Middle classes and urban workers who did not seem to be on the right side of the social barrier. Essentially, it was a class war, as George Orwell noted with his customary lucidity. 19 And he was mostly right, although it would be truer to say that the classes, their struggles and their interests were in fact major players in this war, but not the only ones. There were really several wars within the one we know as the Civil War. This is why its analysis has always been so complex, yet at the same time so fascinating. And it is also why the purifying flames that engulfed even the most insignificant opponent spread so quickly and destructively over the whole of Spain. The weeks that followed the military rising saw a large number of people changing sides, in what many people summarize with the comment first some came over, and then the others, meaning that both sides were guilty of killing. The advance from the south of troops from Africa gave the rebels control of Extremadura and large areas of Castilla-La Mancha. In the first fortnight of August, regulars and the Legion left their footprints in Almendralejo, Mérida, Zafra, and other locations, providing the peasants with their agrarian reform, the small plot of land in which they would rest forever after being murdered, land rent-free and in perpetuity, as Zugazagoitia wrote 20 on August 14. General Juanyag's troops took Badajoz, showing, for all the world to see, that success on the war front was only achieved by leaving no possible enemies in the rear. Hundreds of prisoners were taken to the bullring, where, again in the words of Zugazagoitia, leashed like hunting dogs, they were pushed into the arena as a target for the machine guns which, well positioned, remorselessly mowed them down. Such a massacre, naturally, merited the defiant reply given by General Yag to the New York Herald journalist, John T. Whitaker, "Of course we shot them. What do you expect? Was I supposed to take 4,000 Reds with me as my column advanced racing against time? Was I expected to turn them loose in my rear and let them make Badajoz red again?" 21 Yag was right. The province of Badajoz never fell into the hands of the Reds again, although to achieve this it was necessary to eliminate several thousand people, 6,610 according to figures from 85 locations provided by Francisco Espinosa. 22 Salazar's dictatorship in Portugal also lent Yag a hand. As had happened previously in other towns in Extremadura, quite a few people fled to Portugal after the fall of the city. Salazar's police refused them entry or else handed them over to the rebels. A fair number of them were executed on August 20, 1 week after the slaughter in the bullring. Those who met their death included the mayor, Sinforiano Madronero, and Nicolas de Pablo, who had been elected to the Cortes for the PSOE in the February 1936 elections. After the fall of Badajoz, Yag's columns continued their rapid advance on Madrid. On September 3, they reached Talavera, where a sector of the population also received their fair share of violence. That same day, in the north, where General Mola had launched an attack on Guipúzcoa, Irún fell. On September 12, it was San Sebastián's turn. The conquest of Guipúzcoa was an important victory for the rebel army's plans. It had now joined one part of Spain from the north, via Castillo and the west, to the south, while leaving Vizcaya, Cantabria, and Asturias cut off, unable to communicate with the rest of the Republican zone except by air and sea. Before the loss of Guipúzcoa, retreating militia groups had time to tinge the dying days of the summer with more blood. As almost always, there was no lack of memorable figures among the dead, including the traditionalist Victor Pradera and the Renovación Española leader, Jorge Satrústegui. The summer was over. The bloodshed begun by the military rebels from the first day met its response among those for whom the coup d'état was the signal to eradicate the symbols of this clerical, bourgeois, and reactionary society. In barely 2 months, the lust for revolutionary and counter-revolutionary cleansing had sent tens of thousands of citizens to their graves. In military terms, the revolutionary zeal of the trade union organizations reaped very few benefits and a great many setbacks for the Republican cause, with losses from Huelva to Guipúzcoa, via Badajoz and Toledo. These military victories were boosted on the rebel side with the concentration of political and military power in the person of General Franco, a factor that could not be replicated in Republican Spain. This was despite the fact that, since the beginning of September, her government had been led by Francisco Largo Caballero, a trade union leader who was much more in tune than Giral with the scenario that had resulted from the defeat of the rebels in the major cities. These military victories and the concentration of political and military power among the rebels, as opposed to the fragility and disorder to be found in the Republican zone, should not, however, blind us to the real foundation on which all this was based, the call to violence and the extermination of the adversary, enduring values in the regime that emerged from this war, a regime that was to last for almost 4 decades. The military rebels gave a taste of their sword to tens of thousands of citizens. Nobody knew better than they did how useful terror could be to paralyze any potential resistance and eliminate their opponents. Many of them had cut their teeth in the colonial wars, ideal settings for learning to reject human values and civic virtues, to become educated in the veneration of violence. The premeditated violence before the coup, during the plotting stage, was nothing compared to what was to begin in July 1936. They started by spreading terror from the very first day, intimidating, killing, crushing any resistance. With the declaration of martial law, anyone defending the Republic was deemed a rebel. When the military coup evolved into a war, the destruction of the enemy became the absolute priority. And in this transition from politics to war, the opponents, either political or ideological, lost their status as compatriots, Spaniards, and became an enemy against whom the use of violence was totally legitimate. "If I see my father in the enemy ranks, I shoot him," said General Mola. One war was no longer the continuation of politics by other means, as Karl von Clausewitz, the leading military theorist of the 19th century, had written. A century later, it was a case of using it to resolve social conflicts, something which matched perfectly the pattern of that turbulent epoch of wars, revolutions, fascism, and democracies in crisis. In Europe, in the period between the 2 world wars, political styles, according to Richard Vinan, became aggressively masculine, and the words struggle, battle, and the enemy dominated political speeches too. 7. Order, revolution, and political violence. In Spain, it was not just the military rebels who considered the Republic to be illegitimate or believed that the true social values, the values of order, were in danger. The policy of extermination initiated by the military rebels was fervently subscribed to by conservative sectors, landowners, the bourgeois, property owners and respectable people, who rejected once and for all the defense of their order via the law because, once the social peace had been broken, this was now impossible, as they never tired of saying in the spring of 1936. The urgent re-establishment of the principle of authority is what the representatives of the Chambers of Commerce asked for in their convention held in Madrid at the end of June that year. This principle of authority began to be re-established with the declaration of martial law, a procedure that enabled the military rebels to implement a series of exceptional regulations in order to exercise their power without restrictions. In areas where the military coup was unsuccessful, the state ceased to exist outside Madrid, if indeed it existed even there, and groups of varying postures and beliefs took to the public stage with arms. The moment had come for the power of committees, vigilante patrols, investigation groups, for the setting up of local and regional powers isolated from José Giral's Republican government in Madrid, which, harking back to the past, was still referred to as the central government. From the collapse of the state, the disintegration of the administration and the distribution of arms among those who were willing to take them, emerged a wave of militant egalitarianism, millenniumism, a spontaneous revolution, which, in the view of many witnesses, would collectivize factories and land, with wages suppressed and with the establishment of the earthly paradise that the people had been dreaming of for so long. This was the happy image of revolution that was handed down, for example, by George Orwell in his Homage to Catalonia, published in 1938. But before any building, the social ill and its main causes had to be weeded out. This was what revolution meant for many anarcho-syndicalist leaders and militants, but also for many other socialists and UGT members, the radical elimination of the symbols of power, the overthrow of the existing order, propagating an aggressive rhetoric that spoke of a society with no classes, no parties, no state. Revolution meant cleaning the atmosphere, applying the scalpel to diseased organs. And all this was a throwback to the Jacobins, the revolutionaries of the 19th century, or those of the Russian Revolution, reflected in the public health committees, which, as in Lerida or Malaga, for example, devoted themselves to the cleansing of the unhealthy in the summer of 1936. Cleansing was a recurrent theme in the two zones created as a result of the uprising. The Spanish Civil War has gone down in history, and in memory, for the way it dehumanized its adversaries and for the horrific violence that it generated. If we go by the meticulous research carried out in the last few years, there were at least 150,000 lives lost to this violence during the war, close to 100,000 in the zone controlled by the military rebels and somewhat fewer than 60,000 in the Republican zone. Figures aside, we are fully aware of the principal manifestations of this terror in the two cities, one celestial, the other earthly, recalled by the Bishop of Salamanca, Enrique Pla Daniel, quoting St. Augustine: for the entrance of the Church onto the stage, far from reducing the violence, increased it, blessing it on the one hand and kindling even more the popular feeling against the clergy that had broken out at the same time as the defeat of the military uprising. It is now time to give an account of this immeasurable violence. In the service of Spain and Christian civilization, the repression dealt out by the military rebels was of a selective nature from the outset. The first to fall were the political authorities, distinguished Republicans, and political and trade union leaders. They were public figures, who appeared in the papers, with known addresses, and who, in most cases, particularly civil governors and mayors, had attended the same events, meetings, and even parties as some of the military personnel who ordered their liquidation. They were intellectuals, professionals, small businessmen, members of the middle class who had attained political, cultural, and social standing, largely through the Republic. They were killed not to serve as a lesson to their followers, as is sometimes said, but to overthrow the model of society and system of freedoms that they defended. There were political, but also social values involved, although both victims and executioners came from the same social background. We might call it political repression. Queipo Delano had already said as much in November 1936, when the cleansing was well underway: Spain cannot be reconstructed until the entire political rabble is swept away. 5. There are many different examples, and it is worthwhile looking at just a few of them. The civil governors of the 4 Galician provinces were killed. The civil governor of La Coruna, Francisco Pérez Carballo, aged 25, had worked as an assistant lecturer in Roman law at the University of Madrid, and gained a position as a legal advisor in the Cortes by competitive examination. On July 20, when a sector of the army declared martial law in the city, he tried to put up resistance in the civil government building, with several members of the military loyal to the Republic. As was the case in so many places, the huge disproportion in the number of forces neutralized the resistance. On July 24, he was shot, together with Major Quesada and Captain Tijero, who had accompanied him in the defense of the civil government building. That was not the end of it. Pérez Carballo was married to Juana Capdevielle, an arts graduate and archivist at the University of Madrid. In July 1936, she was heavily pregnant. After the declaration of martial law, she took refuge in the house of López Abent, a pharmacist. She was arrested, and while in jail she learned of the death of her husband, which provoked a nervous attack and apparently caused a miscarriage. She was attended to by the doctor and Esquerda Republicana deputy, Garcia Ramos, who was also being held there. She was released, but in the middle of August she was arrested again by Falangist paramilitary groups. They raped and murdered her, leaving her body in a spot near Rabat. Whenever they could not find the governor, they would pick on his family, which at the same time served to intimidate the fugitive and force him to turn himself in. For example, they failed to capture Ignacio Matheusquilla, the recently appointed civil governor of Cáceres. But his family, living in Naval Moral de la Mata, which was taken by the rebels on July 21, was taken for more than its fair share of pesos, and was left in pieces. They began with his father, José Mateus, a Republican shopkeeper, who had been a member of the town council, and one of his brothers, Antonio Matheusquilla, aged 19, they were executed on the bridge spanning the Tagus at Almaraz, and were then thrown into the water. They continued with two other brothers and an uncle, the brother of his father. They sent the rest of the family to prison. They looted his father's shop and the Falangists shared out the spoils. The sacas and pesos accounted for the lives of most of the political authorities and party leaders of the Frente Popular coalition. Mayors, provincial government presidents, city council representatives and hundreds of holders of political posts were killed in this way, dumped in meadows, outside towns, or against cemetery walls. The shootings were carried out here and there, usually as dawn was breaking, with the killers themselves as the only witnesses. Only exceptionally were they tried together, as occurred in Leon on November 4, 1936, in a trial that was held in the regional government chamber, an event that aroused a great deal of interest, with a queue forming in Botanese, the regional government building, to hear the sentence. Among the accused were Emilio Francis, the civil governor, Miguel Castano, the mayor, Ramon Armisto, president of the provincial government, and Felix Sampedro, president of the Frente Popular. They faced the firing squad 2 weeks later, in spite of the intervention of the Bishop of Leon, Alvarez Miranda, a gesture that was unusual for such times. According to the register, however, the cause of death in all cases was cardiac arrest. 6. The fury of the army and Falangists was aimed particularly at the Frente Popular coalition deputies elected in February 1936. A report drawn up by the Secretariat of the Congreso de los Diputados, published on August 22, 1938, stated that 40 had been murdered and 12 were either prisoners or missing in rebel territory. This was not a bad haul, considering that most of the 263 deputies in this coalition were elected in provinces and cities in which the rebellion had been put down. Of those killed, 21 were socialists, 2 communists, and the rest republicans. 18 belonged to Andalusian provinces and 5 to Galicia, a region in which leftist and nationalist politicians were wiped from the map. One of them was Angel Casal, an editor in the Partido Galleguista, mayor of Santiago de Compostela and vice president of the La Coruna provincial government in 1936. He had been a member of the commission that presented the Galician Statute of Autonomy in the Congreso de los Diputados. His body was found in a ditch on August 19 that year. Some of these politicians, intellectuals, and professionals were also Masons, and many others were falsely accused of being members of Freemasonry. In fact, as José Antonio Ferrer Benemelli has shown, the fervent zeal of the fascists in the summer of 1936 decreed that being a Mason was considered to be a crime against the fatherland. And a genuine process of extermination was what the military rebels and the Phalangists set in motion against Freemasonry, with lodges demolished and all their members murdered, as was the case in several cities in Galicia, and in Zamora, Cádiz, Granada, Huelva, Las Palmas, and Zaragoza. 7. What happened in Huesca warrants particular attention. Close to 100 people were accused of Masonry and then shot in the first few days, although there were barely a dozen Masons in the city, all members of the Triángulo Joaquín Costa. Such was the fate of the Republican mayor, Mariano Cardarera, and the ex-mayor, Manuel Sender, the brother of the writer Ramón J. Sender, who were named in proceedings that were opened a long time after their deaths, almost as if by doing so they could be executed all over again. Also falsely accused of being a Mason was the anarchist Ramón Asen, a painter and sculptor, the art lecturer at the Huesca Teacher Training College, who had organized CNT syndicates in Upper Aragon, plotted against the Primo de Rivera dictatorship, struck up a friendship with Fermín Galán, the martyr of the Jaca Rising, and become one of the founding fathers of revolutionary trade unionism in Aragon. He was killed on August 6, a few days before his wife, Concha Manras Casas. They left two daughters, Katia and Sol, aged 13 and 11. The register lists Asen as having died in a brawl. The law was enforced was what the police reports tended to say. School teachers were one such group who for a long time experienced the law being enforced. The hatred felt by conservatives, Catholics, and Phalangists for the members of this group who had most closely identified with liberal, Republican or socialist ideas, or for their battle against religious education, knew no bounds. The Phalangist newspaper published in Zaragoza, Amanecer, expressed it thus: for fertile poets, puffed-up philosophers, and young school teachers and their ilk, we can only suggest what the classical romance expressed: a monk to hear their confession and a harquebus to kill them. 8. The bureaucratic web that was set up to purge them was highly intricate. An order issued on August 19, 1936 by the Junta de Defensa required local mayors to inform the university rectors, before September 30, of the politico-social conduct and moral education of the teachers in their locality. Several hundred school teachers were summarily killed in those early weeks. In Burgos, a fairly conservative province, 21 met their death, a few more, 33, in the province of Zaragoza, and nearly 50 in Leon. The military and Phalangist terror destroyed the political victories and dreams of these intellectual, professional, and administrative sectors who had developed a common political culture, marked by its anti-clericalism, republicanism, democratic radicalism and, in some cases, messianism for the working classes. This destruction, which spread like a relentless tide through the towns and cities in the rebel zone, caused others, who at the beginning supported the glorious movement to save Spain, to think it might not have been so glorious or savior-like. These people, like the Republicans who had been murdered, were intellectuals, professionals or civil servants. Some had been Republicans since the declaration of the Republic on April 14, 1931, and they were proud of it. The intense social mobilization and political radicalization of subsequent years, culminating in the spring of 1936, had caused them to call for what they considered to be a necessary rectification of the Republic. And maybe this was what the military uprising would achieve. Clean up what was necessary and put the Republic back on the road it had first followed in 1931. Such a person was Don Miguel de Unamuno. The rector of the University of Salamanca thought and said on those decisive days in July that everything was under control, that it was a mere cleaning operation. This was why, when the first city council after the military rising was assembled on July 25, with Major Del Valle as mayor, and whose members included representatives of Salamanca's business and banking sectors, Unamuno agreed to serve on the council once more, having previously been elected on April 12, 1931. "I am at your disposal," he said to the councillors on the day the city council was set up. "Western civilization, Christian civilization, is under great threat and must be saved, at a time when towns and villages are being run by the lowest of the low, almost as if they had sought discharged convicts to run things." The theme of saving Western civilization was to be heard repeatedly during this time. There were some who did not stop repeating it for years, in spite of the fact that they were drenching the countryside in blood and cramming the prisons. Many were the bodies that Unamuno saw passing by, bodies that were unavoidable, and even necessary, in this flare-up of passions. But that was just the start. The bodies were no longer those of anonymous people, people who were running the towns and villages incompetently, discharged criminals. They were the bodies of friends, university lecturers, school teachers, doctors, and civil servants. And his correspondence, as Luciano González Ejido tells us, was full of letters from women pleading for mercy, justice, and hope for their imprisoned husbands. One of these women was the widow of Prieto Carrasco, the mayor and professor of the Faculty of Medicine, who had been killed in those first few turbulent days by Phalangists from Valladolid. News also came from Granada of the killing of Salvador Vila Hernandez, the rector of Granada University, an ex-student of Unamuno's whom he had seen in Salamanca in July, before he was arrested and taken back to Granada. He was not the only rector to be executed by the saviors of Christian civilization. The same fate befell Leopoldo Alas, the son of the writer Clarín and the rector of the University of Oviedo. While he was suffering these bitter blows, other things were happening in Salamanca. As from October 1, Franco was head of government of the Spanish state, and a few days later he moved into the Bishop's Palace in Salamanca. On October 12, the university was set to host an event to commemorate the discovery of America, the Festival of the Race, as it was called in those days of patriotic fervor. Unamuno, as rector and representing General Franco, chaired the event in the main hall of the university, accompanied by Carmen Polo, Franco's wife, and by military and ecclesiastical authorities. Speeches were heard from these military and ecclesiastical authorities, as well as from the intellectuals who supported them, in which they attacked the evils of Russia, anarchy, and the iniquitous Catalans and Basques. Unamuno was the last to speak. And he unleashed his tongue. He said that he, too, had believed in the idea of an international war to defend Christian civilization. But not this war, this was an uncivil war. Winning is not convincing, and you cannot convince with hatred that leaves no room for compassion, the hatred for intelligence. General José Millán Estrella, the founder of the Foreign Legion, interrupted him, "Death to the intellectuals, and long live death," his favorite slogan. Legionnaires approached the platform. They threatened and insulted the old professor. Carmen Polo, escorted by her personal guard, took him out by the arm. But Unamuno still had time to finish, "You lack reason and right in the struggle. It is useless to ask you to think of Spain." That was his last public appearance. He died on December 31, 1936. A few days earlier, a firing squad had executed his friend, Adelano Coco, who had spent the previous months in prison, without knowing whether I am here on the order of some judge or the military commander. Adelano Coco was a Protestant minister. And a Mason. What chance did he have of survival in a Spain so fervently Catholic? 10. As well as civil governors, Frente Popular deputies, political, intellectual and professional elites, this selective repression also included a considerable number of workers' organizations leaders and militants. Some, also well known, went to the same informal gatherings and meetings as these Republicans, and some were even related to them. Others, the majority, were separate from these elites because of their revolutionary passion, their radical workers' views and their hatred of the class system. Isaac Puente, a doctor who preached libertarian communism, met his death in Vitoria on September 1, 1936. José Villaverde, a syndicalist in the mold of Joan Piró or Angel Pestana, was taken for a walk in La Coruna the same month, after rejecting the regional Falangist head's offer to spare his life in return for organizing the fascist syndicates. Socialists and anarchists, communists, UGT and CNT union members fell like flies. Officers, Falangists, bosses, owners, and people of order settled old scores with them, fed up as they were with workers' disputes, revolutionary threats, their social aspirations and their agrarian reform. In general terms, the repression was a great deal more systematic and there was more of it in places where social conflicts had been most intensive, areas where socialist trade unionism or anarcho-syndicalism had been consolidated, and those places where the Frente Popular had been successful in the February 1936 elections. This wave of extermination also caught up thousands of people who had never been conspicuous for their public actions, or so they thought. Because under this new lawless order, someone only had to state that such and such a person never attended Mass, used to frequent the local party headquarters or the Ateneo Libertario, had celebrated Republican election victories or was simply known to be against the Movimiento Nacional. Thus men and women were ruthlessly chopped down, never knowing why. Men and women who had the misfortune to run foul of Falangist university students, or Daguder landowners who refused the dispossessed even the right to breathe. It was a reflection of opposition and confrontation between two worlds, of the socio-economic and cultural imbalance between the haves and the have-nots, between those who had had the chance to acquire culture and the illiterate. In short, it was a reflection of class repression, from the top down, accompanied and reinforced by the political persecution examined earlier, although personal and family quarrels, or religious, nationalist and linguistic divisions, mean that the more conventional images regarding class conflict propagated by militant literature should be rejected. The purge was massive and dramatic in the rural environment, where close personal relationships favored the flourishing of old disputes and passionate family quarrels, mixed with political and class hatred, and the thirst for vengeance by landowners cowed by popular threats. For long years afterwards, many of them were yet to discover where their dead were, scattered as they were in the most unlikely places, until they found them in registry office and cemetery lists published in various studies. Others have been less lucky, and have been deprived of this sentimental and symbolic satisfaction, because their dead were never registered. They were also dark days for many women, countless numbers of whom were killed, although in no province did the number of executions reach 10%, but, above all, they suffered humiliations ranging from having their hair shorn to sexual harassment, as well as being given castor oil laxatives or being forbidden to show their grief through mourning. There were women who had to open their doors to Falangists at night and tell the murderers where they would find their absent husbands and sons. Thousands of widows and orphans, who had lost their parents and husbands in the prime of life, most of the murdered were between 19 and 40 years old, according to the most comprehensive studies, with their own lives shattered and in ruins, and with the stigma of being related to dead Reds. There were women who died for having overreached what people of order considered to be their station in life, or for being the partner of a well-known Red. Such was the case of Maria Dominguez, one of the first women to breach the barriers to political office, something which, particularly in the rural environment, radically divided the male and female genders, and Amparo Barrayan, the wife of the writer Ramon J. Sender, a pathetic example of the torment endured by many women who were subject to the stifling atmosphere to be found in many towns and provincial capitals. Maria Dominguez was the first woman to obtain the office of mayor in a Spanish town. She was born in 1882 in the village of Pozuelo de Aragon, in the province of Zaragoza, to a poor, illiterate family. Her marriage of convenience, arranged by her parents at the end of her adolescence, lasted less than 8 years. In 1907, tired of being badly treated, she left her home and village and went to Barcelona to look for a new life. She had been a keen reader and writer ever since she was a girl, and she began to carve a niche for herself as a contributor to the Republican weekly, El Ideal de Aragon, published between 1914 and 1920. At the age of 36, she accepted the offer of a post as schoolteacher in a small hamlet in the Baston Valley in Navarre, and she arrived there, laden with a collection of books by authors such as Victor Hugo, Zola, Blasco Ibáñez, and Kropotkin. But without knowing the rule of three. From there, she went to Zaragoza, where she met Arturo Romanos, a socialist who lived in Galler, whom she married and with whom she shared a life of intense militancy that led her to organize sections of the UGT and contribute articles for the socialist weekly, Vida Nueva. In October 1932, the civil governor of Zaragoza appointed her president of the Galler Management Committee, a post she held for only a few months, as she was hampered by the opposition of the most conservative sectors of the committee and the incomprehension of some of her socialist colleagues. Republican, socialist, feminist and, what is more, with experience of political office, no wonder she was accused by the good burghers of the town, arrested and taken for a walk. They took her to another town, Fundigillan, where her entry in the register on November 7, 1936 reads bullet wounds. She was aged 55 and was a housewife, the entry went on. A few days earlier, in Taboenca, also nearby, her husband met a similar fate, in an act of violence. According to the duty registrar 11, Amparo Barrayan first met Ramon J. Sender in a literary salon in Madrid at the beginning of the Second Republic. They had a son, Ramon, in 1934, and they were married in a civil ceremony at El Escorial at the end of 1935, shortly before the birth of their daughter, Andrea, in February 1936. Amparo learned of the military rising in San Rafael, a favorite summer resort of the Madrid bourgeois, where her husband, who had been awarded the National Literature Prize that year for his novel Mr. Wit en el Canton, had rented a house. Sender managed to escape from San Rafael before the arrival of the rebel troops, and Amparo decided to go to Zamora, her city of birth, thinking that she and her children would be safer with her family. It was not to be. She was arrested at the end of August, while protesting about the murder of her brother Antonio. On October 10, the secretary of the prison governor snatched her baby daughter from her arms, saying that Reds do not have the right to bring up children. As had been the case with other women who had had their children taken away from them, this was a sign that her hours were numbered. That night, the Phalangists took her to the cemetery in a truck. She wanted to make her confession, but a priest refused to grant her absolution as she had not married in church and was living in sin. She had been denounced by her brother-in-law, Miguel Sevilla, the assassin's friend, and she was shot by Segundo Valeria, who had unsuccessfully courted her years earlier. Before she died, she wrote a note to her darling Ramon, "Never forgive my killers who have robbed me of Andreina, nor Miguel Sevilla, who is guilty of having denounced me. I feel no sorrow, because I am dying for you. But what will happen to the children? They are yours now. I shall love you always." 12. The mention of Valeria raises the subject of the executioners, among whom we find hot-headed killers, such as Valeria himself, Phalangist or Carlist fanatics, and also people of order, the cream of society. For example, it was an ex-CETA deputy, Ramon Ruiz Alonso, a well-known figure in Granada, who arrived at the home of the Rosales family to take away Federico Garcia Lorca, who was in hiding there. It was in the afternoon of Sunday, August 16, 1936, and that same morning, his brother-in-law, Manuel Fernandez Montesinos, the ex-mayor of Granada, who was married to Concha Garcia Lorca, had been shot. According to Ian Gibson, when Ruiz Alonso knocked at the door of the Rosales home in the Calle Angulo, he was accompanied by two CETA colleagues, Juan Luis Tres Castro, a well-known landowner and typical loudmouth to be found among the young Andalusian upper classes, and Luis Garcia Alex, the party secretary in Granada. He was taken to the civil government, then under Major José Valdez Guzmán, who had been purging Granada of Reds since the military rising. Because of Garcia Lorca's reputation, Valdez discussed what to do with the poet with General Quepo Delano, who apparently answered him with the famous phrase, "Give him coffee, plenty of coffee." 13 The most reliable indications suggest that he would have been given his coffee at dawn on August 18 in Visner, where the Phalangists had ordered the opening of common graves dug by Granada Masons and Reds before they were murdered by volunteers of the Black Squad. He met his death alongside a schoolteacher and 2 anarchist banderilleros, and among his killers was José Luis Tres Castro. His death certificate used another euphemism of the many that we have already seen here, from wounds produced by acts of war. Phalangists, Requates, citizen militias, and volunteers were the most visible manifestation of this rightist mobilization, unprecedented in the history of Spain, which had been facilitated by the military uprising. All these reactionary sectors accompanied the army in carrying out the terror, and while it often left the cleansing work to these paramilitary groups, it was the army that was in charge of the violence by declaring martial law, taking on all powers related to public order, and submitting ordinary justice to the military. During these early months, its commanders and officers never put a brake on a repression that they controlled at all times, in spite of the appearance of unrestraint that encompassed many sacas and paisios. Popular justice and organized terror. There was much talk of unrestrained and disorderly mobs on the opposing side, in the zone where the uprising was defeated. And despite the growth in the number of armed groups in those first few weeks, the absence of government, vox populi, supremo lex, as the anarchist Garcia Oliver put it, and the fact that anyone could carry a pistol or a rifle to exact revenge or kill at will, we should not attach too much blame to the disorderly mobs, those who seem to act on their own initiative, those who have so often been mentioned in order to explain the extreme violence in the Republican zone. Of course, there was no lack of disorderly mobs. They were to be found in Barcelona, a major seaport, with a large immigrant population, centers of low life and prison fodder. They were to be found in the earliest days in the militias that were formed to overthrow the rebels in the large cities, in the vigilante patrols, in armed groups of various types, peopled by murderers seeking revenge and thieves for whom the unlocking of the prison gates presented an opportunity to rob at will. But the instigators and perpetrators of many of these killings belonged to the political organizations of the Frente Popular. They were communists, republicans, socialists, and anarcho-syndicalists, who responded to the military coup with arms, killing their political and class enemies in the belief that behind their elimination lay redemption, and that the time for popular, revolutionary justice had arrived. Not everyone wanted bloodshed, and from the outset there were plenty of voices raised against the massacre, something conspicuously absent among the crusaders on the other side. However, the defeat of the uprising released shackles, bringing about complete liberation from the yokes of the past, and saw the arrival of the long-awaited revolution and final judgment for the rich, exploitative bosses, a favorite theme in the most radical propaganda and rhetoric. With no rules or government, with no mechanisms for forcing people to comply with laws, the thirst for justice, revenge, and class hatred spread with devastating force to wipe out the old order. Those considered to be oppressors were liquidated in their hundreds and thousands during the early weeks, the end of July and the rest of the summer of 1936. And almost certainly there was an angry, immediate reaction against the military rebels, who were seen as being directly responsible for what was happening. What was certainly angry, immediate, and extremely swift was the reaction against the clergy, who, as the most easily attainable target at the beginning of the breakdown of social order, went through a living hell. There are data that clearly confirm this argument. With the exception of Madrid, where the wave of repression peaked in the autumn, most executions of military personnel took place in the summer of 1936. The rage against the clergy occurred during the same months, in Madrid as well, and by the end of September 1936, the number of ecclesiastical personnel murdered was almost 90% of the total for the entire civil war. August was the bloodiest month in many areas of Catalonia and Aragon, Murcia, Toledo, Badajoz, and Castellón. But the number of killings was still very high in October in Catalonia, and particularly in the community of Valencia, with percentages slightly lower than those of September, the month with most deaths in the provinces of Alicante and Valencia. There were numerous stormings of prisons in September and October, with dozens of fatalities, and these were repeated in December in Guadalajara and Santander, and in January 1937 in Vizcaya. Some of these stormings took place several days after September 4, 1936, the date that Francisco Largo Caballero took over as Prime Minister. And, most significantly, despite the fact that the end of August saw the first decrees setting up special courts to deal with the crimes of rebellion and sedition, was that thousands and thousands of citizens were taken for a walk with no legal safeguards. The protection that this legislation was supposed to give was of little use to them. This ardent terror became diluted from late November 1936 onwards, and until the first quarter of 1939, with the new outbreak of violence by retreating troops in Catalonia and Levant, cooled down to such an extent that there were many places where there were no more killings. And not because there was no one to kill, as some have suggested, the same crimes, the same reasons that in July and August 1936 served to send many to their graves were given a different treatment by the popular tribunals in 1937 and 1938. The lives of thousands of prisoners were saved by the order and discipline imposed in the background by political organizations represented in the governments of Francisco Largo Caballero and Juan Negrin, from the UGT to the CNT, as well as communists, republicans, and Basque and Catalan nationalists. There are some remarkable aspects surrounding the violence unleashed in the Republican zone, which, in view of the fragmentation of powers and the variety of situations that came out of the defeat of the rebels, can only be investigated by a thorough examination of the various zones in which the most significant cases were concentrated. In Barcelona, the wave of repression was clearly class-based. It spread through the factories and the suburbs and settled old scores with the owners and employers, as well as sometenistas and the gunmen of the free syndicates. Despite what has often been assumed and what had been written in the anarchists' writings about a future society, in the early months of the persecution of their adversaries, the CNT committees were more concerned with combating the counter-revolution than with collectivizing production resources. However, this was not an unusual situation or unlike anything that had happened in other revolutions. Hence the first thing that the Central Committee of Anti-Fascist Militias, which had been operating since July 20 as a revolutionary government, did was to decree the setting up of special teams to maintain revolutionary order. Investigation groups and control patrols they were called, and they were made up of several hundred armed men, led by FAI members such as Aurelio Fernandez, or anarchists well known for their radical views, such as Dionisio Arrels, who had spent half his life in prison. Both were later to hold important posts directing the police and public order. In the government of the Generalitat, which the CNT joined on September 26, 1936. Until the disappearance of these control patrols, following the events of May 1937, the patrolmen devoted themselves to social hygiene. They set up their own prisons, took the rich, the clergy and right-wingers for a walk, and vied with the Republicans and Communists for the control of order away from the front. Given the fragmentation of powers that prevailed in the city that summer, it cannot have been very hard for these armed groups to spread panic among the well-to-do. 14 armed control of the revolution spread to other cities and towns in Catalonia, with committees and militias eliminating the bourgeois, holders of political and administrative posts, requates, and traditionalists who, as well as having been involved in the rising, had been members of the Somaten and free syndicates. A great many factory and workshop managers were killed, but not many eminent Ligia members or major industrialists, as they managed to flee before they were hunted down. There were plenty of enemies to hunt down in the rural environment, in the interior districts that had always seen constant confrontations over tenancies, with owners and farm laborers being killed in their hundreds. And although a third of the 8,532 victims of this terror in Catalonia met their death in Barcelona, the persecution, as a ratio of the number of deaths over the number of inhabitants, was harsher and more intense in the agricultural districts of the interior than in the more industrialist areas along the coast. The purifying fire hit the clergy with particular brutality. Stories of the public burning of religious images and artifacts, the use of churches for stabling and storage, the melting down of church bells for ammunition, the suppression of religious acts, the exhumation of monks and nuns, and the killing of regular and lay clergy were recounted and spread in all their grisly detail throughout Spain and beyond the Pyrenees, as the symbol of terror par excellence of anarchist control. It was hardly surprising, 1,189 priests, 794 monks and 50 nuns were killed, and the overall figure rises to 2,437 if we count the towns of Aragon and the community of Valencia that belonged to dioceses based in Catalonia. Over a third of all the clergy shot in Republican Spain perished there. It is hardly necessary to mention that the clergy were killed without trial. If there was a terror that was hot-blooded, it was the terror that was visited on the clergy, who were rarely sent to prison. Only 240 clergy were sent to the Modelo prison in Barcelona during the whole war, 1.8% of the total number of inmates, and up to the end of 1936 only 46 were sent there. There was hot-blooded terror aplenty against the clergy, military personnel, and right-wingers in Lerida, a city in which the militias also left their mark. A committee of public health was operating there and, from August 18, a popular justice tribunal, the first to appear in Republican territory, and together they constituted a unique revolutionary model, with the presence of the POUM, a blend of Jacobin and Bolshevik influences, which did not go down well with certain anarchists who defended the spontaneous justice of the people. In short, Catalonia witnessed the various paths trodden by revolutionary violence during the second half of 1936, unrestrained paseos, mass killings directed by committees and control patrols, who had their own jails, the Checas, with the Sant Elias Checa in Barcelona being one of the most notorious, militiamen who looked after public safety, and popular tribunals, with their self-conferred license to carry on killing. The result was that 6,400 people were killed in 5 months, 80% of the 8,352 killed in the entire war. This was revolutionary retribution of the highest order, the brutality of which would have been just as harsh had the number of victims been several hundred higher or lower. But there is persuasive evidence that there was a large number of people, including the CNT leader Joan Piró, senior politicians in the Generalitat and ordinary militants, as well as Pere Bosch Gimpera, the rector of the university, who tried to prevent the bloodshed, something that can hardly be said for the rebel officers and authorities on the other side. They also saved a good many lives, the best known example being that of Cardinal Vitali Barraquer, and they helped several thousand citizens, particularly civil servants, army personnel, politicians, and clergy, to leave the country during this period of hot-blooded terror. Although these efforts to put a break on this uncontrolled killing were repeated in Madrid, where, at the beginning of 1937, there were nearly 8,500 people who had taken refuge in various embassies, the results were patently dwarfed by the magnitude of the slaughter that occurred there. The image of Madrid that was forever engraved on the collective memory of the Republicans and the International Brigade Volunteers was its heroic resistance displayed in November 1936. The image for the winners of the war was that of the saques and killings that occurred during this same period. Paseos, saques, and checas, these were the three elements that were linked to the wave of terror that engulfed Madrid in the summer and autumn of 1936. Checa was the name given to the jails, both improvised and organized, in requisitioned buildings where committees of investigation met, set up by left-wing political parties and syndicalists, with carte blanche to make arrests, requisition or kill. Checa was the Russian acronym for the Pan-Russian Extraordinary Commission for the Suppression of Counter-Revolution and Sabotage. If we are to give credence to Agustin de Fox's opinion, later recycled by Francoist writings, this was organized crime. For the first time in history, the entire bureaucratic mechanism of a state was an accomplice to murder 15. The Causa General was later to be even more apocalyptic about the legend of the Checas, when it presented a detailed list of over 200 of them, with a large number of accusations of torture and killings. In fact, in the summer and autumn of 1936, the whole of Madrid, which had previously been the seat of the royal court, was to become one big Checa, although the figures, not the legend, say that most of the sacas were from the prisons, particularly the Modelo, which witnessed some unforgettably horrific events. Unforgettable were the names of some of the politicians killed in the saca of August 22, and over half those shot in Paracuelos on 7 and November 8 came from this prison. 1 week before this massacre, 31 men faced a firing squad in Aravaca, following a saca from the Las Ventas prison. 2 of them, Ramiro de Maestu and Ramiro Ledesma Ramos, were later to figure particularly prominently in the memory of the winners of the Civil War. Maestu, the founder and editor of the magazine Acción Española in 1930 and author of the famous Defensa de la Hispanidad, was remembered because he was the most distinguished intellectual the Francoists could display as a martyr, although his popularity was later superseded by that of Pedro Muñoz Sica, the author of La Venganza de Don Mendo, who was killed in Paracuelos at the end of November. As far as Ledesma Ramos, the author of La Conquista del Estado and founder of the Junts, was concerned, it was because impoverished Spanish fascist thought needed its myths, fearless souls who had died for the fatherland in the flower of youth. All the stormings, or sacas, were dwarfed by the one in Paracuelos del Jarama, an event that was never repeated in the Civil War, because the situation that provoked it was also unrepeatable. On November 6, 1936, Franco's troops arrived at the gates of Madrid. The Council of Ministers, including the 4 CNT leaders who were new arrivals in the government, unanimously decided to transfer the government from Madrid to Valencia. Just before the transfer, Largo Caballero ordered the setting up of a Junta de Defensa under General Mayaja, which was to exert authority in a Madrid that was under siege from that day until April 22, 1937. Santiago Carrillo was appointed counselor in charge of public order. At that time, there were over 5,000 people being held in the prisons and checas of Madrid. Around 2,000 were removed on 7 and November 8 and taken in buses operated by the Madrid Tram Company to Paracuelos del Jarama and Torrejón de Ardoz. The sacas and killings went on for several days and escalated towards the end of the month. On December 4, the new Inspector General of Prisons, the anarchist Melchor Rodriguez, halted the sacas. In 1 month, this process had accounted for some 2,700 prisoners, who were positively identified after the war, although in the veneration of the martyrs promoted by the eventual victors, this number was inflated to 8 or 9,000. Some 1,300 people had faced the firing squad in the first of these sacas. 16 It was a bad time for the Republican cause, with Madrid, with no government, under siege, during which armed groups systematically murdered prisoners. Not surprisingly, the affair gave rise to a string of justifications, accusations, and controversial statements, which are to be found in writings even now. Socialists and anarchists, according to the proceedings of the CNT National Committee of November 8, reproduced by Jorge M. Revert, had agreed to classify the prisoners into groups and to the immediate execution, dealing with the responsibility, of the first of these groups, made up of fascists and dangerous elements. 17 A major role in this decision would also have been played by militant communists of the Juventudes Socialistas Unificadas, the high command of the police system, Manuel Muñoz, the Director General of Security, Santiago Carrillo, the counselor in charge of public order, and Segundo Serrano Poncila, the delegate for the Directorate General of Security. And although it is highly likely that the typical disorderly mobs, those who were always at home in chaotic situations, were acting of their own accord, the November sacas in Madrid suggested a full-scale cleansing dictated by the war, but one that was also coveted, a unique chance to eliminate the political, ideological, and class enemy. Madrid symbolized the checas, mass sacas, and organized terror in the same way that Barcelona, during the summer, symbolized the paseo, the control patrols and the popular and spontaneous justice of the anarchists. It is fair to say that in Madrid, the fury was directed primarily against military personnel and leading politicians, while in Barcelona it was the clergy and business owners who bore the brunt. It is clearly significant that it was the socialists and communists who took the leading role in this mass lynching of the enemy in Madrid, and that it was the anarchists who were behind the chaos that was responsible for the thousands of killings in Catalonia by so many different factions. Clergy, right-wingers, the military, professionals and tradespeople, textile and footwear businessmen, Catholic workers and many farm owners, individualists who opposed collectivization made up the sectors that were most affected by the radical elimination of the adversary that sent 5,000 people to their graves in the community of Valencia. Most of the almost 4,000 who were murdered in the areas of Aragon where the militias had settled were rich laborers, owners of small and medium-sized businesses, tradespeople, craftsmen and day laborers, with a high percentage of clergy in the Diocese of Barbastro. In Badajoz, Córdoba, Jaén, and La Mancha, the victims were mainly landowners, agricultural land and industry owners' families, members of the aristocracy, and conservative and right-wing politicians. A special place with regard to these 5,000 dead is held by José Antonio Primo de Rivera, the martyr of the Crusade, the Osint, to whom buildings were dedicated, as were hundreds of streets, squares, and schools, and many churches bore the inscription José Antonio Primo de Rivera, Present. He was born in April 1903 into a well-to-do Andalusian military family, with close links to the land-owning oligarchy, and he was educated as a monarchist aristocrat, at all times loyal to the memory of his father, the dictator Miguel Primo de Rivera. At the time of the military rising, he was in prison in Alicante, where he had been taken on June 5 from Madrid. He had been arrested, along with other Falange leaders, on March 14, 2 days after 3 Falangists tried to assassinate Luis Jiménez de Azua, a professor of law and a PSOE deputy. So the rising found him in prison, but confident, having supported it unreservedly in a manifesto drawn up on July 17, that it would succeed and thus bring about his release. But it did not turn out that way in Alicante, and several months went by in which, while his allies were planning his escape or an exchange of prisoners, something that other leading right-wingers such as Ramón Serrano Suñer or Raimundo Fernández Cuesta managed to secure, the Committee of Public Order in Alicante was thinking of taking him for a walk on the pretext of a transfer to the jail in Cartagena. On November 16, along with his brother Miguel, he faced a popular tribunal, made up of 3 magistrates and a 14-man jury, and answered questions about his connections with the conspirators and the preparation of the military uprising. José Antonio denied both his participation in the plot and the Falange's responsibility for acts of violence. On July 18, the magistrates accepted the prosecutor's request for the death penalty, while the sentence for his brother Miguel was life imprisonment. Miguel's wife, Margarita Larios, Margot, who had gone to Alicante a few days before the rising, was sentenced to 6 years and 1 day. José Antonio was shot at dawn on November 20, 1936. He was 33, and he has always been said to have died bravely and honorably. This marked the beginning of the legend of the Osint, cleverly cultivated by Franco. And there were plenty of Osints. The other 2 members of the triumvirate that were behind the Falange, Ruiz de Alda and Ledesma Ramos, had been assassinated in Madrid. Juancimo Redondo, the founder of the Junts in October 1931, together with Ledesma Ramos, was killed on the Sierra de Guadarrama front at the beginning of the war, although there were plenty who believed that he had been killed by Falangists from a rival group. Among the victims of violence on the Republican side, there were very few women. Except for Madrid, where several hundred disappeared in the Sacas, the number of victims was very low in most of the provinces, ranging from 5 in Murcia to 16 in Alicante and 17 in Ciudad Real. It hardly needs saying that the wives of many of the victims of revolutionary and leftist violence were also threatened, and in some cases ill-treated, but it was nothing like the ruthless treatment meted out by the military, Falangists and Catholics to the sisters, daughters, wives, and mothers of the Reds. Despite the widespread conventional image of anarchist militiamen raping and killing women, only 17 were killed in the eastern areas of the province of Zaragoza, while in the rest of the province, nearly 300 faced rebel firing squads. The conclusion seems clear: the violence was inextricably linked to the coup d'état and the progress of the civil war. Symbolized by the saques, paseos, and mass killings, it served the two sides in their struggle to eliminate their respective enemies, whether natural or unforeseen. It was an essential part of the glorious national movement, its onslaught against the Republic and the gradual conquest of power, skirmish by skirmish, massacre by massacre, battle by battle. It also became a basic ingredient of the diversified chaotic response provided by left-wing political and trade union organizations to the military coup. Contrary to appearances, this violence was not so much a consequence of the war as the direct result of a military uprising, which, from the outset, went hand in hand with unpunished murder and the coup de grâce. It was a strategically designed plan, which, in the places where it failed, was met by a sudden armed response against the main players in the uprising and those considered to be their material and spiritual brothers in arms. While carrying out this extermination, the rebels were also given the inestimable blessing of the Catholic Church from the very beginning. The clergy and sacred objects, however, were the prime target of popular rage by those who took part in the defeat of the military rebels and who led the cleansing undertaken in the summer of 1936. Religious zeal, satanic rage. On July 20, 1936, General Emilio Mola arrived in Burgos, a city that since Sunday, July 18, had been experiencing a wave of patriotic and religious fervor, with solemn masses and the pre-republic red and gold flag on every mast. The cathedral bells announced the general's arrival to the population. Traditionalist and fascist squads escorted the procession to the palace of the 6th Division, in the Plaza Alonso Martinez. This was followed almost instantly by the arrival of the Archbishop of the diocese, Manuel de Castro, to pay his respects to the general, accompanied by his private secretary, Canon Alonso Hernandez. When the public realized the prelate was there, they applauded him enthusiastically. 18 some days later, on August 16, it was General Francisco Franco who visited Burgos, then the capital of the rebel military command, the Junta de Defensa Nacional, presided over by General Miguel Cabanellas. After greeting the brave race of the north of Spain that was cheering him, Franco went to the cathedral to hear Mass. With him went Generals Mola, Cavalcanti, and Garcia Alvarez. Waiting for them on the steps that were packed with people was the Archpriest Pedro Mendiguren. The Archbishop took his seat near the great altar. The generals heard Mass with unction. It had been exactly a month since Spain became engulfed in a civil war caused by a failed military rebellion. The Catholic Church was quite clear about its position. Its mission was to oppose anarchy, socialism, and the lay republic. And all its representatives, except for the very few who did not share this warlike zeal, offered their help and blessing to the rebels. The fatherland, order, and religion, three things that were basically the same, had to be saved. And they lent their full weight to this cause from the pulpit, with sermons, exhortations, and episcopal declarations. Nor was there any lack of priests or other religious personnel to sport the red beret and a pistol, masquerading as soldiers, phalangists, or requates. The uprising was providential, wrote Cardinal Isidro Goma in his report of the military-civilian rising, which he sent to the Secretary of State of the Vatican, Cardinal Eugenio Pacelli, on August 13, 1936, providential because it has been proved, from documents now in the hands of the insurgents, that the communist revolution was due to break out on 20 July. The military-civilian rising found Isidro Goma in Tarazona, in the province of Zaragoza. He had gone there from Toledo on July 12 to spend a few days in the city that had been his first see in 1927, and he was due to stay there until July 25, to attend the consecration of his suffragan Gregorio Modrego. But, caught unawares by the military coup, he went to the spa resort of Belascoin, in Navarre, 16 kilometers from Pamplona. He established himself in Pamplona, and from there exerted his authority as primate of the Spanish bishops during the Civil War. 19 Another Catalan bishop, Enrique Pla Daniel, was, like Goma, a conspicuous ideologist for the crusade and an apologist for a necessary war. On September 30, 1936, when General Franco was about to be invested, thanks to this necessary war, with the highest powers a leader could aspire to on this earth, Pla Daniel published his famous pastoral letter, Las dos Ciudades, in Salamanca. In this letter, he defined the Spanish War as a struggle between two concepts of life, two sentiments, two forces that are preparing for a universal struggle among all the peoples of the world, on one side, the earthly city of the godless, on the other, the heavenly city of the children of God. It was not, therefore, a civil war, but a crusade for religion, the fatherland, and civilization. 20 What Pla Daniel wrote in Las dos Ciudades implanted in the minds of Spanish Catholics two ideas that the course of the war, Franco's victory and time converted into myths, the cornerstones of the explanation given by the Catholic Church to justify its involvement. The first was that the Church hierarchy, in keeping with its absolute lack of any party political leanings, acted with cautious reserve from the beginning, following the line that the Church does not interfere with what God has left to be disputed by man. And while they were aware of the true nature of the movement and the integrity of its promoters' intentions and moral stance, they were waiting while the two camps emerged and the difference between them was made clear. Once this occurred, when the sacrilegious actions, the burning of religious buildings and the killing of clergy spread without control, and the Republican government was unable to put a brake on these excesses, overwhelmed by anarchy-supporting mobs, then, and only then, did the Church take sides, openly and officially declaring itself in favor of order against anarchy, the implantation of a hierarchical government against the disintegrating properties of communism, the defense of Christian civilization and its bases, religion, the fatherland, and the family, against the godless, the heathen, those without a fatherland and the down and outs of the world. 21 In short, it was violent anti-clericalism and disorder that brought about the Church's intervention in favor of the camp that respected religion and in which order prevailed. This Manichaean version of the Civil War, which for the Church was not a civil war but a crusade, seems to be at odds with data supplied by recent research. From the very first rebel shot, the Church stated its position and acted accordingly. It only kept quiet to cover up the systematic elimination of the adversary that the army, landowners, and the bourgeois, alarmed by the revolution, put into practice close to home, with hundreds of clergy as witnesses to the terror. The first bishops to speak out were those who felt safer alongside the military rebels, basically because the coup had been a resounding success in the zone that contained their dioceses. These were the dioceses of almost the whole of northern Spain, from Pamplona and Zaragoza to Galicia, with Burgos, Valladolid, Salamanca and Zamora in between. 32 sees of the 61 dioceses that existed then in Spain were to be found in the rebel zone in the second half of August. According to data furnished by Alfonso Álvarez Bolado from Ecclesiastical Gazettes, in no fewer than 11 dioceses, through 18 interventions, the bishops had made their position absolutely clear before the first official declaration by Pope Pius XI on September 14, 1936. Furthermore, 3 of them, the Bishop of Pamplona and the Archbishops of Zaragoza and Santiago de Compostela, had labeled the civil war as a religious crusade before the end of August. All these declarations followed a substantially identical line. They unblushingly sided with the military coup, which they celebrated, with the Catholic masses, as a liberation. They urged people to join in the struggle against the lay Jewish Masonic Soviet elements, an expression used by the Bishop of Leon, José Álvarez Miranda, and they saw no outcome to the conflict other than the resounding victory of our glorious army over the enemies of God and Spain. 22 The Church has always tried to justify its postures and attitudes by citing the vicious anti-clericalism that was unleashed in areas where the Rising was defeated, a message with a clear impact, although the enthusiastic support for the coup by many ecclesiastical personnel came before, and in many cases ran parallel with, the clergy killings. It was not the satanic hatred of the communist hordes that caused the Church and Catholics to take sides with the military rebels. It is true that it did reinforce their posture. but it was not the cause. Furthermore, the clergy's complicity with the terror unleashed by the army was absolute and did not need anti-clericalism to manifest itself. From Goma to the humble priest who lived in Zaragoza, Salamanca, or Granada, all were aware of the killings, heard the shots, saw how the people were taken off, how relatives of the prisoners or the missing would come to them and desperately beg for help and mercy. And except for rare occasions, the most they did was attend to the spiritual needs of the condemned. The most common attitude was silence, either voluntary or imposed by their superiors, or else accusation and denunciation. The violence of the military insurgents was legitimate because it was used not to promote anarchy, but legally, to the benefit of order, the fatherland, and religion, declared the Archbishop of Zaragoza, Rigoberto Domenech, on August 11, 23, even before the Spanish church hierarchy had officially termed the war a crusade, a trend that started in the second half of August. Large numbers of Catholics, less Catholic conservatives and non-Catholic fascists had classified the assault on power as a bellum sacrum et justum, a necessary war against the enemies of Spain, in favor of centralism and authoritarianism, and the preservation of the socio-economic order. As Gomez said to Pacelli, this was the true, traditional Spanish people. Some were motivated by the religious ideal, their Catholic conscience having been deeply wounded by the sectarian and anti-religious laws, and by uncontrolled persecution; others, because their material interests were under threat; many were motivated by the desire to re-establish the material order that had been profoundly disrupted, and there were plenty, added Goma, who were motivated by the feeling of national unity, under threat from separatist tendencies in certain regions. 24 There was nobody better than the Church and the Catholic movement it supported, with its own tradition, press, and national structure, to provide social backing for the cause of war, to unify, in the words of Fernando Garcia de Cortázar, the variety of possible rationales for the war into a single exclusive, integrated principle. Catholicism was, in the words of Francis Lannon, the shortcut, the ideal focus, both respected and positive, for all those who were truly seeking to protect their sectorial interests and their social position. 25 The appearance on the scene of the sacred and religion also set in motion a persuasive, Baroque-style liturgical ritual of religious sentiment and patriotism, which became an integral part of the war's progress in Catholic Spain. The success of this religious mobilization, this liturgy that attracted the masses in the dioceses of liberated Spain, encouraged the army to adorn its speeches with references to God and religion, hitherto absent from the proclamations of the military coup and declarations during the subsequent days. It convinced them of the importance of this emotional link, as well as of destroying the enemy. The symbiosis between religion and patriotism, the virtues of La Raza, reinforced national unity and legitimized the violence that they had meted out in the summer of 1936. The restoration of traditional customs, with crucifixes, sacred hearts, images of the Virgin of the Column and the red and gold flag, attracted an enthusiastic response. Old religious customs were brought back, religious feast days were restored to the official calendar, and others of a national character began to be celebrated, which were maintained throughout Franco's dictatorship until his death. While this was going on, the other half of the church, in the areas where the rebellion had failed, was undergoing what Goma called satanic rage, a devastating retribution of vast dimensions. Over 6,800 churchmen, both lay and regular clergy, were killed, a large number of churches, hermitages, and sanctuaries were burnt or suffered looting and desecration, with their works of art and items of worship totally or partially destroyed. Nor did cemeteries or graveyards fare any better, with a great number of priests' graves desecrated and the remains of monks and nuns exhumed. Burning a church or killing a priest was the first thing that was done in many villages and towns where the military uprising was unsuccessful. Direct action, nothing less, that was what the clergy deserved. Andrew Nin, one of the big names in the POUM, publicly stated as much at the beginning of August 1936. Nin, who, a few months later, was to be kidnapped and murdered by the communist secret services, thought and said the same as many other revolutionaries, leftist Republicans, and union leaders. The bourgeois republic's anti-clerical legislation had done nothing to solve the problem of the church. It had had to be solved by the working class in the revolutionary flare-up initiated by the military coup. And it had been solved by the workers and revolutionaries in the way that they knew how, by attacking the roots, leaving no church standing, suppressing the priests, churches, and worship. 26 They asked for it was a phrase found repeatedly in the libertarian and socialist press. And they asked for it because the powers of the clergy constantly stood alongside the powers of the saber. No one should be surprised, they added, that churches, fascist redoubts par excellence, have been reduced to ashes. There could be no pacts with the clergy. Solidaridad Obrera might have been trying to reassure the middle classes over possible revolutionary excesses in mid-August 1936, but in the matter of the clergy it was not yielding any ground. Religious orders must be dissolved. The bishops and cardinals must be shot. And church property must be confiscated. 27. Without a doubt, the treatment meted out to the clergy by the hordes and their leaders in the summer of 1936 was merely the fulfillment of what many had been saying would happen since the beginning of the century, when leftist intellectuals, radical politicians such as Alejandro Lerroux and militant workers saw the church and its representatives as the ultimate enemies of freedom, the people, and progress, a designation that had hitherto been reserved for capitalism and the state. They all promised that one of the many contributions of the revolution would be the purifying firebrand for church buildings and the cassock-wearing parasites. And when the time came, they put it into practice. The church was persecuted for many reasons, and here one should remember the opinion of its detractors and persecutors, even though what they expressly stated did not always match their innermost motivations. José Álvarez Junco argues that this long-winded, repetitive criticism of the church, full of nuances, responded to fundamentally ethical recriminations, rather than to an analysis of the social power of the church and its consequences. Naturally, there was a harsh battle between the church and anti-clericalism over basic themes related to the organization of society and the state. But the issues that gave rise to demonstrations and counter-demonstrations, the burning of convents and violence against the clergy were more symbolic and cultural, with strong popular support. 28 The Catholic clergy was accused of betraying the gospel, Pharisaism, abandoning the original virtues of brotherhood and poverty, a recurring feature in the anarchist press which Gerald Brennan seized on as an explanation. In Brennan's view, anti-clerical violence was the expression of a deep religious feeling in an intensely religious people who feel they have been deserted and deceived. This view was shared by some Catholics, who felt that anti-clericalism was not only an expression of popular rage manipulated by demagogues and revolutionaries. I always maintained that deep down, the burning of churches was an act of faith, Ronald Fraser was told by one of these Catholics, Maurici Sarahima, a lawyer and leading member of Unio Democratica, who gave shelter to 11 Capuchin friars from the convent at Sarria, and helped Cardinal Francesc Vidal I Barraquer of Tarragona to flee the country. In other words, it was an act of protest because, in the eyes of the people, the church was no longer what it should have been. It was the disenchantment of someone who believed, loved, and was betrayed. It came from the idea that the church should have been on the side of the poor, but it wasn't, and in fact it had not been for many years, except for some of its members. It was a protest against the church's submission to the well-to-do. 29. Spain in 1936 had some 110,000 clergy, out of a population of 24 million. Of these, nearly 60,000 were nuns, 35,000 priests, and 15,000 monks. According to the study published by Antonio Montero Moreno in 1961, 4,184 diocesan priests, 2,365 monks and 283 nuns were murdered. 12 bishops and the apostolic administrator of Orihuela met the same fate. Of the 6,832 victims of the anti-clerical violence, 839 were killed in July following the coup and 2,055 in August. In other words, 42.35% of the total number of victims met their death in the first 44 days, and 10 of the 13 bishops were killed before August 31st, irrefutable proof of the swiftness and immediacy of the torment experienced by the clergy. It was hard to believe that such atrocities could be committed by locals, people whom everyone knew as members of the community. Time and again, descriptions of violence against church property and persecution of the clergy referred to outsiders, strangers, militiamen or, in the cities and bigger towns, the mob, the rabble or the masses. It was a case of blaming the disorderly mobs who forced the locals to violate rules that would never have been broken but for these intruders. These expressions were also used in the causa general conducted by the Supreme Court prosecutor after the Civil War, to gather evidence of criminal acts committed during the Red domination. But there is also evidence to the contrary, suggesting that all these acts had been committed by locals, that, at least, is what was reported by various priests who assessed the damage left behind by the anti-clerical turmoil in Aragon and Catalonia, where the militias had passed through. For example, in Aspa in Lerida, all church property was looted and they burnt the churches and altars. Also looted were the hermitage of San Sebastian and the palace chapel in this parish, and it was all the work of the local parishioners, with no outsiders involved. 30 The fires were witnessed, amid tumult or expressions of horror, by children, women, and many others who showed no reaction at all. The impassiveness of most of the inhabitants of these towns and villages was particularly noted in the reports drawn up after the Civil War by various bishops. It was the men who burnt the churches, and rarely were the women involved. They would watch the conflagrations from the doorways of their houses. According to many accounts, the locals were mesmerized by the magic of the flames, and rarely confronted the arsonists, as seems to have been the case in the burning down of the Capuchin convent in Igualada 31. There were those who were to be seduced by the well-worn argument that the anarchists were responsible, although this anti-clerical violence was often taken to excess in many areas dominated by socialists, communists, and republicans. In fact, with the exception of the Basque country, where only 45 clergy were murdered, wearing a cassock became a symbol of relentless persecution in the whole of the Republican zone, albeit to a lesser degree in Murcia, Albacete, Badajoz, and Santander. The persecution of the clergy transformed the church into a victim, infecting it with disdain for human rights and the veneration of violence unleashed by the coup d'état, and ruined any faint hopes there might have been for an understanding between the more moderate Catholics and the Republic. From then on, relentless intransigence was the order of the day. And although the anti-clerical violence ended a long time before the violence backed by the clergy did, the Church, from Cardinal Isidro Goma downwards, rejected any mediation or conclusion to the war other than the unconditional surrender of the Reds, in other words, the same demand as that made by all the rebel generals with Franco at their head. Catholicism and anti-clericalism were passionately involved in the battle over basic themes related to the organization of society and the state that was being unleashed in Spanish territory. Religion was extremely useful from the outset, because, as Bruce Lincoln maintains, it proved to be the only element that systematically generated a current of international sympathy for General Franco's nationalist cause. 32 On the other hand, the violent anti-clericalism that broke out with the military rising brought no benefit at all to the Republican cause. The fact that the violence of the military rebels was meted out in the name of values as elevated as the fatherland and religion made things much easier, in comparison with the other side's violence in the service of anarchy. This was how it was perceived in Spain and beyond its frontiers. It was yet another battle that the Republic lost in the eyes of the rest of the world. Although the Spanish Civil War was clearly internal in its origin, the international situation played a decisive role in the duration, progress, and final result of the conflict. The rearmament policies followed by the principal countries of Europe since the beginning of that decade created a climate of uncertainty and crisis that undermined international security. The Soviet Union began a large-scale program of military and industrial modernization that was to position it as the leading military power over the next few decades. At the same time, the Nazis, under Hitler, committed themselves to overturning the Versailles Agreements and restoring Germany's dominance. Mussolini's Italy followed the same path, and its economy was increasingly devoted to preparing for war. France and the United Kingdom began rearming in 1934, and this process escalated after 1936. The world arms trade doubled between 1932 and 1937. According to Richard Overy, the popular anti-war sentiment of the 1920s gradually gave way to the reluctant recognition that major war was once again a serious possibility. Under these circumstances, none of these countries showed any interest in stopping the Spanish Civil War. International support for both sides was vital for fighting and continuing the war during the early months. Italian and German aid enabled the military rebels to move the Africa Army to the peninsula at the end of July 1936, and Soviet aid made a decisive contribution to the Republican defense of Madrid in November 1936. The USSR's military support for the Republic served as a pretext for the Axis powers to increase their military and financial support to Franco's side. These manifestations of support were maintained almost unchanged until the end of the An international war. While the rest of Europe, with the United Kingdom at the head, appeared to observe the non-intervention agreement. The basic ingredients of this international dimension are well known, from the pioneering works of Angel Vinas in the 1970s, to the most recent studies by Enrique Moradiellos. Ever since Hitler's rise to power at the beginning of 1933, the British and French governments had embarked on an appeasement policy, which consisted of avoiding a new war in exchange for accepting the revisionist demands of the fascist dictatorships, as long as they posed no risk for French or British interests. According to Moradiellos, the response of these two countries to the outbreak of the Spanish Civil War and its international implications was at all times subject to the basic objectives of this general appeasement policy. On the other hand, said Vinas, the Third Reich's support was a key element in transforming the 1936 military coup into a civil war, and its development as such to the Spanish conflict became one more link in a chain of crises, spreading from Manchuria to Abyssinia via Czechoslovakia, which led to the outbreak of the Second World War. The Spanish Civil War was, in origin, a domestic conflict between Spaniards, but in its progress it evolved into an episode of a European civil war that ended in 1945. In such a heated atmosphere, the Civil War could never be a struggle between Spaniards or between revolution and counter-revolution. For many Europeans and North Americans, Spain became the battlefield of an inevitable conflict in which at least three contenders were involved: fascism, communism, or revolution, and democracy. Non-intervention. Barely 2 weeks after the military rising, the governments of the principal European powers had already shaped their policies with regard to this fledgling conflict in Spain. The British Foreign Office declared strict neutrality and asked the French to do the same. In Paris, Léon Blum went back on his original decision to help the government of the Republic and opted for non-intervention. Germany and Italy were willing to help the military rebels. And although Russia would very soon change its posture, it initially kept a guarded distance. Outside Europe, the United States followed the United Kingdom's neutral line. Many other small countries in Europe and South America showed no outward signs of concern, although there was unspoken support for the military rebels. The only country to express clear support for the Republic was Mexico. The non-intervention policy was an initiative of the French Popular Front government. After discovering on July 30 that the Nazis and Italian fascists had started to help the military rebels, because 2 planes sent by Mussolini landed in Algeria by mistake, the French proposed that the principal countries of Europe sign a non-intervention in Spain agreement. In the words of Léon Blum's secretary, it was in order to stop others doing what we were unable to do. 3 Since it could not help the Republic, because that would have created an internal conflict with unforeseen consequences in French society, it would at least force Germany and Italy to call off their support for the rebel side. The posture of non-intervention of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the radical Yvon Delbos, was strictly enforced from the first week of August. The French High Command also wanted to avoid an intervention that would turn Italy against France and endanger peace in the Mediterranean. France's proposal also included a ban on the export and sale of arms to the Republicans and rebels. On August 13, the government closed the Pyrenees border. The United Kingdom, through its ambassador in Paris, Sir George Clerk, immediately informed D'Albos of the need to speed up the putting into practice of the non-intervention agreement, and in the meantime, above all, not to supply any arms that would jeopardize everything. Clerk made no secret of his sympathies for the military rebels, whom he considered to be the only ones capable of defeating anarchy and the Soviet influence, nor did Anthony Eden, the British Foreign Secretary, or the ambassador in Spain, Sir Henry Chilton, who, instead of returning to Madrid, remained in Hendaye, expecting a swift rebel victory. According to Anthony Beevor, the naval base of Gibraltar had been flooded with pro-nationalist refugees, and Luis Bolin, Franco's new press officer, and the Duke of Alba, who was also the Duke of Berwick, influenced the upper echelons of British politics with their declarations on the atrocities of the Reds. For some of these British authorities very soon began to term the members of the Republican government in Madrid Reds. On July 29, the British consul in Barcelona, Norman King, who believed that the Spanish were a bloodthirsty race, informed the Foreign Office that if the government wins and puts down the military rebellion, Spain will rush headlong into the chaos of some form of Bolshevism. 5. The aristocratic diplomatic circles, the middle class and the Anglican Church authorities, with the exception of the Bishop of Cork, supported the military rebels, while the Labour Party, the trade unions and many intellectuals were behind the Republican cause. As K.W. Watkins' study showed some time ago, British society suffered a deep schism. And Paul Preston stressed the idea of a divided United Kingdom, while public opinion was overwhelmingly behind the Republic. The inner circle that took the really crucial decisions declared themselves to be in favor of the military rebels. For these conservatives, the Spanish Civil War was also a class conflict, and they knew perfectly well whose side they were on. 6. London and Washington, who had never shown any sympathy for the Republic during its 5 years of peace, very soon took a position of what Douglas Little called malevolent neutrality. 7. The non-intervention policy would serve, following the diplomatic objectives set by the Foreign Office, to confine the struggle within the Spanish borders and avoid confrontation with Italy and Germany. This policy put a legal government and a group of military rebels on the same footing. At the end of August 1936, the 27 European states, all except Switzerland, whose constitution decreed its neutrality, had officially subscribed to the non-intervention in Spain agreement, whereby they deplored the tragic events being enacted in Spain, decided to strictly abstain from all interference, either direct or indirect, in the internal affairs of this country, and banned the exporting, re-exporting and delivery to Spain, Spanish possessions or the Spanish zone in Morocco, of all types of arms, munitions, and war material. 8. The monitoring of this agreement was conducted by a non-intervention committee, set up in London on September 9 under the chairmanship of the Conservative Lord Plymouth, the Parliamentary Under-Secretary to the Foreign Office, and a non-intervention subcommittee, made up of representatives from the states bordering Spain and the major arms producers, including Germany, France, the United Kingdom and the Soviet Union. In practice, non-intervention was a complete farce, as it was termed by people at the time who saw that it put the Republic at a disadvantage with the military rebels. The Soviet Union, which had little faith in the agreement, decided in principle to observe it in order to keep on good terms with France and the United Kingdom. But Germany, Italy, and Portugal systematically flouted the commitment and continued sending arms and munitions. For Germany and Italy, intervention in the Civil War marked the consolidation of a new diplomatic alliance, which, via the official setting up of the Rome-Berlin Axis in October 1936, was to have major repercussions on international politics in the future. It was made clear that Germany and Italy were not going to respect the agreement they had signed when, on August 28, 1936, Admiral Wilhelm Canaris and General Mario Rota, the heads of their respective countries' military intelligence, met in Rome and decided to continue, in spite of the arms embargo, supplying war materiel and munitions deliveries, in response to the requests of General Franco. 9. The reasons for the Nazis' decisive intervention in the Spanish Civil War had much to do with military strategy, as well as certain economic considerations and their alliance policies. As Walther L. Bernecker observed, from the very start, the Nazis and their propaganda machine, controlled by Paul Joseph Goebbels, spread the idea that the war in Spain was a confrontation between fascists and Marxists, although in internal reports and discussions, this anti-communist ideological view carried less weight. Blaming the Soviet Union and international communism for causing the Spanish Civil War, an argument which both Hitler and Franco clung to, bore rich fruit for the Nazis, as was perceived by the French ambassador in Berlin, André-François Poncet. In a report sent to Delbos on July 22, it urged peace-loving countries not to fall out with Germany, thereby making it the principal guarantee against the Bolshevik peril. 10. After the Second World War, Hermann Göring, the Third Reich's Minister of Aviation, declared before the International Tribunal at Nuremberg that he had urged Hitler to intervene in favor of Franco, firstly to counteract the spread of communism, and secondly, to try out my young Air Force, fighters, bombers, and anti-aircraft guns, thus enabling me to see whether the materiel was fit for purpose. 11. The Nazis used Spanish soil as a testing ground, and the volunteers of the Condor Legion, both officers and men, were paid, in Preston's words, executive salaries to fight in Spain. 12. Hitler considered, as Angel Vina's research showed, that aiding Franco favored the interests of Germany's foreign policy. It meant overthrowing the Frente Popular forces in Spain, thereby avoiding the creation of a leftist bloc in Europe led by France. For Hitler, the defeat of France, his prime objective for realizing his expansionist ambitions in Central and Eastern Europe, would be much easier with a Spain under the control of anti-communist generals. A victory for the Republic, on the other hand, would reinforce Spain's links with France and the Soviet Union, the two powers, one in the East and the other in the West, that opposed the Third Reich's imperialist aspirations. Hitler said as much to Wilhelm von Vogel, a retired general and the Reich's first charge d'affaires to Franco, in November 1936, "Your mission consists solely and exclusively in ensuring that, once the war is over, with Franco victorious, Spain's foreign policy is not influenced by Paris, London, or Moscow." 13. Although the Italian fascists had had much more contact with Spanish monarchist and far-right groups during the Second Republic than the Nazis, Fascist Italy, as a political regime, like Nazi Germany, took no part in the preparations for the coup that unleashed the Civil War. However, a few days after the military rising, Mussolini acceded to Franco's request for aid and took this decision when he learned that Hitler was going to support Franco once it was clear that France and the United Kingdom were not going to intervene. Mussolini's propaganda also exploited the ideological aspect of his intervention, anti-communism, but his reasons for supporting the military rebels, like Hitler's, had much more to do with the benefits that he reckoned this intervention would bring to his foreign policy. It would weaken France's and the United Kingdom's military position and provide an ally in the Western Mediterranean. Nazi and fascist military aid was considerable and decisive for Franco's victory. Between the end of July and the middle of October 1936, 20 German Junkers 52 and 6 Heinkel 51 fighters transported over 13,000 men of the Afrika Army and 270 tons of materiel. Later, with the Condor Legion, which from November 1936 took part in all the major battles of the war, Nazi Germany sent 600 further aircraft that dropped a total of approximately 21 million tons of bombs. For their part, the Italians began by sending 12 Savoia 81 bombers to transport the Moroccan troops to the mainland, and, during the course of the war, according to John F. Coverdale, their military aid consisted of materiel worth over 6 billion lira, 64 million pounds sterling at 1939 exchange rates, including nearly 1,000 aircraft, 200 field guns, 1,000 armored vehicles and several thousand machine guns and automatic weapons. 14 With not so much publicity, but still significant, was the aid provided by the dictatorship of Antonio de Oliveira Salazar. Portugal offered the rebels a logistic space for their arms purchases, and in the early days of the conflict, as well as handing over to rebel Spain all the Republicans who had fled from the repression in Andalusia and Extremadura, the Portuguese government gave them the use of the country's roads, ports and railways to connect the northwestern zone with Andalusia. Salazar's aid was also very useful in the defense of the rebel cause in the Non-Intervention Committee, the League of Nations and other international fora. The danger was posed by the Reds, not Italy or Germany, and this was how Armando Monteiro, the Portuguese foreign minister, expressed it to Anthony Eden on a visit to London on July 30, 1936. A victory for the army would not necessarily mean an Italian or German-type political victory, while a victory for the Reds would be a disaster, a victory for anarchy, with serious consequences for France, and therefore for Europe, where the force of communism is now overwhelming. 15 International diplomacy was making its move just when the Second Republic's diplomatic corps had been left divided and fragmented as a consequence of the coup d'état. Most of the embassy and consular staff in the main countries of Europe abandoned the Republic, and those who had not done so were actually serving the military rebels' cause. The ambassadors in Rome, Berlin, Paris, and Washington resigned in the first few weeks, after doing all they could to hamper Republican attempts to redefine its foreign policy. The socialist Julio Álvarez del Valle, the new foreign minister in Largo Caballero's first government, formed on September 4, 1936, calculated that 90% of the diplomatic and consular corps had deserted. According to a study by Marina Casanova, only 62 diplomats remained loyal to the Republic throughout the war. 16 In order to obtain foreign support, both the government of the Republic in Madrid and the Junta de Defensa Nacional in Burgos had to reconstruct and create their respective diplomatic corps. The Republic did so with prominent intellectuals and university professors, almost all of them with a socialist background. Fernando de los Rios was the ambassador to Washington, Luis Jiménez de Azua in Prague, Marcelino Pascua in Moscow, Luis Araquistan in Paris, and Pablo de Carrade, the only one who had actually had any experience of foreign service, in London. The military rebels, on the other hand, boasted distinguished members of the aristocracy and diplomatic and financial circles, with good connections with the elite. Groups of international diplomacy, such as the Duke of Alba and Juan de la Cierva in London, José María Quiñones de León in Paris, and the Marquis of Portigo and the Baron of Las Torres in Berlin. On August 4, 1936, José Yanguas Mexia, who had been foreign minister in Primo de Rivera's dictatorship, and recently appointed head of the diplomatic office of the Junta de Defensa Nacional in Burgos, reported that the general tone of the diplomatic situation is favorable to our movement, because all over the world the overwhelming influence of the totalitarian states is being felt, and he forecast that the capture of Madrid would be the determining factor for the official recognition of the absolute legitimacy of our movement. 17 The capture of Madrid was not possible because, among other reasons, when what seemed to be the final battle began, in autumn 1936, the first shipments of Soviet military aid to the Republic broke the pattern of continuous rebel victories and Republican defeats that had been the norm during the summer. The first Soviet shipments of heavy weaponry arrived at the port of Cartagena on 4 and October 15. The troops led by Franco, now head of the rebels, were advancing unfalteringly on Madrid. The Italians and Germans had managed to strengthen the system of military aid to the rebels, while the United Kingdom and France were strictly observing the non-intervention agreement. In an international context, all this seemed to favor the military rebels. Things changed when Stalin decided to intervene. 2 months had gone by since the conflict had broken out. Moscow did not even have an ambassador in Spain in July 1936, because the Republic, despite having established diplomatic relations with the Soviet Union in July 1933, had never put this agreement into practice. On July 25, José Giral, the new prime minister after the coup d'état, asked the USSR, through the Soviet ambassador in Paris, for arms and munitions of all types and in large quantities, to defeat the military rebellion. But Stalin, worried about the German threat after Hitler's rise to power, and aware of the need to gain the cooperation of France and the United Kingdom to counter this threat, did not respond to this request. For Stalin and Soviet foreign policy, the outbreak of an armed conflict in Spain created a serious dilemma. It was not in his interest to leave the Republic abandoned, something that would strengthen Hitler's position, but neither did he want to harm his relations with the democratic powers. If he supported the Republic, it would fuel the theory that behind any aid he might give lay international communism. At first, the Spanish Civil War provided no advantage to the interests of the Soviet Union, and on August 22, Maxim Litvinov, the Foreign Affairs Commissar, signed the non-intervention agreement. A few days later, he officially stated that he would not be supporting the Spanish Republic with arms, and he appointed an ambassador for Madrid, the diplomat Marcel Rosenberg. The instructions given to him were very clear: our support would give Germany and Italy the excuse to organize an open invasion and aid of such volume that we would be unable to equal it. However, the instructions went on: if there is evidence that in spite of the non-intervention declaration aid is still being given to the rebels, then we might change our decision. 18 The evidence that Hitler and Mussolini were aiding the rebels, in spite of the non-intervention agreement, alarmed Stalin. If the Republic were defeated quickly, France's strategic position with regard to Germany would be radically weakened, and the increase of Nazi and fascist power would also have negative repercussions for the Soviet Union. Stalin prepared the way. He notified the non-intervention committee that he would be forced to breach the agreement if Germany and Italy continued doing so, and he calculated the potential costs of the aid so that the British government did not see it as support for a revolution that was spreading throughout the Republican zone, and the Nazis did not take it as open intervention. Preston maintains that Stalin helped the Spanish Republic not to hasten its victory, but rather to keep it in existence long enough to keep Hitler occupied in a costly venture. 19 In October, the first shipments of arms arrived in Spain. The Soviet Union began to do what Italy, Germany, and Portugal were already doing, breaching the non-intervention accords without officially abandoning this policy. From that moment on, Soviet military aid to the Republic, paid for, as we shall see, with the Bank of Spain's gold reserves, was continuous until the end of the war and was vital for sustaining the Republic's cause against Franco's army and the support of Hitler and Mussolini. As well as war materiel, a substantial quantity of aircraft and armored vehicles, numbering some 700 and 400 units respectively, the USSR also sent food, fuel, clothes, and a considerable number, around 2,000 in total, of pilots, engineers, advisors and members of the secret police, the NKVD, under the command of Alexander Orlov. The Russian people contributed millions of rubles for the purchase of clothes and food, generating, according to Daniel Kowalski, the biggest mobilization of foreign humanitarian aid in history, destined for the Iberian Peninsula. 20 At the same time as the first arms shipments, the first foreign volunteers for the international brigades began to arrive, recruited and organized by the Communist International, which was well aware of the impact of the Spanish Civil War on the world, and of the desire of many anti-fascists to take part in this struggle. With the Soviet intervention and the international brigades, the Nazis and fascists increased their material aid to Franco's army and also sent thousands of professional servicemen and volunteer fighters. The war was not a Spanish domestic matter. It became internationalist, thereby increasing its brutality and destruction. Spanish territory became a testing ground for new weaponry that was being developed during those rearmament years, prior to a great war that was on the horizon. Foreigners. The decision to send volunteers to fight in the Spanish Civil War was adopted on September 18, 1936 by the Comintern Secretariat. The recruitment center was Paris, and the organizational aspects were put into the hands of French Communist Party leaders, with André Marty at the head, and other leading agents of the International, such as Luigi Longo, Gallo, and Josep Braz, Tito. According to Antonio Elorza and Marta Biscarrondo, this decision is well documented, and belies the typical interpretations that have hitherto been circulating since the beginning of the Communist International, that the international brigades were spontaneously made up of freedom volunteers, and other interpretations that present them as the army of the Comintern, an instrument of Stalin's Machiavellian policy with regard to Spain. There were a good many in the brigades who were Stalinists, especially at the organizational level, but there were thousands who were not. 21 They started arriving in Spain in October, from Poland, Italy, Germany, and other countries under the control of dictatorships and fascism, although it was France that provided the largest number. Those from North America arrived later, at the end of the year, and the Lincoln Battalion, the subject of some of the legends most widely spread by writers and intellectuals, did not enter into action until the Battle of the Jarama, in February 1937. Before them, several hundred left-wing sympathizers, who at the time of the coup happened to be in Barcelona, attending the popular, also known as anti-fascist, Olympics, organized as an alternative event to the Olympic Games being held in Berlin, had already joined the anarchist and socialist militias. The number of brigadists varies according to sources, from the 100,000 quoted by the nationalists, to exaggerate their influence and the significance of international communism, to the 40,000 referred to by Hugh Thomas in his classic study on the Civil War. One of the latest and most exhaustive studies on the international brigades, by Michel Lefebvre and Remy Skoutelsky, provides a figure of nearly 35,000, accepted today by quite a few historians, although there were never more than 20,000 combatants at a time, and in 1938 the number had reduced considerably. Some 10,000 volunteers died in combat. They came from over 50 countries, with France providing almost 9,000, while barely 150 came from Portugal. The military reports logging their presence in the training base in Albacete tell us that the two greatest concentrations of volunteers there coincided with the first few months of their intervention, from October 1936 to March 1937, and with the battles of Teruel and Aragon, from December 1937 to April 1938. Many of the volunteers arriving in Spain were unemployed, but many others left behind their jobs. There were also adventurers, looking for excitement, intellectuals and middle-class professionals, who were the ones who later wrote about their experiences. Most of them, however, were convinced that fascism was an international threat and that Spain was the right venue to combat it. So wrote an English worker, neither a poet nor an intellectual, in a letter to his daughter, reproduced by Watkins in his study on the division caused by the Spanish Civil War within British society. Now I want to explain to you why I left England. You will have heard about the war going on here. From every country in the world working people like myself have come to Spain to stop fascism here. So although I am miles away from you, I am fighting to protect you and all children in England as well as people all over the world. 23 These manual laborers, making up 80% of the volunteers from the United Kingdom, had felt drawn by the Communist Party, which provided them with protection and a solid doctrine to adhere to. This was also the time that vast numbers of exiles from Eastern and Central Europe and the Balkan states converged on Paris, fleeing from fascist and military repression. From there, they went through Barcelona and Valencia, to end up in Albacete, where they were galvanized into action by André Martí, the head of the international brigades, about whom much has been written, including the story that he had 500 brigadists shot, although no one has presented any proof as to when and how the butcher of Albacete did this. During the first few months of recruitment, 5 international brigades were organized, numbered from 11 to 15. The 11, under the command of the Soviet General Emilio Kleber, and the 12, under the Hungarian writer Mátyálka Lukács, played a decisive role in the Republican defense of Madrid in November 1936, although some authors, including Beaver, consider that their exploits were exaggerated by the Francoists and conservative and anti-communist Britons, such as the ambassador Henry Chilton, who thought that Madrid was being defended by foreigners only. The Thalmann Battalion, made up of German and some British communists, had its first taste of action in the battle for Madrid. One of them, the Briton Esmond Romilly, later recalled many of the dead in that battle. I remember hearing them speak of their lives as exiles, persecuted by the immigration laws and relentlessly persecuted, even in England, by the Nazi secret police. 24 There were also many foreigners fighting with Franco's troops. They, like the international brigades, came from a wide range of countries. Not many of them were volunteers, because the majority of those who fought, particularly Germans and Italians, were regular soldiers, well prepared, who were paid in their countries of origin. Chief among the genuine volunteers, between 1,000 and 1,500, were Irish Catholics, under the command of General Owen O'Duffy, who subscribed to the idea of a crusade as held by the Spanish Catholic Church and Pope Pius XI in the Vatican. They bore various religious emblems, rosaries, images of the Agnus Dei and the Sacred Heart, as did the Carlists, and they left Ireland, according to O'Duffy himself, to fight Christianity's battle against communism. They only fought in the Battle of the Jarama, in February 1937, where, in view of their lack of military experience, they failed to acquit themselves well, and a few months later they returned home. As well as these Irish blue shirts, among Franco's troops were White Russians who had honed their skills in the struggle against the Bolsheviks, a mixed group of fascists and anti-Semites from Eastern Europe, and some 300 Frenchmen from the ultra-right Croix de Feu making up the Jeanne d'Arc battalion. The almost 10,000 viriatos, Portuguese volunteers, who had enlisted and were paid in Portugal were not volunteers, however. Although Franco's camp always presented them as such, with all these new forces and the intensive recruitment of RIF tribesmen for the Africa Army, Franco's troops numbered some 200,000 men by the end of 1936. In answer to the international brigades, Germany and Italy sent tens of thousands of soldiers to fight alongside the military rebels. So that there would be no doubt as to the purpose of this intervention, on November 18, 1936, the month of the major Francoist offensive on Madrid, the governments of the two Axis powers officially recognized Franco and his Junta Técnica del Estado, set up on October 2 to replace the Junta de Defensa Nacional, and soon afterwards the first. Two ambassadors arrived in Burgos, General Wilhelm von Fopel and the fascist journalist, Roberto Cantalupo. At around this time, Hitler decided to send an airborne unit that would fight as an independent corps, with its own officers, in the Francoist ranks. Called the Condor Legion, it arrived in Spain by sea in the middle of November under the command of General Hugo von Sperle, and later of Colonel Baron Wolfram von Richthofen, both Luftwaffe officers. It consisted of some 140 aircraft, divided into 4 fighter squadrons with Heinkel 51 biplanes, plus another 4 squadrons of Junkers 52s, backed up by 1 battalion of 48 tanks and another of 60 anti-aircraft guns. Thus the Spanish Civil War became the Luftwaffe's testing ground, a rehearsal for the fighters and bombers that would shortly afterwards be used in the Second World War. Research by Raymond L. Proctor reveals that the total number of Condor Legion combatants during the course of the war amounted to 19,000 men, including pilots, tank crews and artillerymen, although there were never more than 5,500 at a time, as they were frequently relieved so that as many soldiers as possible could gain experience. The Condor Legion took part in nearly all the military operations conducted during the Civil War, and 371 of its members lost their lives in action. 25 A much larger contribution was made by the Italians, who began to arrive in Spain in December 1936 and January 1937, after the secret pact of friendship signed by Franco and Mussolini on November 28. Up to that time, the Italians piloting the Savoia 81s and Fiat fighters had been fighting in the Foreign Legion. After the signing of this pact, Mussolini organized the Corpo di Truppe Volontari, CTV, commanded by General Mario Rota until the disaster at Guadalajara in March 1937, and then by Generals Ettore Bastico, Mario Berti, and Gaston Gambara. The CTV had a permanent force of 40,000 soldiers, and its total number, according to figures published by John Coverdale, rose to 72,775 men, 43,129 from the army and 29,646 from the fascist militia. They were joined by 5,699 men from the Aviazione Legionaria, thus bringing the total number of Italian combatants to 78,474, much higher than the German or international brigades figures. 26. Thus tens of thousands of foreigners fought in the Spanish Civil War. It was, in fact, a European civil war, with the tacit sanction of the British and French governments. A little over 100,000 fought on Franco's side, 78,000 Italians, 19,000 Germans, 10,000 Portuguese, plus more than 1,000 volunteers from other countries, not counting the 70,000 Moroccans who made up the native regulars. On the Republican side, the figures given by Remy Skoutelski show nearly 35,000 volunteers in the international brigades and 2,000 Soviets, of whom 600 were non-combatant advisors. Contrary to the myth of the communist and revolutionary threat, what in fact hit Spain through an open military intervention was fascism. Furthermore, the fascists went home later, with the end of the war and Franco's victory, while the members of the international brigades had laid down their arms beforehand. On September 21, 1938, Juan Negrin, the Prime Minister of the Republic, announced in Geneva, before the League of Nations General Assembly, the immediate, unconditional withdrawal of all non-Spanish combatants in the Republican Army, in the hope that Franco's camp would do the same. At the time, about one-third of all those who had come to fight against fascism were still in Spain, and on October 28, 1 month after their withdrawal from the front, the international brigades paraded in Barcelona in front of over 250,000 people. Presiding over the farewell ceremony were Manuel Azana, Juan Negrin, Luis Companys, and Generals Rojo and Riquelme. You can leave with pride. You have made history, you are a heroic example of the solidarity and ubiquity of democracy, they were told by Dolores Ibarruri, La Pasionaria. We shall never forget you, and when the leaves once more begin to bud on the olive branch of peace, together with the victory laurels of the Spanish Republic, come back. 27 They did not return, because the Republic was defeated a few months later, and besides, many of them, close to 10,000, had died on Spanish soil, and another 7,000 were missing. Some of those who survived later became distinguished figures, writers, and politicians, in their respective countries, including Josep Braz, Tito, Pietro Nani, Luigi Longo, Walter Ulbricht, and André Malraux. At the same time as the international brigades were leaving Spain, Mussolini withdrew 10,000 combatants as a goodwill gesture. Towards the non-intervention committee, just 1/4 of those who were still fighting alongside Franco's army. They were seen off in Cadiz by Generals Capodilano and Milanestre, and received in Naples by King Victor Manuel III. The last units of the Condor Legion were transported to Germany by sea after the Victory Parade of May 19, 1939. They were received in the port of Hamburg by Hermann Göring, Nazi Germany's air minister. The Republic spent as much money losing the war as the Francoists did winning it. To pay for the war expenses, the Republic used the country's gold reserves. Franco resorted to Italian and German loans. The amount of war materiel entering Republican Spain was lower than that received by Franco, and it was of poorer quality. So how did the two sides finance the war? The gold of Moscow and the financing of the war. The Republic and its government had to defend themselves after July 18, 1936 in a war that they had not started. And they had the resources to do so. They had the gold and silver reserves of the Bank of Spain, which, as Indalecio Prieto said shortly after the start of the conflict, belonged to the legitimate Spanish government, the only entity that could touch them. This money was vital for waging a war lasting nearly 3 years against the military rebels and the backing of their German and Italian allies. Without gold, wrote Pablo Martín Asana, the regime would have collapsed in a matter of weeks. And for this reason, as well as on the battlefields and in the chancelleries, the Spanish Civil War was also fought in the sedate offices of finance ministers and governors of central banks. 28 The gold and silver reserves of the Bank of Spain were stored in the basement of its headquarters in the Plaza de los Cibeles. They amounted to 707 tons in ingots and coins, with a value at that time of $805 million. It was one of the richest banks in the world, and a large proportion of these coins, particularly dollar deposits, had been there since the First World War, a time when the economic growth caused by Spain's neutrality enabled it to purchase vast amounts of gold on the international market. On July 21, 1936, when the fate of the coup d'état was still being decided in certain Spanish cities, the new finance minister in Girol's government, the left-wing Republican Enrique Ramos, ordered the Bank of Spain to organize the urgent transfer of various tons of gold to Paris. After negotiating various bureaucratic procedures, including a meeting of the Bank of Spain board attended by the 5 members who had not gone over to the rebel side, the first consignment, approximately 40 tons, was sent by air, for which the Republican Treasury received 507 million francs, a sum that was used to purchase arms and munitions before the non-intervention treaty came into effect. Most of the gold reserves, however, remained in Madrid, and at the end of August, the Africa Army troops were threatening the capital. On September 4, José Girol, in charge of a government made up of Republicans only, even though many areas of power had been controlled by workers' organizations since the military rising, handed over the reins to Francisco Largo Caballero. He formed a new government consisting mainly of socialists, but with a small number of Republicans, 1 member of the Basque Nationalist Party, and 2 communist ministers. It also saw the return of Indalecio Prieto as Navy and Air Minister. Largo Caballero took charge of the War Ministry, and Juan Negrin, a socialist deputy since the Constituent Cortes, Finance. On Saturday, September 12, the government, following a proposal from Negrin, decided to remove the Bank of Spain's gold reserves from Madrid. The following day, Negrin relayed this decision to Luis Nicolau d'Olwer, the governor of the Bank of Spain, who had been finance minister in the provisional government of the Republic in 1931. It was a decision forced on the government by the rebel troops encircling Madrid, to prevent the gold falling into the hands of the enemies of the Republic. The destination of the gold, Negrin told him, was to be the magazines of La Algamica, in the naval base of Cartagena. The transfer was to be overseen by Francisco Méndez Aspi, whom Negrin appointed Director General of the Treasury. The Bank of Spain board was highly critical of this measure, and the few members who had supposedly remained loyal to the Republic deserted. The only member to stay in his post, Lorenzo Martínez Fresneda, who represented the private shareholders, did not waste any opportunity, says Martín Asana, to leak secret deliberations to his ex-colleagues who had gone over to the rebel side. We know this because, at the same time as the decision was taken to transfer the gold to Cartagena, a meeting of the Consejo del Banco de España Nacional was held in Burgos, under the chairmanship of Pedro Pen, the deputy governor at the time of the rising. Pedro Pen and the rest of the board that supported the military rebels thereupon decided to stop the Republic from using the gold to defend its cause. 29 The gold bars and bags of coins were packed into wooden crates, which were taken to the Mediodía station at nearby Atocha in trucks escorted by carabineros and socialist militias. The first freight wagon to Cartagena left at dawn on September 15 and the transfer was completed on September 21. In all, 560 tons of gold were transferred. It was the best security the government could have to carry on fighting. The decision to store it in Cartagena, at that time a much safer place than Madrid, was adopted by the government unanimously. However, the gold did not stay for long in this Mediterranean port. The non-intervention policy was working with the Republic, but the Western democracies were not doing anything to stop the supply of aid to the rebel army. Because of this, and in view of the Republic's desperate military situation, Arthur Stashevsky, a commissar of the Soviet Union, suggested to Negrin that his government look after the gold in exchange for ensuring a permanent supply of arms. On October 15, Largo Caballero wrote to the Soviet ambassador, Marcel Rosenberg, to tell him that he had taken the decision to ask you to propose to your government that it agree to a quantity of gold, some 5,000 tons, being deposited in the Soviet Union People's Finance Commissariat 30-some days later. In a lightning operation, Spanish sailors and Russian tank crews loaded 4 merchant ships with 7,800 crates containing 510 tons of gold. The ships left Cartagena Naval Base on October 25, bound for the port of Odessa. From there, the gold was transported by train to Moscow, where it arrived at the beginning of November. The Republican government always maintained that, with the phony policy of non-intervention imposed by the democracies, they had no alternative but to confide in the Soviet Union. More recent studies have questioned the timing and wisdom of this crucial decision. Paul Preston agrees with Angel Venus when he maintains that banking circles in England and France had already shown their hostility towards the Republic by freezing Spanish assets, practically blocking any credit and systematically putting obstacles in the way of financial transactions. The Soviet Union was the only country that guaranteed the supply of arms and food in exchange for gold. On the other hand, Pablo Martín Asana states that this decision was hastily adopted and the other alternatives, such as France or the United States, were not seriously examined. 31 What lies beyond any doubt, following the exhaustive study made by Angel Venus several years ago, is the fact that the money raised by the sale of the gold, some $518 million, was spent in its entirety on war materiel. Almost one-third of this money stayed in the Soviet Union to pay for the supplies sent to Spain by the Foreign Trade Commissariat, and the rest was transferred to the Banque Commerciale pour l'Europe du Nord in Paris. Furthermore, between July 1936 and January 1937, the Bank of France acquired 174 tons of gold, 1/4 of the total reserves, for which the Republic's treasury received $195 million. In conclusion, as a result of the sale of these gold reserves and other financial dealings, the Republican authorities obtained $714 million, and this was the financial cost of the civil war for the Republic. 3/4 of the gold went to Moscow and 1/4 to Paris, although the Francoist authorities made no mention of this Paris gold. They did, however, make sure that everyone knew about the Moscow gold, which they said had been stolen by the Republic and handed over to Stalin without anything in return. The directors of the Soviet Union's central bank, Gazbank, made sure they charged for all their services. In Russia there was no Spanish gold left and the gold reserves had practically run out by August 1938. However, the detailed study by Gerald Housen shows that many of the rifles sold were old museum pieces with hardly any ammunition and others were in a very poor state of repair. The Republic's go-betweens had to negotiate with arms dealers and acquire obsolete equipment for which they had to pay much more than the true cost. Franco, on the other hand, had a constant, direct supply of high-technology arms from Germany and Italy at his disposal. 32 The financial cost of the war on the Francoist side was very similar, between $694 and $716 million, but Franco had to use credit to pay his costs, because he did not have any gold. And from what we learn from the most reliable studies on this matter, the head of the military rebels had no trouble financing his war. It was Hermann Göring, Hitler's right-hand man, who first designed the strategy for obtaining economic advantages, food, raw materials, and minerals in exchange for supplying arms to the military rebels. 2 companies were set up for this purpose. The Compañía Hispano-Marroquí de Transporte, HISMA, founded in Tetuán on July 31, 1936 by Fernando de Carranza, a naval captain and friend of Franco's, and Johannes Bernhard, a Nazi businessman who distributed German products in Tetuán, took charge of financing the transporting of the Africa Army to the mainland and the first arms purchases for the Africa Army. A few months later, in October 1936, a parallel company was set up in Berlin, the Rostoff und Warenkompensation Handelsgesellschaft, RAUEK, under the absolute control of Goering, which, together with HIMSA, established the trade monopoly between Germany and rebel Spain. The most valuable exports were always diverted to Germany, and this enabled the two companies to control 2/3 of the bilateral Hispano-German trade. However, the most useful aid that the Germans and Italians sent to Franco was in the form of loans, between $413 and $456 million from Italy and close to $240 million from Germany. The Francoist authorities became indebted to the Axis powers, and they offset this by progressively increasing their exports to these two countries. Germany and Italy became Spain's largest customers, to the detriment of the United Kingdom and France. When the Civil War was over, Germany was the Spanish market's largest customer and supplier. Robert Wheely's research on how Franco financed his war has also provided conclusive data. The military rebels were not only helped by the Axis powers. Some of the most important capitalists and businessmen in the United Kingdom, France, and the United States supported their cause from the beginning, because they saw the Spanish Republicans as socialists, anarchists, and communists, even though they said that they were fighting for democracy. A good example of this, says Wheely, was the British company Rio Tinto, the biggest mining company in Spain, which cooperated with the rebel government from August until the end of the war, selling its minerals to the HISMA-RAUEK partnership. Then there were the Anglo-American oil companies, Texaco, Shell, and others, who earned vast profits, some $20 million, from their oil sales to Franco throughout the war. Without this oil, Franco's war machine would not have worked, since Italy and Germany, like Spain, depended on Anglo-American oil for their supplies. Franco received 3,500,000 tons of oil on credit, more than twice the amount of oil imported by the Republic. Some of these oil magnates also hampered trade to the Republic and blocked credits in its banking system. According to Wheely, the military rebels, juntas and governments received from the Axis, between July 1936 and March 1939, aid amounting to $637 million, to which must be added $76 million of exports to countries in which the dollar and sterling were the dominant currencies. These $76 million, plus the moral backing of international capitalism, confirm, says Wheely, that the Non-Intervention Committee, which began to operate in September 1936 under the tutelage of the foreign ministers of France and the United Kingdom, was a farce. The multinationals of the dollar and sterling market helped to crush the hopes of the Spanish Republicans. 33 Economic aid also reached Franco from the richest capitalists in Spain, who made their fortunes available to the military rebels to annihilate the Reds. Juan March contributed £15 million, and Alfonso XIII, who in exile had supported the rebel cause from the beginning. "Your first soldier is me," he said to Generals Mola and Franco, donated $10 million, part of the funds that he had managed to transfer abroad after his fall. 34 In addition, a national subscription provided the rebels with jewels and gold coins. The donations were made either voluntarily or under coercion. Lists of some of the principal benefactors were published in the press, and this encouraged others to donate so that they would not be tainted as being disloyal. In the closing years of Franco's dictatorship, certain pro-Franco military historians, such as Ramon and Jesus Salas Larrazabal and Ricardo de la Cierva, attempted to show that the Republicans and the military rebels had received the same amount of materiel, that foreign participation was not the factor that tipped the balance in favor of Franco, and that the claim that non-intervention had harmed the Republicans was made up by the Communists and the international left who sympathized with the Republic. However, the foremost experts on the financing of the war and its international dimension, from Venus to Martín Asana, and including Hausen and Moradiellos, have pointed out the imbalance in favor of the nationalist cause not only in terms of war materiel, but also in terms of logistic, diplomatic, and financial aid. The Republic had money from the sale of gold reserves at its disposal, an amount very similar to that provided to Franco in foreign aid, but the problem lay in the difficulties it had in legally purchasing arms from democratic countries. As Housen has pointed out, gold and foreign currency were not enough, because the embargo and restrictions imposed by the non-intervention agreement forced successive governments under Giral, Caballero, and Negrin to fall into the clutches of arms dealers, who demanded exorbitant prices and commissions and blackmailed politicians and civil servants. As a result, the Republic often had to buy overpriced and obsolete equipment, disarmed planes, or bombers that had no bomb bays. Russia, Poland, and other countries were continually swindling the Republic. As Martin Asina put it, shoddy weaponry and bribes cost Negrin's treasury several, perhaps as much as $100 million. 35 At the end of this book, once we have examined the policies of both sides and the evolution of the war, I shall suggest possible reasons for Franco's categorically overwhelming victory, and the Republic's crushing defeat. Nevertheless, any analysis of the varying components of the international stage that was the setting for the Spanish Civil War, the balance of support and restraint, the consequences of the non-intervention policy and the imbalance in the materiel made available to the two sides, as set out in this chapter, suggests that international intervention by Nazi Germany and Fascist Italy, and the rebuff, at best, from the Western democracies, played a major, if not decisive, role in the evolution and duration of the conflict and its final result. 236. We are waging war because it is being waged on us, said Manuel Azana in his speech in Valencia City Hall on January 21, 1937. A terrible war, which in barely half a year saw the cruel terror of the rebel army and phalangists, accompanied by a violent upheaval of the social order. And the Republic was indeed forced to fight in a war that it did not start, and the political organizations of the left had to adapt to a military activity that they knew practically nothing about. The varying ideas on how to organize the state and society held by the parties, movements, and people who fought on the Republican side ostensibly played a major part in frustrating a united policy against the military rebels. And there was nothing new in this situation, as it had been going on for years and had complicated the life of the Republic in peacetime as well. Furthermore, as we have seen, the Civil War was fought under the circumstances of the non-intervention agreement imposed by the United Kingdom and France. For the Republic, this meant a marked international isolation, which placed it, and it alone, in a situation of material disadvantage. Non-intervention, in the words of Helen Graham, brought the daily erosion not only of the Republic's military capacity, but of its political legitimacy as well. The international diplomacy that created and sustained this policy repeatedly blocked all the Republic's political exits, making it impossible for it to negotiate an end to the conflict in 1938. The war consumed the Republic and finished it off. Until the end arrived, on April 1, 1939, the Republic went through three different stages, with three prime ministers. The first stage, with José Giral as premier, was marked by the resistance to the coup, the 9. The Republic at war. Formation of militias, revolution, and the elimination of the symbols of power and conventional citizens. Giral, 1879–1962, a left-wing Republican, from the same party and generation as Manuel Azana, 1880–1940, had held the chair of inorganic chemistry at the universities of Salamanca and Madrid, was rector of Madrid University in 1931 and had taken an active part in politics during the Republic. He had been the Navy Minister in Azana's governments between October 15, 1931 and June 1933, and after the Frente Popular Coalition victory in February 1936, Azana once more called on him to occupy the same post, and he stayed there in Santiago Casares Quiroga's government, until the military uprising. As Giral did not represent this new open social and political mobilization against the military rebellion, which was also directed against what was left of the Republican state itself, nor the various revolutionary and trade union powers that were emerging, the only powers that exercised any authority in the chaos of the summer of 1936, he had to resign and hand over to Francisco Largo Caballero. Giral continued to serve the Republic and was the foreign minister in Juan Negrin's first government, Between May 17, 1937 and April 6, 1938, a post that was crucial for putting into practice the change in direction in Negrin's foreign policy, and was then minister without portfolio until the end of the war. He crossed the French border on February 5, 1939, together with Manuel Azana, from whom he never separated during these difficult times, Azana's wife and brother-in-law, Dolores and Cipriano de Rivas Cherif, and Diego Martinez Barrio, the Speaker of the Cortes. From France he went to Mexico, where he led the Republic's government in exile between 1945 and 1947. He died there in 1962. The second stage began on September 4, 1936, when Francisco Largo Caballero, 1869–1946, replaced Giral as Prime Minister. It was the first and only government in Spain's history that was led by a workers' leader, and the first time that there were communist ministers in a Western European government. There were not yet any anarchists, but they entered the government 2 months later. Between September 1936 and May 1937, Largo Caballero, with the collaboration of all the political and trade union forces fighting on the Republican side, oversaw the reconstruction of the state, the militarization of the militias, the contention of the revolution and the centralization of power, all the while having to deal with challenges from the regions and nationalism, as Negrin would have to later. The fall of Malaga in February 1937 was the turning point in the military and political conflicts which led to the crisis in May. With his resignation, induced by the Communist Party and a sector of the PSOE executive, Largo Caballero, then 67, practically said goodbye to a long career devoted to trade union struggles, socialism and the Republic, although, by then in exile, he was yet to experience the hell of the Nazi concentration camp at Oranienburg. When it was liberated by the Russians in April 1945, he returned to France and died in Paris on March 23, 1946. The third and last wartime premier of the Republic was Juan Negrin, 1892–1956, a socialist deputy in the Republic's three Cortes, a university professor, a physiologist of international repute who had received his training in Germany, and a polyglot. His appointment was at the express decision of Manuel Azana, with the support of the Republicans, Preto's socialists, and the Communists. Demonized by his enemies and some of his alleged friends, his life and political activity has recently begun to gain a wider audience, thanks to studies by historians such as Helen Graham, Ricardo Miralles, and Gabriel Jackson. Negrin hoped to win the war by combating the democratic powers' non-intervention policy, but the war was not going well, either at home or abroad. The beginning of his mandate coincided with that of Neville Chamberlain in the United Kingdom, who, by stepping up his appeasement policy, gave way even more to the fascist powers and ruled out any possibility of modifying the phony policy of non-intervention. The last year of the war was particularly difficult, with materiel and military problems, shortages of staple products, territorial losses, and Francoist air raids. With the revolution overthrown, the Republic was unable to provide a convincing democratic solution. Resistance was not victory, although in the final months it seemed to be the only policy possible. The war lost, Negrin spent his early months of exile in France. Afterwards, during nearly the whole of the Second World War, he was in England, where he led the Republican government in exile, a post that was never recognized by Winston Churchill. After the defeat of the Axis powers, he returned to Paris, where he died on November 12, 1956. Revolution. The coup d'état in July 1936 opened the floodgates to revolution. If the military rising has evolved into a major war, it is mainly due to our militant intervention, claimed the anarchist Diego Abad de Santillan, recalling those events, thereby fueling the myth that everything boiled down to a confrontation between the rebel army and the worker members of the CNT. It was not a case of the Republic managing to defend itself against aggression, it was us who, in defense of the people, made it possible for the Republic to survive, and it was us who ran the war. 3. One of the most pervading images from this victory of the libertarians leading the working people was that of a CNTFAI delegation arriving at the palace of the Generalitat for a meeting with the president, Louis Companys. They went there armed to the teeth, shirtless and covered in dust and smoke, according to the account written at the time by Juan Garcia Oliver. Companys received them enthusiastically, to tell them that although in the past they had never been treated as they should have been, today you are the masters of the city and of Catalonia because you alone have defeated the fascist forces. If you have no need of me or do not want me as president of Catalonia, tell me now, and I will become just another soldier in the fight against fascism. And the CNT and the FAI, who had defeated fascism, mobilized the people in the streets and had the political authorities where they wanted them, opted for collaboration and democracy, thereby renouncing revolutionary totalitarianism and an anarchistic confederate dictatorship. Although they had the power to take it all, they rejected this ambition in an act of libertarian ethics. For Abad de Santillan, who was at that meeting, explained the reason for this exemplary behavior: we did not believe in dictatorship when it was being exercised against us, and we did not want it when we could have exercised it to harm the rest. The Generalitat would stay in office with President Companys at the head, and the people's forces would organize themselves to carry on the fight for the liberation of Spain. 5. Thus on July 21, the Comite Central de Militias Antifascistas was set up, consisting of 5 anarchists, 3 UGT leaders, 1 member from the PSUC, 1 from the POUM, 1 from Esquerra Republicana, 1 from the Unió de Rabassaires, 1 from Acció Catalana, and several military advisors. According to the anarchist literature, it saw the birth of a model of revolutionary organization and power, an alternative to José Giral's central government in Madrid. In fact, in the 2 months that it existed, until its dissolution at the end of September with the entry of the anarchists into the government of the Generalitat, it did little or nothing to organize economic and political activity in Catalonia. Instead, its decrees were aimed at creating mechanisms of control for revolutionary order, recruiting and training militias, in which Garcia Oliver and Abad de Santillan were leading figures, and exercising the sole command of war operations in the Aragon theater. Many anarchists felt their dreams had been fulfilled. They were living a fantasy. It was short-lived, but those summer and autumn months of 1936 were the nearest thing to what they believed revolution and the collectivist economy should be. Little did it matter that the revolution accounted for the lives of thousands of people, inevitable excesses, an explosion of concentrated rage and breaking free from the chains. In the words of Abad de Santillan 6, the necessary destruction of this outdated order was somewhat insignificant, in any case, compared with the economic and social reconstruction that was undertaken in July 1936, without precedent in world history. This was the blissful image of the earthly paradise portrayed in the anarchist literature, the declarations of Buenaventura Durruti to foreign correspondents, the press read by the workers of Barcelona and the militias on the Aragon front. The workers took possession of all the social wealth, the factories, the mines, land and sea transport, the large estates, the public services and major businesses. 7. The memory of this revolution, then, provoked conflicting reactions. For some, it represented destructive, radical upheaval; for others, it meant the creative capacity of the workers in industries and on lands. Without bosses, self-management by the workers, or the imposition of the principles of a minority leadership. Furthermore, this dichotomy is to be found in all revolutions and periods of change that have historically been accompanied by wars and international pressure. For the Spanish Revolution, which the anarchists claimed as theirs exclusively, the militias, the collectivizations and the committees represented its principal distinguishing features. The militias were the most important element of what the anarchists called the people in arms, columns formed by workers, peasants, and those of the army and security forces who had not joined the rebellion. During the early months of the war, the militias dominated large areas, created revolutionary committees to replace the old councils in any town they passed through, settled scores with the middle classes, right-wingers, and the clergy, and preached a revolution of expropriation and collectivization. All the leading lights of these anarchist columns, including Durruti and Ricardo Sanz, who succeeded him in the command of the future 26th Division after the former's death, as well as Antonio Ortiz, Cipriano Mera, and Gregorio Jover, who later commanded the 28th Division, the Escaso column, were men of action, members of the main anarchist groups of the FAI during the Second Republic. The ardent atmosphere of the summer of 1936 also saw the birth of peasant collectivizations. Collective farming was mainly organized on lands belonging to absentee owners, or those who had either been killed or had fled, or on estates directly requisitioned by armed groups and the revolutionary committees. Obviously, the coercion was more intense in the districts chosen by the columns as centers of operations. The need to establish these militias on a broad front meant that production and consumption had to be controlled, and this asphyxiated the fragile economy of many towns and villages. Even those who professed an unshakable faith in collectivization as a means of doing away with social inequality had to accept this harsh reality. This was war and, as El Frente, the mouthpiece of the Durruti column, said, "It is a fact of life that armies live off the land they have conquered." A decree signed by Durruti himself in Bujarlas, on August 11, 1936, abolished private ownership of large estates, declaring the people's ownership, under the control of the Revolutionary Committee, of all farming tools, tractors, machinery, threshing machines, etc. belonging to the fascist owners, and he demanded from the inhabitants of Bujarlas their enthusiastic and unconditional support, both material and moral, because the armed struggle of the anti-fascist militias is the safeguard of the interests of the working people. 9. The collective farms could only be set up because of the collapse of the rule of law following the coup d'état, and were not the natural result of the thrust or intensity of the social struggles, even though, until July 1936, they had left more of a mark in the large estate areas of Castilla-La Mancha and Andalusia than in Catalonia, Valencia, or Aragon. In the early days, there was only a mixture of confusion and expectation in prospect. Once the military rebels had been defeated, their weaponry and those who had helped to defeat them went over to the militias and trade unions. The presence of this armed power prevailed in all the areas in which the rising had failed, but it was particularly noticeable in the eastern half of Aragon. There, from the start, the militias hampered any balance there might have been in other parts of Republican territory between trade union organizations, armed groups, and civilian authorities. These new local powers backed up by arms gave rise to the requisitions, which in turn produced the collective farms. According to IRA, Institute of Agrarian Reform, figures, based on 15 provinces that did not include Aragon or Catalonia, 5,458,885 hectares, approximately 40% of the productive surface, had been expropriated up to August 1938, and of this expropriated land, 54% would have been legally collectivist. In Aragon, the region that has always been cited as the most important focus of the peasant revolution, anarchist sources claimed that 75% of the land was farmed collectively, yet we have no reliable information on how much land was expropriated. If we also consider that it was in the most highly populated towns that this new ownership regime was imposed the least, then it seems reasonable not to accept this estimate. The same problems occur when we try to determine the number of collective farms. In the majority of cases, these same sources should be treated with caution. If we accept these figures, in the Andalusian provinces there were 147 collective farms, UGT, 42, CNT, 36, UGT, 38, other organizations, 31, in Castilla-La Mancha, 452, UGT, 217, CNT, 186, mixed, 49, in Valencia, 353, CNT, 264, UGT, 69, CNT UGT, 20, in Catalonia, 95, CNT, 43, UGT, 3, CNTUGT, 18, other organizations, 31, in Murcia, 122, CNT, 59, UGT, 53, mixed, 10, and in Aragon, 306, CNT, 275, UGT, 31. With the power vacuum created by the coup d'état, and a government whose decisions faced major obstacles to their application outside Madrid, the decision process lay in the hands of the militias and the political and trade union organizations. It was not a question of seeking alliances, but of finding an emergency solution that each organization tried to turn into its own personal victory. And this was the reason for the chaos and improvisation that guided military actions, the trade unions' actions and the requisitions during the early months of the war. This upsetting of the social order was also a genuine phenomenon of the revolution in industrial Catalonia. In the early days, disorganization was rife, with owners, directors and managers either killed or fleeing their posts, panic-stricken about what lay in store for them. The time had come for the trade unions, or, to be more exact, those militants who had already made a name for themselves in the social struggles during the years of the Republic. The regional plenum of the anarchist groups of Catalonia, held on August 21, 1936, the first written record on this theme, discussed and approved the requisition and collectivization of all establishments abandoned by their owners, workers' control of banking businesses, and particularly workers' union control of any industry that is still being run as a private company. By the time labor activity had begun to return to normal in the first half of August, the outlook for most companies was a matter for concern, and there was little hope that the crisis affecting some of the principal industrial sectors, particularly the textile industry, would now be drastically alleviated by union management. Historically, Catalonia had always experienced a shortfall in raw materials for its industry, energy sources, and all types of food products. The war and the division of Spain into two zones led to a fall in demand in certain basic sectors and made it harder to import products, thereby increasing these structural problems. Industrial output fell sharply during the first 2 months of the conflict, and wage increases were soon dwarfed by the soaring cost of living. And all this was happening in a region with a population density much higher than the rest of Spain's, 91.2 inhabitants per km2 as against 48.2, and in which the Generalitat estimated there were over 300,000 refugees by the end of 1936. The Generalitat was slow to react. On October 24, 1936, 1 month after the incorporation of the CNT into its government, it issued the Decret de Colectivitzacions y Control Obrero del Consell d'Economia, the result of heated discussion among the political forces in the government, which provided a certain aura of legitimacy to the changes brought about by the revolution. It decreed the collectivization of all businesses whose owners had been declared fascists by a popular tribunal judgment or who had abandoned them, businesses that had more than 100 employees before June 30, and businesses with between 50 and 100 employees, if this was the wish of 3/4 of the workforce. Branches of foreign businesses were given special treatment, a precaution that had previously been supported by the CNT since the early days of union control. Many anarchists believed that with the overturning of the rule of law and this change in ownership, the revolution was now a fait accompli. The events of July 1936 had indeed caused the CNT stock to rise dramatically. In Catalonia, the eastern half of Aragon and in certain districts of Valencia, its militants were convinced that they were absolute masters of the situation. They were no longer the disinherited, prison fodder, the favorite target of reactionary sentiments or those in power. Now the people, in other words, they, were armed and nothing and nobody could stop them. Everybody wanted to be a card-carrying member of the CNT. Solidaridad Obrera, the newspaper that was handed out free of charge in the streets of Barcelona during the first few days, soon reached its peak with so many people hungry for the latest news on the war and the revolution. Its circulation soared, from the 31,000 copies printed daily at the beginning of July, to 70,000 a few days after the rising and 150,000 by the end of August. But for all its destruction and radicalism in the summer of 1936, the revolution had only just begun. Events immediately showed that the future was not so bright. The breach opened by the revolutionaries with their victory in Barcelona did not even reach Zaragoza. After a few weeks during which the political organizations seemed to welcome these forms of expression of popular power, the overthrow of the old order, it soon became clear that the revolutionary process, or what others termed a fight against fascism in a civil war, was first and foremost a struggle for political and military power. It was a struggle for the control of arms and the changes wrought by them, for the reconstruction of a state weakened by the uprising, a struggle of popular impulse. Committees sprang up everywhere. During that summer of 1936, Republican Spain was a hotbed of armed and fragmented powers, difficult to keep in check. Catalonia had its Central Committee of Anti-Fascist Militias, in which the anarchists, led by Juan Garcia Oliver, Aurelio Fernandez, and Diego Abad de Santillan, attempted to impose their will. Very soon afterwards, at the beginning of August, the Popular Executive Committee, with all political organizations represented, made its appearance in Valencia. In Malaga and Lerida there was a Committee of Public Health, in Santander, Gijón, and Jaén, provincial committees of the Frente Popular, in Vizcaya, a Junta de Defensa, and in Madrid, as well as the National Committee of the Frente Popular, which organized militias and the life of the city. There was José Giral's government, which, made up as it was of left-wing Republicans only, could not represent this jumble of committees, militias, and control patrols, in which socialists and anarchists, UGT and CNT syndicalists were running the revolution, a revolution of destruction and murder, a revolution that was attempting to coax something new out of the ashes. José Giral did what he could and what his duty as a loyal Republican dictated. And considering that he was only a month and a half in office, what he did was fairly substantial. He asked France and the USSR for aid to defeat the military rebellion, started using the Bank of Spain's gold reserves to finance the war, dismissed any public servant suspected of siding with the rebels, and pronounced the first measures to check indiscriminate violence away from the front. This was on 23 and August 25, 1936, immediately after the killing of leading right-wingers and politicians in the Modelo prison in Madrid. Special tribunals were set up to try crimes of rebellion and sedition, and those committed against the security of the state. They were made up of 3 judicial officials, who would act as de jure judges, and 14 jury persons who would rule on the facts of the case. 11. This emergency justice of the Republic incorporated summary judgment and several other elements of military procedure, without the need to resort to martial law, something the Republican government did not declare until January 9, 1939. On 24 and August 28, the Generalitat issued very similar decrees, setting up popular juries for the repression of fascism. And it was not just a feature of Madrid or Barcelona. Popular tribunals were subsequently set up in almost all the provinces of the Republican zone. It marked the change, or so it seemed, from abnormality, in which the people, as Garcia Oliver wrote, created and applied its law and procedure, in other words, the paseo, to normality, a stage in which suspicious elements were to be handed over to the popular tribunals and tried with impartiality, with punishment meted out for the guilty and immediate release for the innocent. 12. But it took time for this normality to arrive, and it had to clear a way for itself among the thousands of corpses that were left behind by the paseos, sacas, and attacks on prisons. The Africa Army was advancing relentlessly on Madrid, after overrunning Extremadura and large areas of Castilla-La Mancha. On September 3, Yag's columns arrived at Talavera. That same day, in the north, where General Mola had launched an attack on Guipúzcoa, Irún fell. The government of the Republic is dead. It has no authority or competence, no plan for waging all-out war and finishing it with an absolute victory for the revolution, wrote Luis Araquistin, the left-wing socialist ideologist, to Largo Caballero on August 24. 13 Now that the military rebels were in Talavera, Giral really believed that he had no authority or backing, and he decided to present to the President of the Republic all the powers received from him, as well as the resignation of all the ministers, so that he could replace them with a government that would represent each and every one of the political parties and trade union or workers' organizations acknowledged as having influence among the Spanish people. 14 The hour had come for the trade unions and Largo Caballero, the undisputed leader of the UGT coalition government. On September 4, 1936, Largo Caballero, who had opposed the idea of Indalecio Prieto forming a government of Republicans and Socialists in May 1936, and who had refused to do so after the coup d'état in July, finally agreed to lead a coalition government, on the advice of Luis Araquistan, in which he himself would also be the Minister for War. It was a government with a socialist majority, with Indalecio Prieto as Navy and Air Minister, Julio Álvarez del Valle as Foreign Minister, Juan Negrin, Finance, Angel Galarza, Interior Minister, and Anastasio de Gracia in Trade and Industry. There were also 5 Republicans, the Escurra leader, José Tomás Pira in Employment, Health, and Social Security, Julio Just in Public Works, Bernardo Giner de los Rios in Communications and the Merchant Navy, Mariano Ruiz Funes in Justice, and José Giral as Minister without portfolio. One of Largo Caballero's conditions was that the Communists should enter the government, and they did so with Jesus Hernandez in Education and Vicente Uribe in Agriculture. Finally, he came to an agreement with José Antonio Aguirre over the participation of the Basque nationalists in return for the speedy passing of a statute of autonomy for Euskadi, and a few days later Manuel de Irajo joined the government as minister without portfolio. That left the CNT, which was offered a ministry without portfolio, small reward for what the anarcho-syndicalist organization considered to be its true worth. Nor was this solution to everyone's liking. Indalecio Prieto said to Miguel Koltsov, the Pravda correspondent, that Largo Caballero was a frozen bureaucrat, capable of ruining everything, although he also admitted that he was the only man suitable for heading a new government. Negrin agreed to take part after labeling Largo's government preposterous. Are they really trying to lose the war? Is this a challenge to Europe? 15 Manuel Azana, too, was convinced that the Spanish Lenin would be a failure. As for the idea that this government was imposed by the Kremlin, and that it would allegedly be behind all the decisions taken in Republican Spain, written records belie this completely. What Moscow and the Communist International wanted at that time was for Giral to stay, with a Republican majority and the participation of 2 socialists and 2 communists. Only thus could the European democracies be spared any further apprehension. The solution was not to the liking of certain Republican heavyweights, but to others, particularly the socialist left and the UGT unions. It seemed the only one available to tackle the collapse of the Republicans, win the war and, at the same time, guarantee the gains of the revolutionaries. The presence of Giral and certain Republicans who had been in his government, such as Bernardo Giner de los Rios and Julio Just, seemed to confirm that the legitimacy of the Republic was being maintained. The integration of socialists, communists, and Basque and Catalan nationalists made it a government of national unity, the victory government, as they were to call it. The transfer of power from a toothless Republican government to one led by the well-known, and erstwhile enemy, leader of its syndicalist rival put the CNT committees on alert. While the government was made up of Republicans, the typical bourgeois, who were also despised for their inability to halt the fascist advance, did not concern them too much. With the people armed, why create new organisms of power? What they had to do instead was to consolidate, both politically and militarily, the revolutionary changes that had spread through Catalonia, the eastern half of Aragon, Valencia, and large areas of Castilla-La Mancha and Andalusia. And naturally, this was not going to be done by a phantom government that held no sway even in Madrid. However, Largo Caballero's arrival in the government, accompanied by the not markedly revolutionary socialists and communists, changed things and also forced the rhetoric to be modified. From that moment on, the attitude of most of the CNT leaders consisted of keeping the control of the state apparatus out of the hands of all the other political organizations. It was made clear that this was a war and not a revolutionary celebration. At the beginning they proposed a National Defense Council, made up of Republicans and UGT and CNT syndicalists, to be chaired by Largo Caballero. The CNT's plan excluded the communists, something that the UGT leader could not accept. After several weeks of negotiation, the then secretary of the CNT, Horacio Martinez Prieto, managed to persuade the other leaders that the only alternative was simple participation in the government. This haggling between Largo Caballero and Martinez Prieto over the exact number of ministries for the CNT occupied the closing days of October. In the end, it was 4, although Largo Caballero maintained in his memoirs that they had asked for 6. 16 On November 4, 1936, the CNT brought to the Republic's wartime government 4 of its most noteworthy leaders. It was also clear that these 4 leaders represented a good balance of the two main sectors that had fought for supremacy in anarcho-syndicalism during the years of the Republic, moderate syndicalists and the FAI. Joan Pirro and Juan Lopez, the ministers of Industry and Trade, were seen as undisputed figures of the opposition syndicates which, after their expulsion, had returned to the fold shortly before the uprising. Juan Garcia Oliver, the new Minister of Justice, was the symbol of the man of action, of the revolutionary gymnastics, the strategy of insurrection against the Republic in 1933, which had bubbled over since the revolutionary days of July in Barcelona. Federica Montseny, the Minister of Health, was already a familiar name because of her family. She was the daughter of Federico Urals and Soledad Gustavo, anarchists who were proud of her commitment and her pen, which she had put to good use to attack all the reformist traitors during the years of the Republic. She was also the first female minister in Spain's history. Anarchists in the government, a momentous situation, said Solidaridad Obrera on November 4. And they were right, the government is no longer an oppressive force against the working class, just as the state is no longer the organism that divides society into classes. And what is more, neither of them will be oppressing the people, now that the CNT is in the government. Never had the anarcho-syndicalist leaders said this about a government, or put so much trust in government action. As a result, very few noteworthy anarchists refused to support this new situation, and there was also very little resistance from the grassroots anarchists, those who had hitherto displayed revolutionary opposition to the reformist leaders. They were to change their tune after the events of May 1937, following their expulsion from the government, and exile. For them, Largo Caballero's entry into the government had meant the absolute renunciation of every anti-political and revolutionary principle. Yet not all reactions were as enthusiastic as those expressed by Solidaridad Obrera. If Largo Caballero is to be believed, the President of the Republic refused to sign decrees because he found the presence of 4 anarchists in the government repellent. He failed to realize the future implications of the conversion of Spanish anarchism, which had gone from terrorism and direct action to cooperation. As Largo told him he would resign if he did not sign, Casanova finally signed them, albeit reluctantly. Indeed, Manuel Casanova wrote months later that it was not only against my better judgment, but also despite my strongest protestations that November's ministerial changes were imposed. With the entry of the CNT-17 however, their entry into the government did not come at the best of times. On the very same day, Franco's troops were at the gates of Madrid, the scene of what was to be the most decisive battle of the first phase of the war. General Franco, head of the military rebels since October 1, 1936, ordered the concentration of all his forces to take the capital, with the Africa Army in the vanguard, reinforced by squadrons of German and Italian aircraft. The government was incapable of organizing the defense of the capital effectively. On November 6, during the first cabinet meeting attended by the CNT ministers, it was decided unanimously to transfer the government from Madrid to Valencia. This was an impetuous move, stealthily carried out, and no public explanation whatsoever was given. To the public, it looked as if the government was fleeing and the people were being left to their fate. Just before the transfer, Largo Caballero ordered the setting up of a Junta de Defensa under General Maella, which was to run things in a Madrid that was under siege from that day until April 22, 1937. Largo Caballero also appointed Vicente Rojo, who had been promoted to lieutenant colonel a month previously, chief of General Maella's general staff. It looked as if the rebel army would take Madrid in a matter of days, but despite the confusion and disorder that reigned at that time in Madrid, apparent also in the saques and killing of prisoners, Franco's army failed in its objective. Rojo and Maella, with the help of various officers who had remained loyal to the Republic, such as Lieutenant Colonel Fernandez Urbano and Major Madalena, organized the defense with all the forces at their disposal, which included, for the first time in the war, the international brigades. And arriving just in time was the Soviet military aid, by then paid for by the shipment of the gold reserves. The whole city, stirred up by the constant air raids and bombardments from the rebel army, helped to stem the advance of the attackers. Many saw it as a decisive battle between international fascism on one side and communism and democracy on the other. Madrid, the heart of Spain, wrote Rafael Alberti in 1936. Women and children lay dead among the rubble, as may be seen from the wealth of documentary evidence testifying to those heroic feats. Among the combatants who died was the anarchist leader Buenaventura Durruti, on November 20, who had arrived with his column a few days previously. To die in a defenseless Madrid that his old comrades had abandoned, that was the final proof of his strength as against the weakness of those who had become involved in the game of politics. The hero was buried in Barcelona, 2 days later, in the biggest demonstration that the city had known during those tumultuous years of the Republic and war. The Communist Party, with a decisive presence in the Junta de Defensa, grew markedly from then on. It had been a minor party in the elections of February 1936, although before the war it had managed to unite young socialists and communists to form the Juventudes Socialistas Unificadas, JSU, and soon after the defeat of the Rising in Barcelona, various Catalan socialist and communist groups had set up the Partit Socialista Unificat de Catalunya, PSUC. An organization that was soon to come into open conflict with the POUM and the anarchists for political control away from the front. However, its growth and reputation were linked to the presence of the international brigades, Soviet aid, and the order and discipline that its leaders managed to impose on the running of the war. The militarization of the militias, or the transformation of scattered armed groups into an army under a centralist military command, was one of Largo Caballero's principal objectives as soon as he came into office as Prime Minister and Minister of War. He created a new Central High Command, in which Vicente Rojo, an expert in military tactics, very quickly began to shine. He organized the fronts into 4 theaters of operations, the center, Aragon, the north, and Andalusia, and he created the mixed brigades, which the militias were forced to join. The political side of running the war was in the hands of the new body of commissars set up on October 16, a kind of workers' front in the army, as Santos Julia puts it, because Largo initially shared out the responsibilities between socialists, communists, and UGT and CNT syndicalists. 18 There was heated debate over militarization in the libertarian movement. The setbacks suffered by the militias following the first 2 months of euphoria and the entry of the CNT into the government changed this attitude. When it comes to serving the revolution, we are the first to step forward, said Solidaridad Obrera on December 23, 1936, in an attempt to convince the movement that it should accept militarization as a necessity imposed by the war. As far as the CNT and FAI committees were concerned, militarization was inevitable from the moment it became clear that the militias, that superior force known as the people in arms, were useless for a long-term war, and that the CNT's entry into the government implied supporting their transformation into an army. Union life is based on agreements at general assemblies, war, on command and obedience, declared Helmut Rüdiger, the 8th delegate in Spain, neatly capturing the tone of these events. 19. The members of the Iron Column, who had for some time been airing their protests in their newspaper, Línea de Fuego, called a plenum of Confederate and anarchist columns in Valencia on February 5, 1937. There they heard the two postures that were dividing the anarchist movement, the one that was for order and discipline, which maintained that this was war and precious principles had to be laid aside, and the one that accused the CNT leaders of showing too much concern for the war, and little for the revolution, of renouncing that bright, benevolent tomorrow that would herald the victory of the armed people. Are we going to accept those tin-pot officers, manufactured wholesale in a couple of weeks in any old military college? 20. That was the last act in an argument that was already settled. In early 1937, most of the militias on the Aragon front, the scene of the latest acts of resistance, joined the new army. However, this militarization did not mark the end of the struggle for the political and strategic control that had been raging in this zone since the summer of 1936. Confrontations between the 27th Division, led by the communist Antonio Trueba, and the 25th, 26th, and 28th Divisions, under the command of the anarchists Antonio Ortiz, Ricardo Sanz, and Gregorio Jover, were frequent, reaching crisis point in August 1937 with the dissolution of the Council of Aragon and the breakup of the collectives. Somewhat more unsettled was the situation with the 29th Division, consisting of members of the POUM, under José Rovira, which was accused that spring of abandoning the front and aiding the fascist plans. Rovira was imprisoned and the division dissolved. But avoiding militarization in a sector away from the front in which the CNT still wielded almost absolute political influence was not very difficult, not even for those who felt that anti-militarism was not a renounceable principle, or for those who felt unfairly treated by this measure because it meant losing their areas of influence. There were desertions in various columns, such as the Durruti and Kurd columns, and some 400 men left the Iron Column when it was militarized in March 1937 and transformed into the 83rd Brigade. 4. The situation to escalate from anti-militarist protests to desertions was something that caused concern to those in favor of discipline and was hard for them to accept. Their methods of persuasion failed, and there were no other ways, except armed confrontation, to halt this trend. Many of these deserters and dissidents brandished their arms in the streets of Barcelona in May 1937. And it was there that they finally realized that they were now on their own. The reconstruction of central power was Largo Caballero's other major objective. The first step was the replacement of the spontaneous power of the revolutionary committees by municipal councils, made up proportionally of all the union organizations and anti-fascist parties. The Generalitat of Catalonia was the first to implement this on October 9, 1936, and Largo Caballero's government did the same with a decree issued by the Interior Minister, the socialist Angel Galarza, on January 4, 1937. The anarchist, Joaquim Escaso, leader of the Council of Aragon, also implemented this order on January 19, even though in practice it meant stripping the CNT of power in many towns in Aragon. But although by the end of 1936 Republican Spain was no longer a conglomeration of local authorities, the government in Valencia could not stop Catalonia and what was left of Euskadi from increasing their autonomy, or regional councils from becoming consolidated elsewhere. In Catalonia, the government of the Generalitat, which had incorporated all the region's political forces on September 26, thereby putting an end to the Central Committee of Anti-Fascist Militias, set up its own army, had full political and economic autonomy and, up to May 1937, exercised absolute control of the police and public order, in the hands of the anarchists Aurelio Fernandez and Dionisio Arrels. There were regional councils in Asturias and Santander, but the one that stood out was the Council of Aragon, set up by anarchist columns on this front in October 1936, which, despite being legalized by Largo Caballero at the end of that year, had its own police organization, requisitioned property, controlled the collective's economy and administered justice. In the face of such defiance, the central authority dissolved it by decree, aided by the military, in August 1937. The Basque Country, its area by now reduced, since mid-September 1936, to Vizcaya and a small part of Gipuzkoa and Álava, was a particularly unusual case. There was revolution and violence against the right-wingers in Gipuzkoa, sending some 500 people to their graves in less than 2 months, including the traditionalist Victor Pradera and the Renovación Española leader, Jorge Satrústegui, but the Junta de Defensa of Vizcaya, with representation from all the political organizations, managed to bring the situation under control. Another difference was that in Bilbao the army never rose up, while in San Sebastián the violence began as soon as the rebellion was defeated. On July 29, Colonel Leon Carrasco Amilabia, who had led the rising there, was taken from the regional council building, where he had been detained for a few hours, and was murdered alongside the railway track. 1 day later, at dawn, a group of militiamen went to the provincial jail, where they killed 53 people, 41 of whom were army officers. On October 1, 1936, the Cortes of the Republic passed the Basque Statute, and the 7 councillors of this small republican area chose José Antonio Aguirre, the leader of the PNV, as Lehendakari, Prime Minister of the Basque government, literally First Secretary. Aguirre presided over a coalition cabinet, with a majority of nationalists but no anarchists, which in its 8 months of existence, until the fall of Bilbao on June 19, 1937, set up, in the words of Santiago de Pablo, a quasi-sovereign state. It created the Army of Operations in Euskadi, a constant cause of friction between the autonomous government and that of the Republic, a new police force, the Ertzana, controlled the economy, decreed a wide range of social and welfare policies, and administered what de Pablo has defined as orderly and responsible justice. 21 There was no revolution, and hardly any anti-clerical violence, although 28 priests were murdered during those 8 months, and religious services and festivals were permitted. For this reason, it was called the Basque Oasis, as compared to other places where the killing was rife, although it should be remembered that in the barely 1 year that it remained part of the Republic, there were 500 killings in Vizcaya, and over half of these were the result of attacks on prisons and ships and convents that had been refurbished as jails. The last of these attacks, on January 4, 1937, in reprisal for an air raid on Bilbao, sent 244 people to their deaths, paradoxically, at a time when this violence of massacres had died out in the rest of the Republican territory. Indeed, one of Largo Caballero's government's greatest achievements, particularly after the beginning of 1937, was that the legal violence meted out by the popular tribunals finally replaced the hot-blooded terror that characterized the early months of the war. There were various reasons for this. Firstly, this coalition government involved all organizations to defend responsibility and discipline. Nothing illustrates this better than the fact that it was an anarchist of action, Garcia Oliver, who consolidated the popular tribunals and created work camps for the fascist prisoners, instead of a shot in the back of the neck. Secondly, this control and discipline was to be seen in the municipal councils, whose formation was the result of deals between the various political organizations, and which replaced the early revolutionary and anti-fascist committees, and in the militarization and incorporation of the militias into the Army of the Republic. With stronger political and military powers, and with the war center stage, the revolutionary storm blew over, and the violence of the Sacas and Paisios was halted. However, militarization, control away from the front and the reconstruction of Republican power were tackled amid heated debate between some of the political sectors that made up the government coalition. The Communists, who had been unsuccessfully pressing Largo Caballero since the autumn of 1936 to bring the PSOE and PCE together into one large Marxist party, as the Young Socialists and Communists had done, began to protest, both publicly and privately, against the ineffectiveness of the government, the fragmentation of politics into regional authorities and the progress of the war. Criticism was heightened after the fall of Malaga. On February 8, 1937, Franco's troops, supported by 13 Italian battalions under General Rota, took the city and initiated a brutal repression that was reminiscent of the hot-blooded terror of the summer of 1936 in other regions of Andalusia. The Communists, not to mention Manuel Azana, wanted the CNT out of the government, and Largo Caballero, under pressure, had the idea of forming a trade union government, a true workers' alliance. Largo Caballero was afraid of the Communists, said André Marti, the Comintern representative and organizer of the International Brigades, to Georgy Dimitrov, Secretary General of the Communist International. In a report sent on March 28, 1937, Caballero does not want defeat, but he is afraid of victory. He is afraid of victory because victory is not possible without the active participation of the Communists. Victory means an even greater consolidation of the Communist Party. 22 The Communists held Largo Caballero responsible for the fall of Malaga. At the same time, the Socialists sympathetic to Indalecio Prieto, who controlled the PSOE National Committee and also wanted to oust the trade union organizations from the executive, apprised Manuel Azana in the middle of March of the need to replace Largo Caballero as Minister of War, but that he should stay on as Prime Minister. The Communists and Prieto's Socialists began to come to an understanding with this common policy against trade union power, and this rapprochement culminated, according to Santos Julia, in an agreement on April 15, whereby both parties decided to set up liaison committees at all levels of their respective organizations, with the UGT left out in the cold. 23 This was the beginning of the struggle, settled very quickly as a result of the May crisis, between parties and trade unions. May 1937. Barcelona provided the ideal setting for this confrontation. It was a city far from the front, the symbol of anarcho-syndicalist revolution, which many people believed belonged to the people. It had its own political characteristics, an autonomous government with notable leftist Republican influences, a powerful anarchist movement, a communist party that controlled the UGT, and a tiny revolutionary party, the POUM, bitter enemies of the communists. Its economy relied heavily on industrial production, the control of which was hotly contested by the revolutionary syndicalists, the UGT, and the Generalitat. It also had a high population density, with tens of thousands of refugees. All this made for tension from various sides. And there was no absence of arms, wielded by the police forces, militants from the various political organizations and the ex-militiamen who had brought them back from the front. There were also too many revolutionary tourists, foreigners who could do nothing in their own countries, but for whom this revolution was still not enough. And then there were the agents provocateurs, of all hues, who had infiltrated into all factions, from the police to the POUM, said by Garcia Oliver to be acting of their own accord, and who obviously had not created this volatile situation themselves, but who were the first to have the match ready to cause it to explode. In short, a stormy atmosphere reigned in wartime Barcelona, much stormier than in other cities in the Republican zone. Even the Francoists tried to take the credit for lighting the fuse. General Wilhelm von Fopel, the German ambassador in rebel Spain, told his superiors that Franco claimed that 13 of his agents had started the disturbances in Barcelona. 24 The first exchange of fire was heard on May 3. That day, the Esquerra leader, Artemio Aguirre, in charge of security in the Generalitat, ordered Eusebio Rodriguez Salas, recently appointed Commissar General of Public Order, to occupy the state telephone company building in the Plaza de Catalunya, which had been in the hands of the CNT since the glorious events of July 1936. 3 truckloads of assault guards were deployed. They surrounded the building. They were met by gunfire from some CNT militants who were inside. It was rumored that an armed attack had been launched against the CNT, one of the symbols of power gained some months earlier in the fight against the military rebels. Armed anarchists arrived to help those inside. The fighting spread. Many workers left their posts. The barricades were once again seen in the streets. Behind them, against the forces of order, socialists and communists, were former militiamen who had refused to join the new army, young libertarians, FAI anarchists who were no longer recognized by this organization, and POUM militants. By the morning of Tuesday, May 4, the situation was serious and a cause for great concern. On his own and caught in the crossfire, Manuel Azana asked the government in Valencia to step in. As he saw it, the problem had two sides: 1, the anarchist insurrection with all its serious consequences and deplorable effects, something which, although not at close hand, he had already experienced twice. As Prime Minister in January 1932 and 1933, the other, the lack of freedom of the head of state not only to travel freely, but also to carry out his duty. 25 Largo Caballero called an urgent meeting of the government. They agreed to send a delegation made up of two CNT ministers, Garcia Oliver and Federica Montseny, the secretary of this organization's national committee, Mariano R. Vázquez, and Hernandez Zancajo, a man loyal to Largo in the executive committee of the UGT. Since words were not going to be enough, some 2,000 police, rising later to nearly 5,000, would also set out for Barcelona. The members of the delegation spoke on the radio that same day, after meeting the representatives of the various political organizations in the Generalitat. They appealed for a ceasefire and an end to provocations, in the name of anti-fascist unity, proletarian unity, and of those who had died in the struggle. All those manning the barricades, those who had died that day, were brothers, Garcia Oliver told them, guards, anarchists, socialists, and republicans, all victims of the anti-fascist struggle. That night, a very different message was broadcast on the radio, asking for their comrades at the front, to be prepared to come to Barcelona when their aid was required. And so the night passed, amidst disparate appeals and gunfire, and fairly heavy gunfire at that. 26 There was no hope of an agreement yet. Nor did the situation improve over the next 2 days. By then it was known that there were several notable militants among the dead: Antonio Sisi, an ex-CNT member who was now Secretary General of the UGT in Catalonia, the Italian, Camillo Bernieri, who had fought in the Esqueso column and was a contributor to the anarchist newspaper Guerra de Clase, and Domingo Esqueso, brother of Francisco, one of the organizers of this column who had deserted when it was militarist and transformed into the 28th Division. On May 5, a group of between 1,500 and 2,000 men, members of the former Red and Black Column, the 127th Brigade of the 28th Division, and the POUM, deserted the front and were arrested 1 kilometer from Lerida by Air Force troops under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Reyes. Here Reyes had a meeting with Rovira, head of the POUM's 29th Division, Garcia Vivancos, of the 25th Division, and an unidentified delegate from the Regional Committee of the CNT, apparently the leaders and organizers of the expedition. They negotiated an agreement that the Air Force troops would be withdrawn in exchange for the deserters returning to the front. The day before, troops from the 25th Division, commanded by Saturnino Carud, deserted their posts and started out for Catalonia through the province of Teruel. They ran into forces sent by the Directorate General of Security in Valencia to this area, which bordered the provinces of Castellón and Tarragona, and although it did not come to armed confrontation, they did, according to anarchist sources, break up machinery and equipment on some collective farms. 27 events were now beginning to become tainted with blood, with dozens of people killed and wounded in the streets. There were more fruitless appeals on the radio from Mariano R. Vázquez, Rafael Vidiella, and Montseny. The government moved on to the offensive. It appointed General Sebastián Pozas as commander of the 4th Division, replacing General José Aranguren, and took over the services of public order in the Generalitat, which would now answer directly to the government of the Republic, under the command of Colonel Escobar. By the afternoon of May 7, wrote Orwell, conditions were almost normal. 28 The assault guards from Valencia, helped by PSUC militants, occupied the city and put down the last vestiges of resistance. The official casualty figures were 400 dead and 1,000 wounded. That day there were disturbances and violent incidents in Aragon. The most serious of these occurred in Barbastro, where several armed groups, who were returning to the front after the meeting with Lieutenant Colonel Reyes, attacked a military barracks, taking away arms and munitions, and the prison, where they killed 8 inmates. There was another attack on the barracks at Monte Julia, and some 500 armed men, many of whom were sure to have been expelled from the Madrid front, committed all manner of excesses in the district of Benafar. Apparently, among those taking part in these violent incidents were public order forces of the Council of Aragon, including one of its councillors, Evaristo Viñuales, in charge of information and propaganda, who, according to a reliable report, albeit not substantiated, led a group of 50 armed men and occupied the frontier post at Benasque, disarming the carabineros stationed there. There was more to come. On the same day, at El Grado, a town in Huesca, 3 UGT militants were found killed. According to the statement before the judge, the alleged murderers were members of the CNT. 5 others had suffered the same fate 2 days earlier in Oliet, in the province of Teruel, 2 communists, 1 UGT militant, 1 member of Izquierda Republicana and 1 right-winger. Charges were brought against CNT members, some of them self-confessed fascists before July 19, and the chairman of the municipal council, formerly a trainee priest. 29 With normality restored, it was time to resolve what was likely to be a government crisis that had been looming since the fall of Malaga in February, a major setback for the Republic which caused the communists to openly criticize the running of the war, for which Largo Caballero bore the principal political responsibility. In fact, normality would never be restored, as things would never be the same again after these events. What had happened in Barcelona and on the Aragon front went beyond political confrontation between parties and trade unions, between the unions themselves and between the various tendencies within the same union organization. This was something more than a confirmation of the now unassailable gulf that separated communists and anarchists. The cracks were deeper and shook the very core of the Republican camp, thus jeopardizing any chance of it meeting its objectives. All this was the result of the basic problems that had remained unresolved since the beginning of the conflict, and which grew worse as time went by, military defeat after military defeat, in spite of the subjugation of the militias, the government's inability to organize food supplies on a fair basis to a people at war, and the constant divisions that prevented the joining of forces in the economic, political, and social spheres. Surprisingly, the outcome of the political crisis was the matter of most concern to the libertarian leaders. In the cabinet meeting held on May 13, the 2 communist ministers, Vicente Uribe and Jesus Hernandez, called for Largo Caballero to resign as Minister of War, and for the POUM to be dissolved. The Prime Minister refused to accept the first condition and tried to shelve any resolution on the second until the full facts were known about who was responsible for the disturbances in Barcelona. The communist ministers resigned from the cabinet. The crisis continued. On May 15, the CNT and UGT both issued communiques expressing their common criteria in 3 basic points. They denied all responsibility for any of the possible causes of the crisis, they refused to collaborate with any government that did not have Largo Caballero as Prime Minister and Minister of War, and therefore they proposed a government built on the foundations of workers' organizations. On May 16, Largo Caballero sent a letter to all the political forces, explaining his proposal for the structure of the new government. The UGT would occupy 3 ministries and he would be Prime Minister and Minister of National Defense, an amalgamation of the former Ministry of War and Ministry of the Navy and Air. The PSOE, PCE, IR, and CNT would each have 2 ministries, Union Republicana, 1, and 1 representative of the Partido Nacionalista Vasco and another from Esquerra Republicana would occupy ministries without portfolio. The proposal received a favorable response from the UGT, UR, and IR. It was rejected by the PCE, PSOE, and the CNT, who refused to occupy the position of inferiority that they were being offered. The following day, Manuel Azana, who had hoped that others would tackle the crisis, even though he was the first to want to get rid of Largo Caballero, asked the socialist Juan Negrin to form a government from which the two trade union organizations were excluded. Party politics had got the better of the trade unions. A counter-revolutionary government has been formed, said Solidaridad Obrera in its editorial of May 1830. Despite this bombastic statement, the revolution/counter-revolution dilemma, if indeed one ever existed in these terms, had been resolved a long time before. Thus May 1937 did not represent the dividing line between two distinct stages of the Civil War, libertarian social revolution and communist reaction, the climax of the confrontation between those who wanted only revolution and those who wanted to win the war. As Helmut Rudiger was to say after these events, with accurate prophetic insight as it turned out, the debate over whether revolution was preferable to war, or vice versa, was futile. If we lose the war, we lose everything, and for the next half-century or more there will be no further discussion about the issue of Revolution 31. However, what is beyond any doubt, even if we do not accept the usual portrayal of these events as the triumph of counter-revolution, is that some things did change. After May 1937, the POUM was eliminated, Largo Caballero found himself isolated, and the anarcho-syndicalists were rapidly losing their political and armed power, no small development, considering the major roles they had played in this drama. Juan Negrin. Largo Caballero was not the right man to impose unity in the Republican agricultural sector and order away from the front, or to win the war. Such was the opinion of the Republicans, the Communists, and Preto's Socialists, who were sticking together, as José Giral said to Manuel Azana, to facilitate any solution. The Communists could no longer put up with Largo making random decisions without consulting the government. The former trade union leader was in the pocket of the CNT-32 with Largo out of the way, in isolation, and without even the support of his own trade union. The question now was who was going to be prime minister. Azana recovered the initiative and, as he wrote in his memoirs, the very parties that had elevated Largo and accepted the FAI could now, months later, no longer put up with him, and they turned to me to solve the problem. Parliament, the body with the power to solve this crisis, was not sitting. And Azana made it quite clear in his meetings with the various political representatives, the Socialists Cordero and Vidart and the Communists Diaz and Dolores Ibarruri, that he was not going to strip Largo Caballero of power on what might seem a mere whim. It was the parties that had changed their minds, and policies, from praising Largo Caballero to wanting him out of the way. 33 Azana decided to ask Juan Negrin to form a new government. The public might have expected it to be Preto, but the President of the Republic felt that Preto would be a better option in the three ministries, War, the Navy, and Air, merged into a new Ministry of Defense. Furthermore, as Prime Minister, Preto's mood swings, his tantrums, might pose a problem. This is why he preferred to make use of Negrin's unruffled energy. Negrin was not unduly surprised by the assignment, although he did express some reservations, alleging that there were others who had a higher profile. After consultations with the socialist executive, Negrin gave Azana the list of the new government. 34. As well as Prime Minister, Negrin would continue as Minister of Finance, a post he had occupied in the two previous governments under Largo Caballero. There were two other socialists, Indalecio Prieto in National Defense and Julián Zugazagoitia, the editor of El Socialista, and an ally of Preto's, in the Interior Ministry. The communist ministers were the same and occupied the same posts, Vicente Uribe in Agriculture and Jesus Hernandez in Education, which now also included Health. José Giral, the first wartime Prime Minister of the Republic, took over the Foreign Ministry, which is what Azana wanted, although the Communists and the UGT were pressing right up to the 11th hour for Álvarez del Valle to continue in this post. Bernardo Giner de los Rios, the Union Republicana leader who had served in all the wartime governments, stayed on in communications, which now included public works. Jaime Aguirre, of Esquerra Republicana, took over labor and social welfare, and finally, Manuel de Irajo, of the PNV, replaced Garcia Oliver in justice. The 18 ministries in Largo Caballero's government were reduced by half. It was a Frente Popular government, which had been received, according to Aznar, with great satisfaction. The people have breathed a sigh of relief. 35. Negrin was to be the Republic's man until the end of the war. And he was not nominated by the Communists, as many have repeatedly claimed, in an attempt to show that Negrin, who sent the gold to Moscow, had sold out to communism and the International. He was nominated by Aznar, who, as President of the Republic, was the person who had the power to do so, and he did it because Negrin possessed qualities besides his unruffled energy. His effectiveness in the finance ministry of a country at war was no mean feat, writes Ricardo Miralles. Unlike Indalecio Prieto, he had no history of confrontations with the Communists and the CNT. But, according to Santos Julia, the decisive reason that Aznar chose Negrin was one of international politics. Almost from the beginning, Aznar believed that the Republic could not win the war and that the only possible exit strategy was international mediation. Negrin, not Largo Caballero, was the ideal man for brokering peace with outside help. He was an educated politician, who spoke several languages and had nothing of the revolutionary about him. 36 Juan Negrin Lopez was born in Las Palmas de Gran Canaria in 1892, to a wealthy and deeply religious family. He was an excellent student, and his father sent him to Germany, first to the University of Kiel, where he studied between 1906 and 1908, and then to the Institute of Physiology at the University of Leipzig. There he obtained his doctorate in 1912, and began a distinguished career as a physiologist, which continued in Madrid, from 1916 onwards, in the Laboratory of General Physiology at the Residencia de Estudiantes, under the tutelage of Santiago Ramón y Cayal. In 1922 he was appointed professor of physiology at the University of Madrid. When his marriage to Maria Brodsky Fidelman Mijailova, the daughter of a Ukrainian Jew, broke down, he lived with Feliciana López de Dom Pablo from the late 1920s up to his death in 1956. He joined the PSOE in 1930, and soon afterwards, following the fall of Alfonso XIII and the coming of the Republic, he won a seat in the Constituent Cortes for the electoral district of Gran Canaria. During the years of the Republic, he was again elected in 1933 and 1936, and was a member of the Budget Commission and representative to the International Labour Organization in Geneva. It was also during this time that he became a personal friend and staunch defender of Indalecio Prieto. Such was the man chosen by Aznar, physiologist, socialist, polyglot and an acknowledged expert in financial affairs. Some months previously he had organized the shipment of 3/4 of the Bank of Spain's gold reserves to the Soviet Union, and had reorganized the Corps of Carabineros, the police force that looked after the frontier posts and was responsible for collecting customs duties. He was not nearly so well known as Prieto or other socialists, but Aznar had every confidence in this still young, intelligent, educated man, who seemed energetic, determined, and courageous. Some people will think that the real prime minister will be Prieto. They are wrong, that is not in Negrin's nature. 37 And what Aznar expected of the new executive was a will to govern and that it would put an end to the indiscipline and disarray away from the front. The Republic's authority needed to be re-established in Catalonia, particularly with regard to public order. 38 That prompted Negrin's first move. His government took over the enforcement of public order that up to then had been the Generalitat's responsibility, and on August 11 it dissolved the Council of Aragon and appointed the Republican, José Ignacio Manticón, Governor-General of this territory. Several hundred CNT members were imprisoned. The municipal councils controlled by libertarians were suppressed and replaced by executive committees appointed by government order. The new local power bodies, with the help of the security forces and the 11th Army Division under the command of Enrique Lister, destroyed the collective farms, confiscated all their assets and returned the land to their owners. The chairman of the council, Joaquim Escaso, the cousin of Francisco Escaso, who was killed in the fighting against the rebels in July 1936 in Barcelona, and of Domingo Escaso, a mortal victim of the confrontations of May 1937 in the same city, was arrested in Valencia, on a charge of jewel theft. Soon afterwards he was released and began a nomadic existence, writing report after report to stave off his ostracism. In September 1938, the National Committee expelled him from the CNT. The other matter pending since May 1937, what to do with the POUM, was resolved more swiftly and effectively. The communist press in Aragon, published in Lerida, helped to fuel the atmosphere. On May 14, the first edition of La Vanguardia, the mouthpiece of the Regional Committee of the PCE, called for the immediate dissolution of the POUM, Trotskyite provocateurs, an unconditional ally of the dissident junta in Burgos. There was no argument more categorical than to call someone a fascist at precisely the time when an anti-fascist war was being waged. What the Spanish communists wanted, urged on by the Russian consul general in Barcelona, Vladimir Antonovovzenko, was the destruction of this party of Trotskyite agents and fascist spies, who were, moreover, openly criticizing the execution of former Bolsheviks carried out by Stalin in the Moscow trials. 39 That was only the beginning. The 29th Division was once more accused of deserting the front, an accusation that the Communists had been making since February 1937, and on June 16, José Rovira was arrested. Faced by protests from the anarchist leaders of the 25th, 26th, and 28th Divisions, the Minister of Defense, Indalecio Prieto, ordered his release on July 10. The 29th Division was disbanded and reorganized. As we know, the POUM militants ended their days being hunted down and tortured. A worse fate was to befall Andrunin: kidnap, disappearance and murder. Despite the harsh tone of some of the accusations, the CNT, itself a target but ready to return to the government, limited itself to asking for legal proof of the accusations and making available to the POUM Benito Pabon, a syndicalist deputy who won a seat in February 1936 for Zaragoza, and Secretary General of the Council of Aragon, who defended some of its militants in court. 40 Andrunin, an anti-Stalinist and former secretary of Leon Trotsky in Moscow, had been counselor for justice. In the Generalitat until mid-December 1936, when the POUM, then being goaded by the burgeoning PSUC, was separated from the Catalan government and politically ostracized. It was Nin who decreed the rules for setting up the popular tribunals, thus putting an end to the revolutionary committees and control patrols, although in the early days of the revolution he had supported the anti-clerical violence, as had many others, because he believed that the bourgeois republic had not solved the problem of the church. In the end, it had been the workers and revolutionaries who had solved it as only they knew how, by attacking the roots, leaving no church standing and suppressing priests, churches, and worship. That was how he put it in an interview with La Vanguardia on August 2, 1936. On June 16, 1937, at the same time as the POUM was being declared illegal, Andrunin, its political secretary, was arrested in Barcelona by the police, who transferred him to Madrid and thence to the prison at Alcalá de Henares. In spite of being guarded by members of the Special Brigade of the Directorate General of Security, he was kidnapped on June 21 and murdered, no one knows when, by agents of the Soviet Secret Service in Spain, under the command of the General of the NKVD, Alexander Orlov. His body never appeared. Graffiti painted by his supporters with the question "Where is Nin?" was answered by others with, "In Burgos or Berlin." The scandal forced Negrin's government to do some juggling. Firstly, Julián Zugazagoitia, the interior minister, accused Soviet technicians of the kidnap and the murder, and the communist Colonel Antonio Ortega, Director General of Security, was dismissed, accused of connivance with the Soviet agents, in spite of the fact that the PCE ministers defended their comrade with extraordinary passion. but Negrin never provided a convincing explanation of the affair in response to requests from Manuel Azana, and investigations were called off after Ortega was replaced by the socialist Gabriel Moron on July 14. Prieto said it was Negrin who did not want the investigations to continue, possibly because it would have brought about a major government crisis, little more than a month after its formation, and because, as Gabriel Jackson states, he could not risk the delivery of Soviet arms over an internal affair that deep down he felt to be a minor matter. 41 But minor it was not, because as well as Nin, other foreign Trotskyists were kidnapped and went missing, including the journalists Kurt Landau and Mark Rain, and José Robles Pazos, a friend of the novelist John Dos Passos. The Nin affair caused friction between Negrin and Zugazagoitia and Irajo, the two ministers who were most anxious to clear up the matter, and it further deepened the distrust between the communists and the rest of the political organizations fighting on the Republican side, particularly the socialist left and the libertarian movement. The political violence in Catalonia and Aragon, which ended with the murders of various anarchists, communists, and POUM militants, plus the hundreds of deaths in the street violence in Barcelona in May 1937, were the clearest evidence yet that the Republic had a serious problem with its internal discord, a true stumbling block in any attempt to win the war. Negrin wanted to win by fighting, with discipline away from the front and in the army, and organizing a solid war industry, although the primary aim of his strategy was to bring about a radical change in the non-intervention policy, thereby obtaining the support of the Western democratic powers. The war would be long and it could be won, so thought Negrin when he took office, and in the 2 years of his premiership he experienced moments of optimism, but others that were disastrous, moments that seemed to herald the final defeat. On June 19, barely a month after Negrin assumed office, the Italian forces and the Navarre brigades took Bilbao. The Basque battalions disobeyed the order to withdraw to Santander and Asturias, and on August 26 they surrendered in Santona to the troops of General Mario Rota, the same troops that had marched victoriously into Malaga at the beginning of February and suffered a resounding defeat in Guadalajara in March. The same day, the Francoist forces entered Santander, despite the diversionary tactics prepared by Colonel Rojo on the Aragon front, around Belchite. The Francoist offensive, in which 60,000 men were employed, continued until the occupation of Gijón and Avilés on October 21, and the fall of the entire territory of Asturias. All of a sudden, the Republic had lost the north, its important mineral resources and its industry. The Francoists, according to Paul Preston, already better off in terms of tanks and aeroplanes, were now able to consolidate their military superiority through control of the production of iron ore. 42. The collapse of the Northern Front forced Negrin to accelerate the organization of the war industry. The Catalan war industry will never surrender, he said to Azana. On October 31, he decided to move the government and the capital to Barcelona, in order to establish once and for all the government's authority in Catalonia and get the war industry running at full capacity. This move relegated the government of the Generalitat to a secondary role, furthered control over the collectives and restricted any autonomy the trade unions still had in the running of businesses. In many cases, particularly in the metal sector, control and restrictions were translated into expropriation, which in practice meant the end of collectivization and union power. Over the following months, the government of the Republic came to control the entire war industry in Catalonia, but it had taken them almost 2 years to do so. 43 The progress of the war, despite these measures, gave very little cause for joy and even fewer strategic victories. An exception was the occupation of Teruel at the beginning of the harsh winter of 1938, the only provincial capital to fall to the Republic's army during the war, causing euphoria among the Republican political authorities. They celebrated it with a large demonstration in Barcelona. But less than 2 months later, on February 22, Franco's troops re-entered the city, and on March 9 they launched a general offensive on the Aragon front, which collapsed within 3 weeks. By the beginning of April, they had already conquered some parts of Catalonia, Lerida to the north of the river Ebro and Gandesa to the south. On April 15, they had reached the coast, Vinaras and Benicazim, the setting for the famous picture of the two Carlist soldiers splashing about in the waters of the Mediterranean. These defeats revealed the deep divide between those who believed the war could be continued, starting with Negrin, and those in favor of negotiating a surrender with Franco-British support, a notion which Manuel Azana had supported all along. The problem at this stage of the war was that the Minister of Defense himself, Indalecio Prieto, shared the latter view, and this gave rise to the second great internal crisis in the Republican camp, 1 year after the first one in May 1937. In fact, Prieto began to express his defeatist attitude after the fall of Bilbao, when he confessed to Zugazagoitia that, as well as presenting his resignation to Negrin, which was not accepted, he had thought of committing suicide, and I had my pistol ready. He told the President of the Republic at the end of June 1937 that, in view of the fact that he could not say that the war was going to be lost in public, all we can do is wait until everything collapses around us. After the fall of Asturias in October, he once again tendered his resignation to Negrin, and once again it was refused. 44 The war was lost, Prieto kept saying, during the days of the collapse of the Aragon front. The new ambassador for France in Barcelona, Éric Laban, asked Negrin on March 27 whether he understood what the Minister of Defense was saying. How were the French or British going to change their policy if even the Republic's Minister of Defense was not confident of winning the war? 2 days later, Prieto presented the cabinet with a devastating report on the situation. On the night of 29 to 30 March, Negrin decided to remove his intimate friend and collaborator from his post as Minister of Defense, because, as he wrote to him later while in exile, "You, with your suggestive eloquence, your habitual pathos and the authority of your office completely demoralized our government colleagues." Prieto, on the other hand, always believed that Negrin had got rid of him in response to demands from the Communist Party 45 in the government that was formed on April 6, 1938. Without Indalecio Prieto, Negrin took on the post of Minister of National Defense as well, and the two trade union organizations were once more represented, with Ramon González Pina, the UGT leader in the Asturias uprising, as Minister of Justice, and Segundo Blanco, of the CNT, who also came from Asturias and had defended the Workers' Alliance in 1934, as Education Minister. The latter replaced Jesus Hernandez, and thus the PCE was left with just one member in the government, Vicente Uribe in agriculture. The socialist Julio Álvarez del Valle was once more Minister of Education, and as well as Aguador and Giner de los Rios, who continued in labor and communications, José Giral and Manuel de Irajo were once again ministers without portfolio, as was the case in the government formed by Largo Caballero on November 4, 1936. Another Republican, Francisco Méndez Aspe, who had played an important role in the first shipments of the gold reserves with Giral's government, replaced Negrin as Minister of Finance. The UGT and CNT, which had long been requesting their return to the government, did so after signing a Unity of Action program in March. This was the famous Workers' Solution, the oft-aborted Revolutionary Workers' Alliance, which finally came to fruition when the two trade union organizations were a shadow of their former selves, with the UGT broken and split and the CNT impotent. This impotence healed the wounds. While the two organizations had muscle, it was never going to be possible to bridge the gap between them or get them to respond favorably to the countless calls for unity that were made. This war government, or Government of National Union, kicked off with a program passed by the cabinet on April 30 and made public, significantly, on May 1, which everyone called Negrin's 13-point plan, a number chosen on purpose, according to Gabriel Jackson, in defiance of old superstitions. Among other things, it called for the independence and territorial integrity of Spain, it claimed respect for private property and freedom of conscience and religion, and it proposed a general political amnesty to enable the rebuilding of Spain after the war was over. 46 But the survival of the Republic after May 1938 depended not only on a good army and the resistance of the civilian population, but also on the abandonment of the non-intervention policy, something that was not to be, despite the diplomatic efforts that Negrin made during the middle months of that year. If France and the United Kingdom were not going to change their minds, it was suggested that at least they could put pressure on the fascist powers to convince Franco to offer a negotiated settlement, an armistice that would prevent the reign of terror and bloody vengeance that Negrin knew Franco would impose. 47 There was still hope in the summer of 1938, with the beginning of the Battle of the Ebro and the granting of a loan of $60 million from the Soviet Union, now that the gold reserves were about to run out. These hopes were frustrated, firstly on the international front, by the Munich Agreement at the end of September, whereby the United Kingdom and France handed Czechoslovakia over to Hitler, and secondly on the domestic front, by the outcome of the Battle of the Ebro on November 16, which ended with the Republic's army returning to the positions it had held on July 24 at the start of the battle. What made it worse was that the Republic suffered tens of thousands of casualties and a considerable loss of war material, which it could no longer use to defend Catalonia against the decisive nationalist offensive. With the signing of the Munich Agreement, which saw the end of Czechoslovakia, the only democracy left standing in Central and Eastern Europe, the Western democracies also wiped out the Spanish Republic. According to Helen Graham, this was because they showed their unshakable commitment to appeasing the fascist powers and undermined Negrin's strategy of resistance and that of the Spaniards who believed in him. 48 And it was when the Republic was risking everything, putting up a military resistance until a war broke out in Europe or, at worst, continuing the struggle in order to maintain a position of strength and negotiate a surrender without reprisals, that internal discord reappeared, one of the curses that plagued the Republic throughout the war. Many Republican and Socialist leaders became demoralized and began to criticize Negrin's resistance strategy and his dependence on the Soviet Union and the PCE. Food shortages also wore down resistance, but the end of the Republic was speeded up by the coup mounted by Colonel Segismundo Casado, head of the Army of the Center, whose principal aim was to overthrow Negrin's government and negotiate a surrender with Franco. He obtained support from various officers and politicians, including Cipriano Mera, an anarchist who was always in favor of insurrection, and now commander of the 4th Army Corps, and Julián Basteiro, who had already held conversations with agents of Franco and the underground Phalange in Madrid. On March 5, the rebels formed the National Council of Defense. It was a military rebellion against the legitimate government, still in power, and as Azana, surprised that Basteiro was involved, said, it repeated Franco's coup d'état and, what was worse, with the same pretext, the excessive preponderance or intolerable dominance of the Communists. 49. Fighting was intense in Madrid for a few days, until March 10, leaving around 2,000 dead. It was not hard for the rebels to squash any communist resistance, amid their fatigue and general malaise. They trusted Franco's promise of clemency, a promise that Negrin and many others knew he would not keep, because the war waged by the July 1936 military rebels, with Franco at their head, was a war of extermination, and that meant destroying the roots of the enemy, so that it would take decades for them to lift their heads again. It is now time to take a look at the other camp, the rebel Spain of Franco and the Crusade. 275. Those who rose against the Republic did not have so much difficulty finding a single military and political leader. As of October 1, 1936, Francisco Franco was head of government of the Spanish state. His military colleagues who put him there thought that this post would be temporary, that the war would soon be over with the conquest of Madrid and that then would be the time to think of the political framework of the new state. However, after various frustrated attempts to take the capital, Franco changed his military strategy, and what might have been a rapid seizure of power became a long, drawn-out war. He was also convinced, particularly after the arrival in Salamanca of his brother-in-law, Ramón Serrano Suñer, who had managed to escape from the Red confinement in Madrid in mid-February 1937, that all the political forces needed to be united in a single party. Head of government of the Spanish state, Caudillo, Generalissimo of the armed forces, undisputed leader of the movement, as the single party was known, Franco confirmed his absolute dominance with the creation, on January 30, 1938, of his first government, in which he carefully distributed the various ministries among officers, monarchists, Phalangists, and Carlists. The construction of this new state was accompanied by the physical elimination of the opposition, the destruction of all the symbols and policies of the Republic, and the quest for an emphatic, unconditional victory, with no possibility of any mediation. In this quest, Franco had the support and blessing of the Catholic Church. Bishops, priests, and the rest of the Church began to look on Franco as someone sent by God to impose order in the earthly city, and Franco ended up believing that he did indeed have a special relationship with divine providence. Thus emerged Franco's Church, which identified with him, admired him as Caudillo, as someone sent by God to re-establish the consubstantiality of traditional Spanish culture with the Catholic faith. 10. Nationalist Spain. Francisco Franco was born in El Ferrol on December 4, 1892, and was 43 years old at the time of the rising against the Republic. Almost all his military service had been in Africa, and this provided him with rapid promotions for his exploits in battle, and a good number of decorations and distinctions. He entered the military academy in Toledo in 1907, and despite passing out 251st of the 312 officers in his year, by 1915 he was a captain, and in February 1926, at the age of 33, he had risen to brigadier. Between 1920 and 1925, he served in the Spanish Foreign Legion, created in 1920 by José Millán Estrella, with Franco joining as second in command. He was appointed director of the Zaragoza Military Academy on January 4, 1928, where he served until it was closed down by the Second Republic. During the years of the Republic, he was military commander of La Coruna in 1932, general commander of the Balearic Isles in 1933 and 1934, supreme commander of the Spanish forces in Morocco at the beginning of 1935, Chief of General Staff from May 17, 1935 until February 1936, and General Commander of the Canary Islands from March until July 18 that year. He was promoted to Major General at the end of March 1934, on the recommendation of the then Minister of War, the radical Diego Hidalgo. Franco was considered by his brother officers to be a well-trained and competent commander, but his path to the highest command was smoothed by the disappearance from the scene of some of his more qualified rivals for the position. General José Sanjurjo, who had to fly from Portugal to Spain to head the rising, died on July 20 when his small aircraft, piloted by the Falangist Juan Antonio Ansaldo, crashed near Lisbon. Generals Joaquim Fangel and Manuel God had failed in their attempt to take Madrid and Barcelona, and they were arrested and shot a few days later. José Calvo Sotelo, the far-right monarchist leader, who maintained close contact with the plotters, had been murdered on July 13, and José Antonio Primo de Rivera, the head of the Falange, was in prison in Alicante, another city in which the uprising had failed. Gonzalo Queipo de Llano, who led the rising in Seville, was, like Franco, a major general, although he had held this rank longer. The problem was that he had been a Republican and plotted against monarchist governments, and thus could not be a reliable leader for all the rebel officers. That left Emilio Mola, who had prepared the plot and the rebellion, as its director, although he was a lieutenant general, a lower rank than Franco. Potentially, however, he was a rival. His was the idea to set up the Junta de Defensa Nacional de Burgos, the first body to coordinate the military tactics of the rebels, and he had, with considerable help from the Recueti, been winning control of a large part of the northern zone of Spain, including almost the entire province of Guipúzcoa, since the beginning of September. Franco played his cards with cleverness and ambition. He presented himself to the media and diplomats as the principal general of the rebels, and this is also what he told the Germans and Italians, so that a few days after the coup d'état, certain European foreign ministries were already referring to the rebels as Francoists. He also commanded the best trained troops of the Spanish army, the 47,000 soldiers of the Foreign Legion and the regulars indigenas, which he managed to transfer to the peninsula thanks to the transport planes and bombers sent by Hitler and Mussolini. This, say the experts, was the decisive factor in placing Franco as the best candidate in the struggle for power, the control of the Army of Africa and his swift transfer of these troops to the peninsula, thereby ensuring that any aid from the fascist powers would pass through his hands alone. The advance of the professional troops of the Foreign Legion and the Arab mercenaries of the regulars left its mark in Almendralejo, Mérida, Zafra, and Badajoz. Franco was not unduly concerned about the lives of the Reds. He would save Spain from Marxism, whatever the cost, shooting, if necessary, half of Spain. The Republican militias fled in terror from the advance of the Moors, as affirmed by John T. Whitaker, of the New York Herald, who accompanied General Yag around Extremadura and Toledo. In Talavera, which they occupied on September 3, it seemed the killing would never end. The victims were peasants and workers. According to Whitaker, all it took was to be in possession of a trade union card, to have been a Freemason or to have voted for the Republic. 1. Such was the prevailing situation in the early days in the territories occupied by the military rebels, the imposition of order against the forces that had mobilized the masses in favor of socialism and revolution, the forging of an authoritarian mentality as against liberalism, the parliamentary system of parties and free elections. It was also, as various authors such as Fusey, Preston and Moradiellos have pointed out, the application of a national militaristic theory originating in the personal experiences of the Africanista officers, a militaristic view of political life and public order that made the army a praetorian institution virtually independent of civilian power. This view was shared by many officers who had been born in the last 2 decades of the 19th century and had served in Morocco during the final years of the Restoration and the dictatorship of Primo de Rivera, such as God, Mola, José Enrique Varela, Juan Vigón, Juan Yag, and Franco. The transformation of the coup d'état into a civil war produced a regime of terror, with mass executions, imprisonment, and torture for thousands of men and women. 2. The aim was for the new order to be constructed around the destruction of the adversary. The first task was to create a single military command and a centralist political apparatus. The Third Reich authorities who were negotiating with Franco the loan of war materiel had been pressing him since the end of August to take up the reins. Meanwhile, certain generals who were intensely loyal to Franco, including Kindelin, Orgaz, and Milanestre, as well as his brother Nicholas, formed, in the words of Preston, a kind of political campaign staff committed to ensuring that Franco became first commander-in-chief and then chief of state. 3. It was Alfredo Kindelin, the former head of aviation with the monarchy, who had asked to be released from the army with the Republic, who suggested that a meeting be held of the Junta de Defensa Nacional and other generals to choose a supreme chief. The meeting took place on September 21 in a barrack hut of an aerodrome near Salamanca. It was chaired by General Miguel Cabanellas. And among those present were Generals Franco, Mola, Queipo Delano, Davila, and Salaquet. At lunch on the estate of Antonio Pérez Tabernero, a bull breeder, all were in favor of naming a single command, except for Cabanellas, who advocated a junta such as the one already set up, over which he presided. And they all proposed naming Franco Generalissimo, except Cabanellas, who abstained, and later commented, "You don't know what you've done, because you don't know him like I do. He served under me in the Army of Africa as head of one of the columns under my command, and if you want to give him Spain now, he is going to believe it is his alone and will not let anyone replace him either during or after the war, until he is dead." For the same day, Franco decided to delay the advance on Madrid to relieve the Alcazar in Toledo, where Republican forces had besieged 1,000 civil guards and phalangists under the command of Colonel José Moscardo, who were holding the wives and children of known leftist militants hostage. On September 27, legionnaires and regulars entered Toledo and liquidated anyone who stood in their path, including the wounded in the hospital who were finished off in their beds, or the pregnant Reds who were taken out of the maternity wing and shot in the cemetery. The 659 names inscribed in the cemetery's registry of deaths between 1 and October 7 leave no room for doubt. It was a sacred revenge, wrote the Jesuit priest Alberto Risco in La Epopeya del Alcázar de Toledo a little later. That was why, with the encouragement of God's vengeance on the tips of their machetes, they hunted down, destroyed and killed, without giving the fugitives time to reach the walls to take evasive action. 5. The capture of the Alcázar fueled the legend of General Franco. Moscardo's famous utterance, "all quiet in the Alcázar," repeated to Franco and numerous journalists, 2 days after its liberation, was suitably propagated. Franco was the savior of the besieged heroes, the symbol of an army prepared to win the war at any cost. On October 1 he was named head of government of the Spanish state, in the words of the decree drawn up by the monarchist José Yanguas Mexia, a professor of international law. In the investiture ceremony, General Miguel Cabanellas, in the presence of diplomats from Italy, Germany, and Portugal, handed over power on behalf of the Junta de Defensa, over which he had presided since July 24, and which was dissolved to be replaced by a Junta Técnica del Estado, headed by General Fidel de Vila. Franco adopted the title of Caudillo, in an allusion to the medieval warrior lords. A warrior he had always been. A saint he had been since the day before, when the Bishop of Salamanca, Enrique Pla published his pastoral letter, Las dos Ciudades, in which he contrasted the heroism of the military rebels with the savagery of the Republic. This war was a crusade blessed by the Church and led by Franco. Franco had been a practicing Catholic the whole of his life. All the members of the Junta Técnica del Estado were noted for their religious beliefs, and were pious, but the one who stands out in this aspect is the Generalissimo. Such was the view of Cardinal Isidro Goma, the primate of the Catholic Church in Spain, when he spoke about Franco for the first time to the Secretary of State for the Vatican, Cardinal Pacelli, later Pius XII, on October 24, 1936. Goma had yet to meet Franco personally, but he already believed that he will be an exceptional collaborator in favor of the work of the Church from the high position he occupies. 6. Goma sent Franco a telegram to congratulate him on his election as head of government of the Spanish state, and Franco answered him by saying that on taking on this post with all its responsibilities, I could receive no better help than the blessing of your eminence. Franco asked him to pray to God that he enlighten me and give me sufficient strength for the immense task of creating a new Spain, the happy outcome of which is already ensured by the gracious collaboration that is so patriotically offered by your eminence, whose pastoral ring I kiss, a veritable bearing of the soul. 7. Franco was anxious to hawk his religious piety at this time, and he had understood, as had the majority of his brothers in arms, how important it was to introduce religion into his public statements and mingle with the people in solemn religious acts. Once established as head of state, says Paul Preston, his propagandists molded an image of him as a great Catholic crusader, and his public religiosity notably intensified. From October 4, 1936 until his death on November 20, 1975, Franco had a personal chaplain, Father José María Ballart. He heard Mass every day and, whenever he could, he joined his wife, Dona Carmen Polo y Martínez Valdez, for the evening rosary. 8. In short, the man was an exemplary Christian, a fine Catholic, said Goma, who cannot imagine the Spanish state outside its traditional bounds of Catholicism at all levels. 9. Pla lent him his palace in Salamanca for use as a center of operations, headquarters, as it was known throughout Christian Spain. There, surrounded by the Moorish Guard, he held court. Franco needed the support and blessing of the Catholic Church. He needed to be acknowledged by all the Catholics and respectable people of the world, with the Pope at the head. He needed the Church to wage a war of extermination and be seen as a saint. And he needed the Church to remain untroubled because he would know how to express his gratitude later. Goma had already said as much to Cardinal Pacelli on November 9, 1936, after Franco had been supreme head for barely a month. I have had a long talk with the head of state. My impressions are frankly favorable. He intends to respect the freedom of the Church, promote the interests of the Catholic religion, to propose a concordat with the Holy See, to see to the temporal needs of the Church and its ministers, to defend education and give it an openly Christian orientation at all levels. 10. Despite the creation of this high political and military command, there were still some centers of autonomous power, at least until April 1937. From the start, Quapo Delano acquired considerable popularity with his radio broadcasts. He issued numerous orders and decrees without informing the Junta de Defensa, and law-abiding citizens were grateful to him for eradicating the revolutionary movement. However, beyond his lust for power or eccentricities, Quapo shared the basic ideas of the military dictatorship that was being exercised in the territory controlled by the rebels. Spain cannot be reconstructed until the entire political rabble is swept away, he declared in November 1936, when the cleansing was already well underway. 11. This cleansing received a great deal of help from the Carlists and Phalangists, the two elements of civilian mobilization that had been aiding the rising from the beginning. The recruitment of thousands of Carlists in Navarre and Álava gave them greater political weight in the early months of the war. They set up a Junta Central de Guerra, presided over by the leader of the Communion, Falconde, divided into two sections, military and political, which exercised full power in Navarre. Anxious to have military control of this mobilization, in December 1936 the Carlist leaders set up a Royal Military Academy for recruits, a measure that was totally incompatible with Franco's decision to incorporate the Carlist and Phalangist militias into the regular army. Franco expressed to the Count of Rodezno, Falconde's rival for the leadership of the Communion, his displeasure, because, besides the head of state, there was another power that was creating and regulating armies, and granting promotions. He classed this as a crime of treason and told him that Falconde would have to give up this venture. General Davila, on behalf of Franco, gave Falconde 48 hours to leave Spain or face a court-martial. Fal went to Portugal and Franco thus eliminated a potential competitor and clipped the wings of a group that was enjoying great success at mobilizing followers at that time. 12. Also spectacular was the growth of the Fe de los Gens in the early months of the Civil War, when a good many of its leaders, some of them released from jail by the military rising, channeled their energies into recruiting new members who were flooding into the fascist camp. It had been a small organization before the elections of February 1936, although the defeat of the CETA and the fascistization of the right in subsequent months had swelled its membership by the eve of the coup d'état. Its radical thinking and paramilitary structure, as well as the loss of credibility of organizations such as the CETA, which had decided to accept the legitimacy of the Republic, made it a pole of attraction when arms replaced politics. By October 1936, there were in excess of 36,000 Phalangists on the fronts, together with over 22,000 Carlists and more than 6,000 members of other tendencies, such as the Alfonsins or the CETA. Now it had thousands of members, but it still lacked the solid direction of undisputed or charismatic leaders. José Antonio Primo de Rivera, the national leader, was in prison in Alicante with his brother Miguel. Juancimo Redondo had died on July 24 in Lavajos, Segovia, in a gun battle with Republican militias. Julio Ruiz de Alda and Fernando Primo de Rivera, José Antonio's younger brother, were murdered in August in the Modelo prison in Madrid. 2 months later, after a saca from the Las Ventas prison, it was the turn of Ramiro Ledesma Ramos. Also in prison were Raimundo Fernandez Cuesta, who was exchanged in October 1937, and Rafael Sanchez Mazas, who managed to escape a mass firing squad a little before the end of the war. As one of the backroom Phalangist leaders, José Luna, the provincial head in Caceres and an infantry captain, said, the phalange had gone from having a tiny body with a big head to a monstrous body with no head at all. 13 phalangist heads from the various sectors of rebel Spain met in Valladolid on September 2, 1936 and set up a provisional command junta, presided over by Manuel Hidaya, a man loyal to José Antonio, who was then busy training phalangist militias. The junta moved to Salamanca at the beginning of October, to be near Franco's headquarters. From there, various operations to rescue José Antonio were planned, directed by Agustin Aznar, head of the phalangist militias, but they all failed, and in any case, the venture was not one of Franco's priorities. Before he was shot in the prison yard in Alicante on November 20, José Antonio wrote his will, naming as executors his friends Raimundo Fernández Cuesta and Ramón Serrano Suñer, and after managing to cross over into the Francoist zone, these two were to play a major role in the unified phalange. News of the death of José Antonio, published in the Republican and foreign press, was suppressed in rebel Spain. Franco used the cult of El Ausente, the absent one, in order to create a vacuum in the party's leadership and manipulate the phalange as a tool for the political mobilization of the civilian population. 1 month later, on December 20, Franco issued a decree placing the phalangist militias and those of the other organizations under the orders of the military authorities. All combat personnel, militarist and regular, were now under the authority of the Generalissimo. The autonomous centers of power began to disappear. The arrival of Serrano Suñer in Salamanca brought about the formation of a single political force, a mass movement that would be used to enable it to identify with its fascist and Nazi allies. Unification. By the end of 1936, all the political forces that backed the military uprising, once they had accepted the supreme command of Franco, were in favor of some kind of unification, although the problem lay in figuring out which force would predominate. In this aspect, everyone feared it would be the phalange. Such was the opinion of the Alfonsins, led by Antonio Goycochea, what was left of Gil Robalcita, and particularly the Carlist sectors who supported the Prince Regent, Don Javier de Bourbon-Parma, who was living in the south of France, and Manuel Falconde, in exile in Portugal. Franco was thinking of a party that would help him to gain even more power for himself. He was also being pressured in this direction by the Italian fascists. In February 1937, an envoy sent by Mussolini, Roberto Farinacci, who used the highly radical and violent influence of the squadristi to get himself appointed secretary of the fascist party, urged Franco to create, with the political forces that have contributed combatants, a Spanish national party, with a genuine fascist and corporatist program. 14 Around the same time, Ramón Serrano Suñer arrived in Salamanca, after managing to escape from Republican Madrid with the help of Dr. Gregorio Marañón. In 1933 and 1936, Serrano Suñer had been a cita deputy for Zaragoza, the city where he practiced law. He was married to Carmen Polo's younger sister, Ramona, or Zita Polo, and had been a close friend of José Antonio since his time as a student at the Universidad Central in Madrid. He arrived in Salamanca with his wife and children, traumatized by his captivity and by having seen his brothers José and Fernando killed for organizing his escape. According to Joan Maria Thomas, Serrano Suñer, an expert in administrative law, was the ideal person to lay the legal foundations of the new state, a task for which neither Nicolas Franco nor the rest of the Generalissimo's collaborators were suited. It was Serrano Suñer who was finally to give specific shape to Franco's ideas for setting up a single-party regime. 15 Serrano Suñer explained to Franco that what he was running was a field state, with a barrack room mentality, which needed to be replaced by a permanent political mechanism, a new state similar to those run by fascist regimes. Serrano Suñer's plan consisted of creating a mass political movement based on the union of the Phalange and the traditionalist Carlist communion, a venture in which Franco's brother, Nicolas, his right-hand man until Serrano Suñer's arrival, had had no success. Franco first called Rodezno and other Navarran traditionalist leaders to tell them his decision. There would be no negotiations between the two groups, as this would smack of Democratic Party politics, and he would be the one to decree unification. He was more worried about the Phalange, because it was a bigger party, with totalitarian aims, but since the death of José Antonio, its leaders had been locked in a power struggle. On the one hand there was Hidayah, closely supported by two fellow Cantabrians, the journalist Victor de la Serna, son of the novelist Concha Espina, and Maximiano Garcia Venero, and on the other, the militia chiefs Agustin Aznar and Sancho de Vila. This power struggle developed into a bloody brawl between the two rival groups, a situation that was exploited by Serrano Suñer to silence any focus of resistance to unification. On April 16, 1937, friends and relations of José Antonio, the so-called Legitimistas, dismissed Hidayah, who they feared wanted to take over the leadership of the Phalange. They dissolved the provisional junta de mando that he presided over and appointed a triumvirate of Aznar, Davila, and José Moreno, the organization's general administrator. Armed militiamen loyal to both camps converged on Salamanca. That same night, Hidayah, who had been led to believe by Franco that he had his full support, sent a group of men to the hotel where Sancho de Vila was staying, with the intention of arresting him, and in the ensuing struggle the head of the Santander militias, José María Alonso Goya, and one of de Vila's bodyguards, named Peral, were killed. The police arrested de Vila and Aznar for creating a disturbance in the rearguard, and Franco ordered the army to control any militiamen entering or leaving the city. By the morning of April 17, all the centers of disturbance were under control. The following day, a national council of the Phalange Española elected Hidayah as national leader, but with one condition attached to his appointment, that it would be until José Antonio Primo de Rivera or Raimundo Fernández Cuesta returned to their posts. Hidayah, who did not realize that he was being manipulated by Franco, immediately proposed the setting up of a commission to write a speech for the Generalissimo establishing the indispensable basis for the national syndicalist state. In other words, his intention was to tell Franco that the Phalangist program would be the guideline for the unified party and the new state. 16 But Franco was in no mood for negotiation because his mind was made up. On April 19, the unification decree was issued, with a long preamble and 3 points, drawn up by Serrano Suñer. Phalange Española and the Recuati would combine under the leadership of Franco in a single national political unit, Phalange Española Tradicionalista y de los Jantes, a link between the state and society, in which the Catholic spirituality of the Recuati, the traditional force, would be integrated into the new force, as had happened in other countries with a totalitarian regime. All the other groups that had supported the rebel war effort, including the Alfonsins and the CETA, were excluded. In practice, this meant that the hierarchical structures of the Phalangists and Recuati would disappear, because from that moment, the supreme chief was Franco. Hidayah would be reduced to a mere member of the political council. Not only did he not accept this, presurist as he was by the old guard and the Legitimistas close to Pilar Primo de Rivera, who accused him of betraying José Antonio's Phalange, but he also told his provincial bosses to obey his orders. Alone. On April 25, Hidayah was arrested, along with other dissident Phalangists. Apparently, no less a personage than the German ambassador, von Foppel, had advised him to accept the post and even offered him an aircraft to take him to Germany. 2 months later, Hidayah appeared before two summary courts-martial. The prosecution had been prepared by the military legal advisor in Franco's headquarters, Lorenzo Martinez Fust, and by the civil guard Major Lisardo Doval, the public order delegate for Salamanca and chief of the headquarters police service, a crony of Franco's who had made a name for himself for his brutality in putting down the revolution in Asturias in October 1934. Hidayah was accused of supporting rebellion and refusal to comply with the unification decree, and he was sentenced to death. In a letter that his mother delivered to Franco, Hidayah asked for mercy and magnanimity. Pilar Primo de Rivera and Serrano Suñer also intervened for a reprieve, while von Foppel advised that in the current climate it is very dangerous to create martyrs. Franco reprieved him, but he spent 4 years in jail and, says Javier Tezel, Hidayah was to live the rest of his life in a situation of official ostracism, thinking about an independent phalange that would always remain an impossibility. 18. In view of the hold that Franco had on the situation, there was little chance of resistance, however angry the Carlists or the hardline sector of the phalange, grouped around the founder's sister, were about the way unification had come about. From the outset, it was a party dominated by Franco, thus leaving him without any political rivals. Antonio Goycochea dissolved Renovación Española, and Gil Robles, who enthusiastically accepted unification and gave instructions for Acción Popular to comply with the decree, saw no improvement in his situation. The Phalangists never forgave him for his spell in the government of the Republic, and Franco had no intention of incorporating a representative of the old regime, especially as he had been his superior as Minister of War. And if anyone still had any doubts as to Franco's position, barely a month and a half after unification, the only rival with any chance left was also eliminated. On June 3, 1937, the aircraft taking General Emilio Mola to inspect the front, at the height of the campaign to control the north, crashed near Alcocero, a small village in the province of Burgos. According to the official version, the plane crashed into a hill because of the fog, although there were rumors of sabotage and also that the aircraft, an Airspeed AS-6 Envoy manufactured in the United Kingdom, was shot down by friendly aircraft by mistake. The German ambassador, von Foppel, wrote shortly afterwards, "There is no doubt that Franco feels relieved at General Mola's death." 19. Although Franco was the undisputed head, and the unification attempted to satisfy the various groups in the rebel camp, the Phalange, according to Javier Tezel, came out of it well at the beginning, and its leaders held the most important posts in the administration and the party. Proof may be found in the appointment of the 50 members of the National Council of FETY de los Jones in October 1937. Half of them were Phalangists, while the traditionalists accounted for a quarter of the total. 5 were monarchists, and there were also 8 officers, all of them close to Franco or, as was the case with Queipo de Llano, were difficult to dispense with at the time. The 4 councillors at the top of the list were Pilar Primo de Rivera, the Count of Rodezno, General Queipo de Llano and José María Pemen. At the beginning of December, Franco appointed the first secretary of the FETY de los Jones, a post that was given to Raimundo Fernández Cuesta, the most prominent of the old guard remaining, who had just arrived in the rebel zone after being exchanged for the Republican Justino de Izcarrate. 20. However, other historians maintain that after the unification, most of the more radical fascists, legitimistas, or followers of Hidayah, were left, as Ismail says, politically neutralized, or that the party became, in Preston's words, a machine for the distribution of patronage. 21. There were some people, Pemen for one, who seemed not to take their posts seriously. "I have been appointed a member of the Phalange Española Tradicionalista National Council," he wrote, "but I don't think the new post will be too burdensome. I imagine the council will be a showpiece, in the style of the fascist Great Council, which meets, for example, to declare war on Abyssinia after it has already been declared." 22. Pemen may have been a joker, yet he took very seriously his work in the Culture and Education Commission of the Junta Técnica del Estado, where he unleashed a brutal repression on teachers and began to undo all the Republican educational reforms. It might well be that the National Council was of not much use, because Franco was said never to accept advice, but monarchists, Carlists, and Phalangists fought to occupy posts in city councils, provincial councils and local branches of the new party. FETY de los Jones attracted anyone, outside the former CETA or Carlism, who subscribed to the idea of order and cleansing put into practice by the rebels since July 1936, and many of its members, according to Angela Senero, found in these local or provincial institutions ample scope for feathering their nests. 23. The principal national delegations of the new party also went to ex-Phalangists, the Sección Femenina to Pilar Primo de Rivera, press and propaganda to the Navarran priest, Fermín Izardiaga, Auxilio Social, the new name given to Auxilio de Invierno, to Mercedes Sanz Bachiller, and other leaders who had been imprisoned for the events of April 1937, such as Agustin Aznar and Sancho de Vila, were rehabilitated and promoted to important posts. No former leading figure of the Phalange, with the exception of the Odd Hidayah supporter, was left without a share of the cake. These figures included Dionisio Rodrigo, Alfonso Garcia Valdecasas, José Antonio Giménez Arno, Pedro Gamero del Castillo, Antonio Tovar, and Julián Pemartin. It took somewhat longer for this pet project of Serrano Suñer's, the creation of the new state, to take shape, although major progress was already being made during the war. The field state gradually gave way to a bureaucracy that was more organized. In the summer of 1937, the monarchist general, Francisco Gómez Jordana, took over the presidency of the Junta Técnica del Estado, replacing another general, Fidel de Vila, who had been fairly ineffective during the months he had presided over this body, and whom the Phalangists referred to as Don Favela. Gómez Jordana, Count of Jordana, deplored the chaos and shambles that had been left and, together with Serrano Suñer, he tried to restore order to the administrative apparatus. They both believed that what rebel Spain needed was a proper government, not a junta técnica. And this is what they told Franco. On November 30, 1938, Franco named his first government, based on suggestions from Serrano Suñer, if we are to believe what he himself claimed in his memoirs. As with all subsequent Francoist governments, the posts were carefully shared out between officers, Carlists, Phalangists, and monarchists, in other words, between all the sectors that joined forces to rise against the Republic in July 1936. Each sector controlled the area that it felt an affinity to, the military and public order ministries for the officers, the syndical and social ministries for the Phalangists, the financial ministries for technocrats, lawyers, and engineers, and education and justice for Catholics, traditionalists, or ex-members of Acción Española. Not once in 37 years of Francoist governments did a woman occupy a ministry. And what the caudillo always required, above any other merit, was loyalty to the command. Most experts agree that this first government represented a victory for Serrano Suñer, the interior minister, over Nicolas Franco, the representative of the poorly structured administration that had prevailed in the first year of the war. General Severiano Martinez Anado, now aged 75, well known for his violent repression of anarchism in the Barcelona of the 1920s, was named Minister of Public Order, although he died before the year was out and his duties were taken over by Serrano Suñer. Fidel de Vila, forever loyal to Franco, was appointed Minister of National Defense. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs went to another officer, Gómez Jordana, who was also appointed Deputy Prime Minister, having previously been a member of General Primo de Rivera's military advisory staff. Franco gave justice to Tomás Domínguez de Arevalo, the Count of Rodezno, for his loyal work in the unification process. The young fascist monarchist, Pedro Sáenz Rodríguez, was given the Ministry of Education. An engineer, Alfonso Pina Berf, was appointed Minister of Public Works, and another engineer, Juan Antonio Suanzas, a close friend of Franco's, took over industry and trade. A member of the New Guard, influenced by Italian fascism, Pedro González Bueno, who was described by Rodezno as Serrano's lapdog, was given syndical organization and action. And an old guard, Raimundo Fernández Cuesta, was rewarded with agriculture. Finally, Andrés Amado, a member of Acción Española and a friend of Calvo Sotelo's, who had served under him as Director General of the Treasury in Primo de Rivera's dictatorship, was appointed Minister of Finance. As Franco said, the government would see to the national syndicalist organization of the state, although rather than construction, what it oversaw was the destruction of the legislation of the Republic, particularly in anything that had to do with the revision of lay legislation. But above all, it was a government born for war and at war, and therefore, to win it outright, It took on fascist overtones to keep to its commitment with the Axis powers. 24 The principal political outcome of this new phase was the passing on March 9, 1938 of the Fuero del Trabajo, labor rights, a kind of mock constitution based on the Carta del Lavoro in fascist Italy. The text stood for a compromise between Falangism, represented by Ridrujo, and Catholic traditionalism, the drafting of this part clearly being the work of Eduardo Auz, of Acción Española. It struck a middle line between liberal capitalism and Marxist materialism, guaranteeing Spaniards the fatherland, bread, and justice in a military and devoutly religious style. Fascism and Catholicism, these were the two cornerstones of the new state that emerged as the war progressed. On the one hand, the caudillo was exalted like the Führer or Il Duce, with the straight arm salute and blue shirts. On the other, rituals and religious displays made their appearance with processions, open-air masses, and political religious ceremonies in the medieval style. Rebel Spain became a territory particularly suitable for the harmonization of fascism, of the modern authoritarian current, with glorious tradition. 25 There was therefore to be a twofold process, running in parallel and simultaneously, says Juan Pablo Fuzzi, with the gradual fascistization of the state apparatus, and Spain's national political style, and the restoration of religious life. 26 For a time, fascism and Catholicism were compatible, in declarations and daily life, in the projects that emerged within the rebel camp and in the form of government and way of life imposed by the victors. Fascism was a vigorous protest against an absurd democracy and sterile liberalism, wrote Eloy Montero in 1939, in his book Los Estados Modernos y la Nueva España. It was useless to oppose this torrent. As Catholics we could not oppose this movement known as fascism, which was eminently national in nature. We had to accept it with love and follow it along traditional, Christian paths. The modern authoritarian current had to be harmonized with our glorious tradition, and thus a new state would emerge, free of outdated democratic and liberal traces, impregnated in our historic institutions. 27 The Jesuit, Constantino Bell, wrote in the same vein at the height of the war, delighted by fascism's call to overthrow parliamentarianism and universal suffrage, to wipe out parties and trade unions, to abominate democracy, to crush the poisoned Judeo-Masonic seed. If this was fascism, then the Nacional Rising, Franco's government, the whole of Christian Spain were fascist. 28 Another Jesuit priest, Felix G. Almeida, perceived in 1938 an incredible similarity between the beginning of the reign of the Catholic monarchs and now. The same religious sentiment, the same idea of Spanish-style Christian social justice, even the same language and the same symbols and emblems of that time, imperial Spain, the yoke, the arrows, and the eagles. 29 The radicalization that fascism brought to counter-revolutionary projects and practices, its totalitarian potential, its ideological purity and exclusivity, and the experience of the war of attrition that had been waged by the military rebels since July 1936, was melded with the restoration of this historical parallel between Catholicism and the Spanish national identity. Catholicism was the perfect antidote to the lay republic, separatism, and revolutionary ideologies. It became the perfect hook for all those who joined the rebel camp, from the most hardline fascists to those who had proclaimed themselves to be rightist republicans. And so, this civil war, caused by a coup d'état, became a religious crusade to save Christian civilization, the protective cloak for the annihilation of the wicked Marxists and the Red Rabble. Victory with divine protection. The uprising was not undertaken in the name of religion. The military rebels were more concerned with other things, saving order, the fatherland, casting out liberalism, republicanism, and the socialist and revolutionary ideologies that were serving to orientate large sectors of urban and rural workers. But from the outset, the Church and most Catholics lent all of their not inconsiderable support to this cause. And naturally, they did so to defend religion. But also to defend this order, this fatherland that would liberate them from anti-clericalism and restore all their privileges. The rebels did not have to ask the Church for its support, which it gladly offered. the Church had not wasted any time in coming to its decision. While some said they wanted order and others said they were defending the faith, they all recognized the benefits of the arrival of the sacred onto the scene. The success of this religious mobilization, this liturgy that attracted the masses in the dioceses of liberated Spain, encouraged the army to adorn its speeches with references to God and religion, hitherto absent from the proclamations of the military coup and declarations in the days to follow. The rebels were convinced of the importance of the emotional link, as well as of the destruction and annihilation of the enemy, at a time when they knew what they did not want, but still lacked a clear political focus. The union between religion and patriotism reinforced national unity and legitimized the genocide that they had launched in that summer of 1936. One of the principal officers responsible for this killing, General Gonzalo Queipo de Llano, confessed to the Archbishop of Seville, Eustaquio Ilundain, during a mass rally presided over by the clergy, army officers, and right-wing authorities, "I believe that the priority for any good patriot is religion, because anyone who does not love God or his family is of no use to the fatherland." 30 Mobilization from below was accompanied by substantial rhetoric from above. The interpretation of the war as a crusade reached the church hierarchy from the fronts and from the popular demonstrations of religious fervor all through rebel Spain. The church authorities, safe in their episcopal palaces, understood this spirit of religious rebellion and imbued it with reason and legitimacy. They only spoke after others had acted, and this served to reinforce the justice of their cause even more, helping them to give the impression that they only made an appearance when the anti-clerical and revolutionary violence left them no option. They had neither taken part in the rising nor encouraged anyone to go to war. But there they were, obliged to take a stand against the material and spiritual decadence that the sons of Cain had left the fatherland in. They knew that this was the best approach for a rapid legitimization of the military rising, in other words, the right to rebellion, and the war that ensued. The union between the sword and the cross, religion, and the civilian military movement, was a recurrent theme in all the pronouncements, circulars, letters, and pastoral preaching issued by the bishops during August 1936. Before the end of that month, 3 bishops had already explicitly described the civil war as being a religious crusade. The first to do so was Marcelino Olechea, the Bishop of Pamplona, on August 23. 3 days later it was Rigoberto Domenech, the Archbishop of Zaragoza. And the Archbishop of Santiago, Tomás Muniz Pablos, put it categorically on August 31, the war against the enemies of Spain was certainly patriotic, very patriotic, but fundamentally a religious crusade, of the same type as the Crusades of the Middle Ages, because now, as then, the struggle is for the faith of Christ and the liberty of the people. It is God's will. Santiago y Sierra España. For St. James, and close ranks, Spain, a traditional Spanish battle cry dating back to the 9th century. 31 With this idea pervading Spanish ecclesiastical and traditionalist thought, and the fact that it had been revived in the battle against the French in the Peninsular War in the 19th century, it was inevitable that it would reappear in 1936, ominous moments that will determine the destiny of religion and the fatherland. 32 General Emilio Mola, hardly one for theological musings, was one of the first officers to understand the benefits of bringing the sacred into the picture, and the advantages of setting forward higher principles to steer a political and class conflict. This is what he said in a broadcast on Radio Castillo on August 15, 1936. We are being asked, what direction we are taking. The answer is simple and one that we have repeated many times. We are going to impose order, to give bread and jobs to all Spaniards and give everyone a fair deal. And then, on the ruins left behind by the Frente Popular, blood, mire, and tears, we shall build a great, strong, powerful state that is set to be crowned by a cross, the symbol of our religion and our faith, the only thing that has remained untouched among so much savagery that attempted to pollute the waters of our rivers with the glorious and valiant crimson of Spanish blood. 33. Mola was speaking from Navarre, the land of the Crusaders, from where the Carlists had come at the start of the rising to spill blood for God and for Spain. Also in Navarre at the time, cloaked in this atmosphere of a crusade, was Cardinal Primate Isidro Goma, who, in his room in the Spa Hotel of Belascoin, wrote the pastoral instruction of the bishops of Vitoria and Pamplona on the Basque, communist collaboration, published on August 6. It had been these two bishops, Matteo Mugica and Marcelino Olechia, who had visited him to ask him to draw up a document declaring the inadmissibility or unlawfulness of Basque nationalism. He did so on the spot, so as to clear up any misunderstandings. Behind the civilian military movement in our country, he wrote, lies the traditional love of our sacrosanct religion. He identified the enemy that supported the Republican cause in the Basque country as a modern monster, Marxism or communism, a seven-headed hydra, the synthesis of all heresies, diametrically opposed to Christianity in its religious, social, and economic doctrine. It was not acceptable to fragment the Catholic forces against the common enemy. It was not acceptable that Catholic Basques, our children, devotees of the Church and followers of its doctrines, should have found common cause with the sworn bitter enemies of the Church. Far from achieving its objective, which was to get the Basque nationalists to change sides, this pastoral instruction managed to highlight even further the split between the ecclesiastical authorities in the dioceses of Pamplona and Vitoria, who had been staunch supporters of the military rebels from the outset, and large sections of the Basque population, who may have been Catholic and conservative, but who opposed this Spain-centric authoritarianism that had been making its threatening presence felt in Álava and Navarre after July 18. This was just the first symptom of a wound that would take a long time to heal, with Basque priests shot by the military rebels, and many others persecuted and imprisoned during Franco's dictatorship. Even Matteo Mugica, by no means a nationalist, ended up being hounded by the Junta de Defensa in Burgos, for being over-tolerant of the nationalist priests, who are most to blame for this militant movement and for having turned the seminary in Vitoria into a school of nationalism. The officers were incensed over the nationalist struggle and they mistakenly put the blame on the Bishop of Vitoria. The Junta de Defensa, through the Archbishop of Burgos, Manuel Alonso Castro, asked Mugica to meet with them to study a suitable way to deal with the nationalists. The meeting did not take place, and the officers interpreted it as a refusal by Mugica to cooperate. General Fidel de Vila told Cardinal Goma that it would be advisable for the Bishop of Vitoria to take his leave from his diocese temporarily, and withdraw voluntarily to somewhere near the French border, otherwise the junta would have to take a unilateral decision that would go against the Catholic sentiments of its members. After various meetings and diplomatic dealings, Matteo Mugica left Vitoria on October 14, 1936 and moved to Rome. 34 About 2 weeks before that, on September 30, Enrique Play Daniel published Las Dos Ciudades, his pastoral letter in which he correlated into a single doctrine all the postures and views that his brothers in Christ had been expressing over the previous 2 months. He provided a defense of the right to rebellion for just causes, the justification being the communist peril that was threatening Christian civilization, and he evoked St. Augustine's 2 cities, the celestial and the earthly, to symbolize, in all its Manichaean glory, the current conflict, describing all those who died in the name of religion as martyrs. But above all, he coined the sentences repeated by everyone, which went down in history as the official doctrine adopted by the Spanish bishops: it may look like a civil war, but it is, in fact, a crusade. It was an uprising, designed not to create unrest, but to re-establish order. 35 priests and others in holy orders, particularly Jesuits and Dominicans, unblushingly sailed with the authoritarian and fascist winds that were then blowing in many parts of Europe. There was no holding back the belligerent ardor of this clerical legion. The bishops gave free rein to their hearts when they spoke, as Juan de Iturralde put it, inciting others to do the same, and the few who were reluctant to join in with this cleansing and extermination were punished and deported. Selflessness, discipline, obedience, submission to the hierarchy were the watchwords. The Church had to become militarist, wrote the well-known Jesuit, Francisco Piro. But it needed to be an interior militarization that would not settle just for donning the blue shirt and taking part in a parade. It was a rhetoric charged with impassioned patriotism, with "it is God's will and the fatherland demands it," with fervent support for a new national reconquest that is coloring with crimson hues of blood the dawn of a new Spain. Spain, wrote the Benedictine Federico Armas, in Ecos de Valvainra, the magazine of the sanctuary of that name in La Rioja, must be Catholic, unified, great and free. It must be one in its faith, in its geography, in its history, and in its empire. 36. The crowning point of this union between the Catholic Church authorities and the military rebels came with the collective letter of the Spanish bishops to bishops all over the world. This text was in response to the reaction by some of the world's Catholic press and in certain Catholic circles in Europe to the bombing of Guernica on April 26, 1937, organized by the commander of the Condor Legion, Colonel Wolfram von Richthofen, following several consultations with the then Colonel Juan Vigón, Mola's chief of general staff. Guernica was a symbol of Basque identity and both Vigón and Mola were well aware of this. Monday, April 26 was market day. Among inhabitants, refugees, and peasants who went to the market that day in the former Basque capital, there were some 10,000 people. The city had no anti-aircraft defenses. It was attacked in the middle of the afternoon for 3 hours by the Condor Legion and the Italian Aviazione Legionaria, under the command of General von Richthofen. The Basque government estimated a death toll of over 1,500 and said that a further 1,000 had been wounded in the air raid, although the number of deaths, while not known for certain, was probably fewer than 500. Franco's press and propaganda services denied at first that any bombing had taken place in Guernica. When this position became untenable, they blamed the destruction of Guernica on the Basques themselves, a lie maintained throughout the years of the dictatorship. But there were witnesses, including 4 journalists and a Basque priest, Alberto Ona India. 2 days after the attack, George Steer, the correspondent for The Times, published in that paper and in the New York Times an account of the massacre that would be read all over the world. Everyone now knew that Guernica had been destroyed by explosive and incendiary bombs. What certain historians, except the Francoist apologists, wrote later also made it quite clear, the idea originated in Mola's general staff and the Germans implemented it. 37 And thanks to Pablo Picasso, Guernica became a symbol of the horrors of war. Explosive bombs raining down on a defenseless civilian population, the massacre seemed to confirm what a few Catholic intellectuals were already saying abroad, that Franco's Christian Spain was a hotbed of ruthless killing. Concerned about the repercussions that this news might have in certain European government circles, Franco personally summoned Cardinal Isidro Goma to a meeting, which was held on May 10, 1937. According to Goma's own account, Franco asked him to arrange for the Spanish bishops, to publish a letter addressed to all the world's bishops, along with a request that it be published in the Catholic press, that would set the record straight, and coincidentally would be performing a patriotic act and revision of history, which would be of enormous benefit to the Catholic cause the world over. 38 Goma hastily satisfied the Caudillo's wishes. On May 15, he sent a secret letter to all the bishops, setting out his request. They all replied positively, except for the Archbishop of Tarragona, Francesc Vidal i Barraquer, who was in Italy, having managed to escape from the anti-clerical violence of the summer of 1936. In a letter that he sent to Goma on May 30, Vidal considered that a collective document was not the most effective, opportune, or tactful way, and besides, and here he was clearly thinking of Franco, he was not happy to accept suggestions from people outside the hierarchy over purely church matters. In other words, the church, instead of remaining outside party politics, was tarnished by the cause of the military rebels. On June 14, 1937, Goma sent the draft of the collective letter to all the bishops. After a few final touches, probably the work of Pla Wideniel and the Bishop of Madrid Alcala, Leopoldo Ijo y Garay, the galley proofs were sent to the Holy See at the beginning of July. At the last moment, Matteo Magica withdrew his signature, claiming that he had been away from his diocese for over 8 months, with all the sad consequences deriving from such an abnormal situation. It was not that he would not sign, but could not. I might have signed the document if I had still been in my post, physically and personally, with all the guarantees of liberty and independence that are stipulated for the spiritual exercising of the ministry and episcopal duties. 39 The collective letter from the Spanish bishops to the bishops of the world was dated July 1, 1937, but it was sent to the bishops 3 weeks later, with the request that they did not publicize it until it had begun to be published abroad. It was signed by 43 bishops and 5 capitular vicars. Around this time, Gomez sent 2 copies to Franco, and he pointed out to him, as if Franco did not know, that it had been written so that the truth of what has been happening in Spain in recent years be known and, especially, what the national movement means for our beloved fatherland and for Western civilization. 40 From a doctrinal point of view, there was nothing new in this letter that had not already been said by bishops, priests, and others in holy orders in the 12 months since the military rising. But the international impact was so great, it had been published immediately in French, Italian, and English, that many people accepted permanently the Manichean and tendentious version transmitted by the Church of the Armed Plebiscite, that the national movement personified the virtues of the best Christian tradition, and the Republican government all the vices inherent in Russian communism. As well as insisting on the lie that the military uprising put a stop to a definite plan for a communist revolution, and offering the typical statement in defense of order, peace, and justice that reigned in the national territory, the bishops included a matter of capital importance, which is still the official position of the church hierarchy today. The church was an innocent, peaceful, defenseless victim and at risk from total extermination at the hands of communism. It supported the cause that ensured the fundamental principles of society. The church was the benefactor of the people, not the aggressor. The aggressors were the others, those who had caused this communist, anti-Spanish and anti-Christian revolution, which had already accounted for the murder of over 300,000 of the lay population. The collective letter was viewed favorably by some 900 bishops in 32 countries. We should congratulate ourselves that with this document we have helped to dispel any misunderstandings and put a good light on the events and ideas that are being aired with the current war in Spain, wrote Goma to Pacelli on October 12, 1937. 41 This unreserved support for the rebel side served as a decisive argument for Catholics and people of order the world over. This was fundamentally because it was accompanied by a shameless silence regarding the destructive violence that the army had been practicing since the first moment of the uprising. The letter demonized the enemy, who were only moved by the desire for religious persecution, and decisively codified support for the war as a holy, just crusade against communism's assault on the fatherland and religion. Franco and the Catholic Church emerged notably strengthened. The transformation of the war into a purely religious conflict, ignoring the political and social aspects, justified all the previous violence and gave Franco license to carry on with the killing. The Church, the military rebels' traveling companion right from the start of the journey, now took its seat at the front of the train bound for victory. Javier Conde, then director of propaganda, informed the Jesuit Constantino Bell, the editor of Raison y Fait and a confidant of Goma S., of the satisfaction expressed by those in the Francoist political and military circles over this wonderful document. Please tell the Cardinal that I, an expert in these affairs, want to say the following: he has achieved more with the collective letter than all the rest of us with our efforts. 42 As the war progressed, Catholicism gained ground, helped by the bombs and rifles deployed against the forces of revolutionary atheism, which were forced to bend their knees before the victor. First in Malaga, and then in all the other republican cities, the entry of the Francoist troops was celebrated with the Te Deum and other Catholic rituals, which gave unity to all the reactionary forces. The bishops gave the fascist salute at all the civilian military ceremonies, blessed arms, rallied the troops and encouraged the persecution of the vanquished. The interpretation of the victories of Franco's army as the result of supernatural protection from Saint James, Saint Teresa, and the Virgin of the Column was widely supported during the war, and was carried over into the years of the dictatorship. The revitalization of religion reached the farthest corners of the reconquered territory, with street names being changed, the restoration of public worship, the re-establishment of religious education in the schools, and the return of the crucifix in public places. At the first meeting of Franco's first government, held on Thursday, February 3, 1938, it was decided to revise all the Second Republic's lay legislation, and thus one law after another was repealed by decree, from the Civil Marriages Act to the Religious Confessions and Congregations Act. The act passed in June 1933 that marked the climax of the alienation between the Catholic Church and the Republic. Cardinal Goma, the primate of the Spanish Church, approved of Franco's first government, containing as it did good Catholics such as Tomás Domínguez Arevalo, the Count of Rodezno, as Minister of Justice, and Pedro Sáenz Rodríguez in education. As soon as it was formed, Goma sent a report to Cardinal Pacelli, informing him of his conviction that in Spain they were on the eve of a renovation of legislation concerning all aspects of church affairs. 43 This renovation of legislation was so swift that only a few months later, on the last day of June 1938, José María Yanguas Mexía gave an assessment of his government's Catholicity in his speech on presenting his credentials as ambassador to the Holy See. It has already returned the crucifix and religious teaching to the schools, it has repealed the Civil Marriages Act, it has suspended divorce, it has restored the Company of Jesus into civil law, it has officially recognized the identity of the Catholic Church as a perfect association, it has decreed its civil and social effects, the sanctity of religious festivals, and has brought an authentically Catholic and Spanish conception to labor rights. 44. Steeped in this victorious atmosphere, the Spanish clergy did not want to hear anything about pardon or mediation to end the war. Franco and his brothers in arms had been making it quite clear since the beginning of 1937 that they would not accept any mediation to end the war, just unconditional surrender. All attempts to end the war through a negotiated peace, fostered by Manuel Azana, the President of the Republic, and even looked upon favorably by the Vatican in the spring of 1937, failed. Franco said as much to Goma in June 1937, so that he, by now a good friend of the Generalisimos, would inform the Holy See. He would not accept a settlement, nor did he have to apologize for the alleged harshness shown by the army to the enemy, because nobody has been condemned without going through the proper procedure as laid down in the military code. 1 year later, Franco's attitude to a possible mediation was monotonously repeated: all those who want mediation, either consciously or unconsciously, are helping the Reds and the covert enemies of Spain. Our justice could not be more dispassionate or noble, its generosity is merely aimed at the defense of the highest interests of the fatherland, no type of mediation could make it more benign. On October 18 and at the beginning of November 1938, towards the end of the long drawn-out Battle of the Ebro, he offered more of the same to the Reuters correspondent: the outright decisive victory of our army is the only solution for Spain to survive, and there can only be one outcome, the unconditional surrender of the enemy. 45 No mediation, no pardon. The only thing the officers talked about was a process of cleansing, as if Spain needed to be purged of her sick bodies. And a good many church authorities, bishops, priests, and others in holy orders, went even further in their defense of this hysteria. Mediation was inadmissible and absurd, said Leopoldo Ejogaray, bishop of the Diocese of Madrid-Alcalá at the time, because to tolerate democratic liberalism, entirely Marxist in its nature, would be a betrayal of the martyrs. 46 There was no betrayal, because the victory of Franco's army was as unconditional and resounding as the Church had wanted. Christ was the victor. And with no hope of a negotiated peace, a graveyard peace was imposed. And Franco's successful strategy of a war of attrition, the total destruction of the adversary, meant that he could now establish an enduring regime. In the 3 months following the July 1936 uprising, the war was a struggle between armed militias, who lacked the basic elements of a conventional army, and a military power that concentrated all its resources in authority, discipline, and the declaration of martial law, and that almost from the start was able to employ the services of the well-trained troops of the Africa Army. The Battle of Madrid, in November of that year, saw the arrival of a new form of waging war and transformed this group of militiamen into soldiers in a new army. After the failure of various attempts to take Madrid, between November 1936 and March 1937, Franco changed his strategy and chose to unleash a war of attrition, the gradual occupation of territory and total destruction of the Republican Army. His materiel and offensive superiority led him to the final victory 2 years later. "Wars are lost in the rearguard," wrote General Vicente Rojo I, and this is what was happening to the Republic, where hunger created major conflicts as the war went on, and one defeat after another ended up demoralizing large sectors of the population, who abandoned their commitment to the values and material interests they were fighting for. The air raids by the Italians and Germans on Madrid, Valencia, and Barcelona also helped Franco to win the war. The outcome of the horrors of this war leaves no room for doubt. Before its defeat, the Republic had been slowly battered, with battles that left its troops decimated and brutal repression after Franco's army entered any city it captured. From Madrid to the Ebro. By the middle of October 1936, the rebel troops, now well equipped with Italian artillery pieces and armored vehicles, had occupied 11 battlefields and rearguard politics. Most of the towns and villages around Madrid. The militiamen, cowed by the advance of the Africa Army, withdrew to the capital, and they were joined there by hundreds of refugees fleeing from the occupied localities. Franco announced that he would take Madrid on October 20, and General Mola is said to have arranged to meet the Daily Express correspondent in the Puerta del Sol for coffee. On October 29, the first Soviet tanks and aircraft, sent by the Kremlin to counteract Italian and German aid, arrived in Madrid. General José Enrique Varela, an Africanista and Carlist sympathizer, attacked with 25,000 men via the Casa de Campo and the university campus. General José Maella, whom the Prime Minister, Largo Caballero, had left in charge of the Junta de Defensa of Madrid, and Lieutenant Colonel Vicente Rojo, Chief of General Staff for the defense of Madrid, had 20,000 men at their disposal. Nobody in the government, least of all Largo Caballero and Prieto, was confident that Madrid could resist the attack of the military rebels. On November 8, the militiamen and the Moors were engaged in hand-to-hand combat on the university campus. 2 weeks later, Franco and Varela had to call a halt to the attacks. Franco, writes Julio Arostegui, aimed too high with limited resources. 30,000 men could not conquer a city with over 1 million inhabitants determined to defend themselves. Furthermore, Franco had put back the attack on Madrid in order to relieve the Alcazar in Toledo, and that, which might have provided him with important political and propaganda advantages to attain power, gave more time for the Republicans to organize their defense, take delivery of the first lot of Soviet aid and welcome the international brigades. Vicente Rojo, however, in his book Así fue la defensa de Madrid, downplayed the role of these forces who had come from all over the world, and instead stressed the courage and bravery of thousands of anonymous citizens, angered by the destruction wrought by the rebel air raids and because they felt that their freedom was under threat. It was a battle of resistance in which, in the Republican camp, compliance with military duty, which began to prevail over any other type of duty, was seen for the first time in the war too. While the popular hero of the defense of Madrid might have been General José Maella, who was seen all over the city attempting to raise the people's morale, the technical and military aspects were in the hands of Vicente Rojo, an officer who remained loyal to the Republic because he believed that such was his duty, and a few months later he became head of its army. He always defined himself as a Catholic, officer, and patriot, and according to his grandson, José Andrés Rojo, he felt caught between the world of the Africanista officers who took part in the coup, with whom he did not feel identified, and that of the armed militiamen who defended the revolution and burnt churches. Between these two worlds, he took it upon himself to design a new strategy to organize an efficient force to confront the military rebels, and tried to establish the authority of professional officers like himself and the chain of command of this army. 3. Vicente Rojo was born on October 8, 1894, in a small town in the region of Valencia, Fuente de la Higuera. He was 2 years younger than Franco and was not yet 42 when the war began. His father, an officer who had served 6 years in Cuba, died 3 months before he was born, and when he was 13 he lost his mother too. In order to continue with his studies, he was sent to a boarding school for orphans of infantry officers and he entered the Toledo Infantry Academy in June 1916. He left as a second lieutenant of the infantry, having come second in a class of 390 cadets. In 1915, he served as a volunteer in Africa, was promoted to captain in 1918 and between 1922 and 1932 taught at the academy in Toledo. He then went to the War College to obtain the staff diploma, and in June 1936, shortly after his promotion to major, he joined the Central Staff. After the chaos caused by the military uprising, Largo Caballero's first government reorganized the Central Staff and Rojo became number 2 there, under the immediate orders of Lieutenant Colonel Manuel Estrada. On October 25, 1936, Rojo was promoted to lieutenant colonel for his loyalty, a few days before Mayor received the order to appoint him Chief of General Staff for the defense of Madrid. He was made colonel for his war service on March 24, 1937, and in May, Juan Negrin appointed him Chief of Central Staff of the Republic, a post he held until the end of the war. On September 24 that same year, he was promoted to general. One of the biggest drawbacks in the Republic's army was the shortage of professional officers. Of the 16,000 officers in the army who were serving before the military uprising, only about 20% stayed in the Republican zone, and this, in the words of Gabriel Cardona, was totally inadequate for an army whose troop numbers increased fivefold in less than a year. Very few of its officers had held high command before the war, and this shortcoming brought about the rapid promotion of officers who knew nothing about commanding large units. Thus, this improvisation of commands posed a serious problem, which intensified as one moved down the ranks, because most of the more junior officers were on the rebel side. Battalion and company commanders had to be appointed precipitately, and the army took in and commissioned the political heads of the militias and columns that were created in the days that followed the military uprising. In Cardona's opinion, while the Republicans were on the defensive, these shortcomings were not so dramatic as when the major offensive started, in which a clear chain of command was required for. But it is worth pointing out that, as well as Rojo, there was a group of professional officers, including Juan Hernández Sarabia, Antonio Escobar, Francisco Llano de la Encomienda, José Fontan, and Manuel Madalena, who remained loyal to the institutions of the Republic, yet they are now forgotten. In spite of the fact that many of them were the last to flee Spain, ultra-radical writers in exile, both anarchist and socialist, branded them as traitors, Francoists or mere Stalinist puppets. With the bitter taste of defeat, the communists also joined in the chorus of invective, while they never warranted respect from the victors. On the one hand, there were officers, those who won the war, who are still remembered in the street names of many towns and cities in Spain, and there were others, those who lost, who today are complete unknowns. The other group of commanders in the Republican Army came from the militias. They had had no military skills, although Enrique Lister had received some training in the USSR and Manuel Tigueña had risen through the ranks. The most rapid promotion was that of Juan Modesto, who had been a corporal in the Legion and, in the summer of 1937, was appointed the first commander of the 5th Army Corps, a shock unit in which the Communists played a major role. In addition, some of the anarchists who had been commanding columns since July 1936 joined the chain of command of the Republic's army, shelving their anti-military prejudices. Prime examples included Cipriano Mera, Gregorio Jover, and Miguel García Vivancos. At the beginning of 1937, the Republican forces numbered almost 350,000 men, a figure very similar to that of Franco's army, although the latter boasted the priceless aid of almost 80,000 Italians in the Corpo di Truppe Volontarie, CTV, under the command of General Mario Rota, and several thousand Germans, who, since November 1936, had been serving in the Condor Legion, as well as in anti-tank and artillery land units. In fact, it was the Italians who entered Malaga on February 8, 1937. 2 days earlier, tens of thousands of people, men, women, and children of all ages, had begun to swarm out of the city towards Almeria, to escape the reprisals and pillaging of their subjugators. They were bombarded by aircraft and the warships Cervera and Baleares, and the road was littered with the dead and wounded, while many families lost their children in the flight. The unofficial death toll of what Dr. Norman Bethune called the crime on the road, Malaga, Almeria, was over 3,000, but no reliable sources have been found to back that up. Numbers apart, we do have testimonies of one of the most tragic episodes of the Civil War, the torment from Malaga to Almeria, the ruthless crime as Rafael Alberti rode 5 Franco, meanwhile, had begun to prepare a new offensive against Madrid, via the Jarama Valley, along the road from Madrid to Valencia. This operation was supposed to be completed with an attack by the Italian CTV troops from Sigüenza towards Guadalajara, to catch Madrid in a pincer movement. Over 3 weeks in February, from February 6 to the end of the month, both sides lost thousands of men, and although the Francoists managed to advance their front a few kilometers, the Battle of the Jarama was fairly unproductive. A few days later, on March 8, General Amerigo Copi's motorized division began its attack, but it was surprised by a heavy snowstorm, and within a few days it suffered a crushing defeat, among other reasons because Franco failed to carry out his diversionary operation from the Jarama, and the Republican troops, aided by the Garibaldi Battalion of the International Brigades and Soviet tanks, were able to concentrate all their efforts on halting the Italian advance. The succession of failures to capture Madrid brought about a change in Franco's strategy, and from that moment on he opted for a long, drawn-out war of attrition to grind down the enemy. He said as much to Colonel Emilio Faldella, General Rota's chief of staff, who was trying to convince him of the advantages of a guerra celera, lightning war in a civil war, a systematic occupation of territory, accompanied by a necessary clean-up operation, is preferable to a rapid defeat of the enemy armies that will leave the country infested with adversaries. And he said it again, in more detail, to Mussolini's ambassador, Roberto Taliapo, on April 4, 1937. We must carry out the necessarily slow task of redemption and pacification, without which the military occupation will be largely useless. Nothing will make me give up this gradual program. It will bring me less glory, but greater internal peace. I will take the capital not an hour before it is necessary. First I must have the certainty of being able to found a regime. 6. Franco held all the trumps to apply this military strategy. He had plenty of men, made possible by the continuance of the traditional system of recruitment and by the large number of Moroccan volunteers swelling the ranks of the Africa Army. Since September 1936, he had 2 academies, in Burgos and Seville, to rapidly train university graduates as second lieutenants, and he also set up 4 establishments to train officers and NCOs. But above all, he had the confidence that the international prospect of German and Italian backing for his cause and the isolation of the Republic by the Western democracies was not going to alter. Thus he had plenty of men and a guaranteed supply of materials. The nationalists now concentrated their attention on the industrial and mining areas of the north, which were cut off from the rest of the Republican zone. General Mola wanted to conquer these areas and teach the Basques a lesson. I have decided to finish the war quickly in the north. If submission is not immediate, I will raise Vizcaya, beginning with the industries of war. 7. And the Germans thought that obtaining coal and steel from the northwest would help Hitler's aggressive rearmament program. Mola began his campaign at the end of March with heavy bombing by the Condor Legion, designed to shatter the morale of the civilian population and destroy ground communication networks. First it was Durango, on March 31, then Guernica on April 26. On June 19, the industrious city of Bilbao was reintegrated into civilization and order, in the words of the war dispatch of the occupiers for that day. And a few days later, on July 1, in his inaugural speech, the new mayor of Bilbao, the Falangist José María de Arelza, warmly embraced the patriotic and bloodthirsty atmosphere of the moment. Let us be clear about this: Bilbao has been conquered by force of arms. There have been no pacts or posthumous acknowledgements. Be in no doubt that here there are the victors and the vanquished. The winner has been a united, great and free Spain. We have seen the last of this fearsome sinister nightmare called Euskadi, which was the result of socialism on the one hand and Vizcayan stupidity on the other. Vizcaya is once again part of Spain through military conquest, pure and simple. 8. The united, great and free Spain spread later to Santander, and in October to the red zone of Asturias. With the fall of the industrial north, the balance of power began to tip clearly in favor of the nationalists. Colonel Vicente Rojo, recently appointed Chief of General Staff of the Republic, organized a defensive strategy aimed at limiting the nationalist advance as far as possible, given the material superiority of the enemy and the difficulties involved in consolidating a true Republican army. This was the objective of the surprise diversionary offensives launched in Brunt, in July 1937, to halt the nationalist advance on Santander, at Belchite, in August and September, to slow down the conquest of Asturias, and in Teruel, in December 1937, to counteract the expected nationalist attack on Madrid. And indeed, now that he had occupied the north, Franco was planning to launch a new attack on Madrid, through Guadalajara, the same route that the Italians had taken unsuccessfully in March 1937. Vicente Rojo, who had been promoted to general at the end of September, decided to launch a preventive attack against Teruel. He deployed some 40,000 men there, with some of the divisions fighting on the Aragon front, the 11th, under Lister and the 25th under Garcia Vivancos, as well as the Levant Army, commanded by Colonel Juan Hernández Saravia. The attack, initiated by Lister on December 15, 1937, caught the limited nationalist forces that were defending the city, under the command of Colonel Domingo Rey de Harcourt, and counter-attacks by Generals Varela and Aranda were hampered by the extremely harsh weather conditions of those days. On January 7, 1938, the Republican troops broke through Rey de Harcourt's defense, and he signed the surrender document, which he ended by requesting that the lives of civilian personnel be spared. Teruel became the only provincial capital to be taken by the Republicans throughout the war. As well as Rey de Harcourt, the Augustine friar Anselmo Polanco, the Bishop of Teruel, was arrested and they were taken, along with many other prisoners, to the San Miguel de los Reyes prison in Valencia and then moved to Barcelona, to the depot for prisoners and escapees of 19 July, installed in the Servants of Mary convent in the Plaza Letamendi. On January 16, 1939, a few days before Barcelona fell to Franco's troops, the prisoners were evacuated from the depot and taken to Santa Perpetua de Mogoda and thence to Ripoll. On its way to the border, the expedition suffered repeated nationalist bombing. The members of this pilgrimage, made necessary by the nationalist military advance, arrived on 31 January at Port de Molins. A week later, on February 7, they were taken to the Canditrezza ravine to be machine-gunned down. The decision was taken by Major Pedro Diaz, and the killers disobeyed the order given by General Rojo for the prisoners to be handed over to the Republican Air Force to be taken to Madrid. 42 were executed. Their number included Bishop Polanco, Colonel Rey de Harcourt and the Vicar General of the Diocese of Teruel, Felipe Ripoll Morata. Colonel Barba, wounded in one of the nationalist air raids, escaped with his life as he was in hospital. The bodies of Bishop Polanco and Ripoll were later taken to Teruel. Rey de Harcourt, however, was treated by his side as incompetent, responsible for the fall of Teruel, and so his remains did not deserve to be removed from that remote ravine near the French border. His family were not able to transfer his body to their private vault in Legrano until 1972. Teruel was retaken on February 22, by troops under the direction of General Juan Vigan, who deployed 100,000 men, including the Italian CTV. Thus ended one of the cruelest battles of the Civil War, with 40,000 nationalist and over 60,000 Republican casualties. The two armies had the same number of troops mobilized at that time, almost 800,000 each, but the material superiority of the nationalists was overwhelming. In just a few weeks, Teruel went from being the Republicans' biggest victory, blown out of all proportion in their propaganda, to what Anthony Beaver calls the biggest Republican disaster in the whole war, because the Republic had set out to seize a city of no strategic value, which it could never have hoped to hold, all at a catastrophic cost in lives and equipment. 9. The disaster widened the breach between the Communists and Indalecio Prieto, the Minister of Defense, who became the butt of all their accusations, although General Vicente Rojo also began to be held responsible for the defeats in the reports that some of the Comintern delegates in Spain sent to Moscow. However, Rojo was quite adamant that little could be done with the lack of materiel, the poor morale of our units, their incomplete organization, and the ineptitude or incompetence of many of the commanders. As he wrote to Prieto in his report of February 26, 1938, a few days after the withdrawal of the troops from Teruel, so far, we have only an outline, an embryonic organization. He also complained about the lack of discipline and how long it took to prepare the recruits that were joining the ranks. On the very morning of the fall of Teruel, Rojo presented his resignation to Prieto. Negrin, the prime minister, replied to him the following day that, with him, the army of the Republic was in good hands, that he did not know of anybody who comes near you for your professional skill, composure, clear vision, precision and sense of organization in your acts, and, as if that were not enough, above all these qualities, what he most admired about him was your human character. 10. Although Negrin was trying to repair the physical and moral damage affecting Rojo after 20 months of constant stress in his work, it is true to say that the state of the Republican troops following the Teruel disaster was worrying, and this was borne out just a few days later in the full-scale push begun by the Nationalists through Aragon and Castellon to the coast. On March 9, some 150,000 men, backed up by hundreds of artillery pieces and aircraft of the Condor Legion and the Aviación Legionaria, began their advance through Aragon. On March 10, they recaptured Belchite, which they had lost the previous summer. On March 14, Alcanais, having dropped several tons of bombs on the town a few days previously, and on March 17, the Morocco Corps and the 1st Division entered Caspe, which had been the headquarters of the Council of Aragon and was now that of the Republican authority that replaced it, the Governor-General José Ignacio Manticón. There then followed two simultaneous actions, one, to the south of the Ebro, with the capture of Gandesa, in the province of Tarragona, on April 1, and the other, to the north of the river, which saw Yag take Fraga on March 27 and Lerida on April 3. The campaign ended on April 15 on the Mediterranean coast. The victorious sword of Franco, said the Seville Daily, ABC, the following day, has split the Spain still held by the Reds into two. The report sent by the examining magistrate, General Carlos Masclet, on April 2, to the Minister of Defense on the collapse of the Eastern Front showed the situation in which the divisions of the Eastern Army found themselves at that time. The performance of our army left a great deal to be desired, incomplete units, unarmed units, artillery of poorer quality than ordered, particularly anti-aircraft guns, communications that were flawed or misused and with little protection, with the commanders unable to re-establish them promptly, rudimentary fortifications, with little tactical thought behind them and hardly any infantry working on them, shortage of transport, so useful these days for supplying and motorizing the troops, providing them with mobility and flexibility and, above all, the vast discrepancy between our equipment and that of the enemy, in their favor. 11. The Republican troops and civilians withdrawing to Catalonia suffered endless bombing from the Savoia Marchetti of the Aviazione Legionaria. According to a report by the Jesuits in Lerida, on March 27, the fourth Sunday in Lent, some 30 bombers, totally unopposed, devoted themselves to pounding the city for several hours. Tortosa, near the mouth of the Ebro, was reduced to rubble. In the bombing of Balaguer, on April 6, over 100 aircraft took part. However, the most violent air raids of all occurred in Barcelona, far from the front, on 17 and March 18, with over 1,000 casualties. In some places like Lerida, the nationalists later removed the lists in the civil registry that contained the names of the victims. Split in two, beset by a serious economic crisis and with its morale shattered, the Republic was in torment. Indalecio Prieto, who made no secret of his defeatism, left, driven out, as he put it, the government of the Republic, which he had served both in peace and in war. Outside Spain, things were no better. On February 20, Anthony Eden, the only minister in Neville Chamberlain's government who had not openly expressed any antagonism towards the Republic, resigned as Foreign Secretary. On April 16, his successor in the Foreign Office, Lord Halifax, signed an agreement with Italy in which, once again, the British turned a blind eye to the fascist intervention in Franco's camp. In France, after a short-lived government led by the socialist, Léon Blum, which lasted only 30 days, the radical Édouard Daladier took over in April, and in June he once more closed the border with Spain. Such was the harsh situation that the Republic found itself in, and the government began to reconstruct the Army of the East with all the units that had withdrawn to Catalonia. It had to defend itself, resist and at least prevent a swift collapse that would almost certainly be accompanied by the likely unconditional victory of Franco, while all the time waiting for the international headwinds to change direction. But Franco insisted on the idea of a long drawn-out war of attrition, in which he would conclusively crush the Republic. He had a vast army and could afford to be careless of his men's lives, writes Paul Preston. Instead of launching a swift attack against Barcelona, as it appears his colleagues had asked him to do, in view of the victorious Aragon campaign, Franco ordered Generals José Varela, Antonio Aranda, and Rafael García Valleno to advance from Teruel to Castellón, which they took on June 13. 12. The offensive against Valencia, the main objective of this campaign that was initiated a few days later, came up against an effective defensive response from the Republicans. However, the nationalist troops remained less than 50 kilometers from what had been the capital of the Republic for a year. Franco said that he would enter Valencia on July 25, the feast day of St. James the Apostle. And it was on that night, 24 to July 25, that various units of the Republican Army, under the command of the communist Juan Modesto, crossed the Ebro in rowing boats, following the plan outlined by General Rojo to relink the Levant with Catalonia. Thus began the Battle of the Ebro, the longest and harshest of the whole war. Almost all the commanders in this ad hoc army of the Ebro were communists. The commander-in-chief was Lieutenant Colonel Juan Modesto, and on his staff were Enrique Lister, who commanded the 5th Army Corps, and Lieutenant Colonel Manuel Tigueña, a physics and mathematics student who had begun the war in the ranks and ended up commanding the 15th Army Corps. General Rojo told them, according to Tigueña in Testimonio entre dos Guerras, that he would answer for any decision we might take on the opposite shore if we found ourselves cut off and in a difficult situation. 13. They crossed the river in various locations, from Fayon in the north and Moraved in the south. The initial advance, as was normal in these Republican actions, was considerable, but it was quickly halted, as was also normal. And Franco acted as he had done on previous occasions, in Brunt, Belchite, and Teruel, and began to take back the ground lost. At first, the battle looked like a tactical victory for the Republicans, as they had halted the nationalist offensive on Valencia, but almost throughout it was a defensive battle whose aim was to tire the adversary and force them to negotiate a victory that was less unconditional, rather than to defeat them, which was impossible. For nearly 4 months, until November 16, 250,000 men fought. The Nationalists lost over 30,000 men, dead and wounded, and the Republicans double that number, although leading military historians disagree over the exact number of dead, some citing 13,000 in total, spread almost equally between the two sides. The Republic had lost the best of its army and soon afterwards lost the whole of Catalonia. The Republic by now seemed to have been defeated, particularly because the Munich Pact, signed at the end of September, allowing Hitler to advance freely on Czechoslovakia, ruined Negrin's resistance and showed that the democracies had no intention of changing their policy of appeasement of the fascist powers. On November 7, Franco told the Vice President of the United Press, James Miller, something that he had never tired of repeating throughout that year: there will be no negotiated peace. There will be no negotiated peace because the criminals and their victims cannot live side by side. 14. Rojo's opinion after the withdrawal from Teruel still held after the Battle of the Ebro: all they had was an outline of an army, an embryonic organization. Policy and military strategy did not always coincide in the Republican camp. And there was more conflict and disunity than in the Nationalist camp. The civil war in the Republican camp began with a revolution and ended with a desperate attempt by Negrin to introduce a democratic and disciplined alternative that would bring about a change in French and British policy, and which many people, particularly anarchists and the socialist left, saw as a communist dictatorship, because of the Republic's dependence on the Soviet Union for military equipment and for the rise of communist militants in the Republican Army. The military rebels, despite the disparity of their forces, never had any problems of that type. Aid from the fascist powers was more readily available, and the military authorities, under the sole command of Franco, controlled the home front with an iron glove. Those who shared their values were happily experiencing the renaissance of a new Spain, because their army always won its battles, so loss of morale was out of the question. For those who did not support them, a savage violence awaited them, implemented from the very day of the uprising, a violence that did not cease until many years after the end of the war. Opposing worlds. In some of the cities where the uprising had been defeated, the war seemed far away for months. Away from the front, their inhabitants made the most of the revolutionary celebrations, the enthusiasm for the destruction of order and its symbols, and they knew nothing of the harshness of the trenches or the bombings. This enthusiastic atmosphere, with armed people in the streets, the requisitioning of luxury cars and houses belonging to aristocrats and the middle classes, the abundance of food, can be seen in the press cuttings, testimonies, and documents that we have from that time. It may be seen in the image of the luxury restaurant of the Hotel Ritz in Barcelona occupied by the working classes. The dispossessed were eating where only the well-to-do had eaten before, an image that summed up the reversal of order. It could be seen in Malaga, Valencia, and the Madrid of the first few weeks. But Barcelona would always be the clearest example of this earthly paradise. 15. To George Orwell, who had recently arrived in Barcelona, this exterior aspect of the city, even in December 1936, seemed to him to be something startling and overwhelming. It was the first time that I had ever been in a town where the working class was in the saddle. The buildings were adorned with red and black flags, the churches looted, the shops and cafes collectivist. Waiters and shop walkers looked you in the face and treated you as an equal. Servile and even ceremonial forms of speech had temporarily disappeared. Tu was used instead of usted, and salud replaced adios. The loudspeakers were bellowing revolutionary songs. Apparently, the wealthy classes had ceased to exist. There were no well-dressed people. Overalls, or rough working-class clothes had replaced middle-class outfits. But things were not as they appeared. I did not realize that great numbers of well-to-do bourgeois were simply lying low and disguising themselves as proletarians for the time being. 16. So the bourgeois in Barcelona were in disguise, forced to wear working-class clothes if they wanted to stay alive. And the same went for the bourgeois and landowners in Madrid in the weeks following the uprising. People like José Félix, the protagonist of Madrid de Corte a Checa, by Agustin de Foxa, who had taken off his tie and went around open-necked, because the middle classes of Madrid, backed into a corner, spent their days next to the stove or the heating boiler, burning photographs and receipts from Renovation or Acción Popular. 17 armed militias went out of the cities to the front, hunting for fascists, and in this scenario women played a leading role. The revolution and the anti-fascist war generated a new climate and a fresh image of women, which could be seen in the propaganda and war slogans, and this transformed the way in which they were usually portrayed. The image of women as perfect wives and angels of the household gave way, in the revolutionary fervor of the first few weeks, to the figure of the militia woman, portrayed graphically in numerous posters as an attractive woman in blue overalls, rifle on her shoulder, striding out to the front to hunt the enemy. During those early days, the image of the militia woman, an active and warlike heroine, strong and brave, became the symbol of Spanish mobilization against fascism. While the rejection of the middle-class outfit was for men a sign of political identification, as Orwell had observed, for women, according to Mary Nash, wearing trousers or overalls took on a deeper significance, since women had never before adopted this male costume, which challenged the traditional female appearance. But the militia women who dressed like men, thus displaying their claim for equality, were in a small minority, CNT affiliates, sisters or wives of militants, and were not representative of the female population. Most working-class women rejected this form of dress. And it hardly needs to be said that it found little favor among men either. War was something very serious and should not be confused with a carnival, said, among others, the diary official del Comite Antifascista y de Salud Pública de Badalona on October 3, 1936. In fact, this aggressive image of the woman as part of the revolutionary spirit of adventure that was current in the summer of 1936 quickly disappeared, to be replaced by the slogan "Men to the front, women on the home front," more in keeping with the roles assigned to both sexes in the war effort, the former occupied with combat duties in the trenches, and the latter giving aid and support on the home front. After the upheaval of revolution, the exaltation of motherhood and the right of mothers to defend their children against the brutality of fascism made for a much more powerful form of female mobilization. Starting in September 1936, with Largo Caballero as Prime Minister, a new policy was implemented which required women to return from the front. By the end of the year, posters and propaganda displaying militia women had disappeared. By the beginning of 1937, these heroines in blue overalls were history. As far as we know, no women's organization, not even the anarchist Mujeres Libres, publicly protested against the decisions, taken by men, to force the women to give up armed combat. All these organizations, concludes Mary Nash, in what has been the most comprehensive study on this matter, saw the integration of the female labor force into production on the home front as an essential ingredient for winning the war. 18 Despite the platitudes and propaganda, it was unlikely that relations between the sexes could change much in such a short time, particularly in the rural world. In the words of Pilar Vivancos, daughter of a smallholder from the town of Besit, in Teruel, and partner of the anarchist leader of the militia and later of the 25th Division, Miguel Garcia Vivancos, the question of women's liberation was not addressed by the revolutionary process, and in the self-styled libertarian Aragon, a woman's place was in the kitchen or the fields. 19 women, as confirmed by the documents available, did not take part in the management committees of political and trade union organizations. This also went for the municipal councils, the bodies of local power dominated by the CNT until August 1937. And with regard to the equality of opportunities of the working woman, the gender factor was still a major element of distinction, as borne out by the minimum wage set by the anarchist Miguel Choica, of the Labor Department of the Council of Aragon, 10 pesetas for men and 6 for women. The militants of the anarchist organization Mujeres Libres, whose membership included the notable figures of Lucia Sánchez Saornil, Mercedes Coma Posada, and Amparo Poch y Gascon, the only ones who tried to correct this contradiction between ideas and practice, never managed to achieve recognition as an autonomous branch of the libertarian movement, an objective which, on the other hand, had been attained by the Juventudes Libertarias when this organization was set up in 1932. Despite their efforts and aspirations, the traditional relationship between men and women, like many other aspects of day-to-day life, was maintained with very few changes within the context of the revolutionary experience. To be more precise, the opportunities presented in the early days of revolutionary fervor, which had served to enhance the image of the militia woman as a heroine and symbol of the mobilization of the Spanish people against fascism, were closed off as the struggle for power, the reconstruction of order and the war neutralized the most radical aspects of popular power. After the early days of euphoria, many workers in Catalonia felt distanced from revolution and collectivization. They were supposed to bring improvements in social and labor conditions. They might have done at the beginning. But a few months later, seeing that this was collectivization in time of war, the opposite occurred, hours were increased, wages could not match galloping inflation, and the shortage of food supplies meant that the daily struggle to obtain them became a fundamental obsession. The inhabitants of Barcelona had to adapt to exceptional circumstances, supply problems as a result of price rises in consumer goods, a fall in real wages, the use of inferior quality materials and the sudden appearance of the black market. And in a city whose industries had hitherto included the manufacture of machinery, textiles, and chemicals, they now had to set up a war industry. In fact, the whole of Catalonia was a society that was being overwhelmed with refugees fleeing from territory overrun by Franco's army. As the war went on, there were more and more people denouncing the inefficiency of the supply system and protests against the appearance of the black market. Many of these complaints and accusations were lodged by women, who raided food shops and town halls to ask for bread and war rations for their families. It is obvious that these protests should never be divorced from the exceptional conditions dictated by the war and the influx of refugees that Catalonia experienced. But they also highlight the contrast between the lives of luxury and plenty of certain sectors of the population linked to the new power base, and the shortage of staple products suffered by most of the civilian population. Following the loss of Aragon, in March 1938, agricultural production fell and hunger and pessimism increased among a rapidly rising population that saw the prosperity promised by the revolution receding at the same rate as it was experiencing a deterioration in its welfare. The revolution was no longer the be-all and end-all, the devastating force that had overrun the old order. It disappeared from the agenda of the CNT, and indeed from its philosophy. The movement was entering its death throes. Every day there was less and less territory to defend. These difficult months were too much for some anarchist newspapers, and one by one they folded. This hardship also affected Solidaridad Obrera, which had lived its golden age in the early months of the revolution. In May 1937, newsprint became increasingly scarce, and the censors showed no mercy on the newspaper that had epitomized the power of the CNT. And if people were being ground down by the war in Barcelona, things were not much better in Madrid, where conditions were extremely harsh in the autumn and winter of 1936. There also, the women demonstrated publicly in protest against the shortage of food supplies. The workers were going hungry and mothers demanded milk for their children, wrote Palmiro Togliatti, the delegate of the Communist International in Spain. The bread ration fell sharply at the front and behind the lines. In Madrid, bread rationing went down from the 230 grams per day per inhabitant before the war, to 100 grams at the end of 1938. As a result of all this, said a report from the Central South Army Group on November 19, 1938, the troops' attitude was that the war is drawing to a close. That is what is being talked about at the front and behind the lines, in soldiers' letters from the front, in gatherings, in the streets, and places of entertainment. Support for Negrin and his resistance strategy was fading fast. 25th columnists, deserters working in Madrid, Valencia, and Barcelona for the nationalists, began to crawl out from under their stones. To put a brake on these activities, on August 16, 1937, Negrin's government had set up the Military Investigation Service, charged with tracking down espionage, treason, and defeatism, although in fact it ended up by also hunting POUM militants and anarchists, and created a system of repression that gave rise to protests, censure and even more division on the Republican home front. The Fifth Column in Madrid, which had been collaborating throughout the war with international espionage, in networks connected with the embassies, went as far as negotiating with Colonel Casado the surrender of Madrid in March 1939. Rojo was right, wars were also lost on the home front. In nationalist Spain, on the other hand, there were no food shortages. From the outset, the military rebels controlled the major agricultural production areas. The predominance of military over civilian rule was clear from the beginning, with a united military leadership which, in the words of Pablo Martín Asina, ordered that all economic activities be steered towards the war effort. In contrast to the indiscipline caused by the revolution, in the nationalist zone production was subject to an unwavering discipline. And in contrast to the monetary chaos in the Republican zone, with a large number of coins and promissory notes in circulation, the nationalist peseta suffered a limited depreciation and there were no serious disruptions to supplies. The external aid from Italy and Germany and the major international companies' preference for Franco's cause were also a basic factor in maintaining unity, morale, and faith in victory. 21 While the anarchists and socialists were requisitioning and collectivizing lands, one of the first measures taken by the Junta de Defensa Nacional, set up in Burgos on July 24, 1936, and its successor, the Junta Técnica del Estado, was to dismantle the Republic's legislation and the activities of the Instituto de Reforma Agraria, IRA. Wherever possible, beginning with Andalusia, lands were returned to their former owners. In 1938, the Minister of Agriculture in Franco's first government, the Falangist Raimundo Fernández Cuesta, set up the Servicio Nacional de Reforma Económica y Social de la Tierra, National Land Economic and Social Reform Service, but the owners had not expected to recover their lands legitimately, and the violent counter-revolution of officers, landowners, señoritos, and Falangists had already taken their revenge on thousands of peasants in Extremadura and Andalusia. There were others, however, who managed to flee and take refuge in the mountains of Andalusia, Asturias, Leon, and Galicia. They were the huidos, fugitives, many of whom formed the core of subsequent guerrilla activity, because they knew that they would never be able to return, and that if they were captured, harsh repression awaited them. But those who took to the mountains soon after the military rising did so, in the words of Secundino Serrano, without any planning ahead, their first objective being to save their lives. 22 And this was the start of the nationalist repression of those suspected of collaborating against them, which intensified from the end of 1937 onwards, especially after the conquest of Asturias, where thousands fled and at least 200 were killed in the early confrontations with the nationalist armed forces. The reprisals were brutal in Caceres on Christmas Day 1937. 2 days before, the military authorities had discovered a plot, so they said, headed by Maximo Calvo Quino, a communist leader and mayor of Cadalso, who had fled to the Republican zone after the military rising, in which he aimed to seize Caceres and turn the city into a Marxist center of terror and devastation. Maximo Calvo was discovered by a security guard near Almojarén. According to the official version, he was disguised as a beggar when he was gunned down. His guerrilla comrades said that, surrounded by the civil guard, he shot himself with his own rifle. The military chief of the province, Ricardo Rada Peral, ordered the execution of over 200 people who had been in contact with the guerrilla leader, whose names appeared in the papers found in his clothes. Whether there was a plot or not, a totally different matter was the 25 men who were picked to be murdered on Christmas Day. Among their number was Antonio Canales, a socialist and mayor of Caceres for most of the time of the Republic. He had been arrested on July 21, 1936 and sentenced to death by a court-martial on August 9 the following year. Most of those who fell with him were railway employees working at Arroyo Malpartida station. They were buried in a mass grave. Before he died, Canales asked to see Elias Heredia, the parish priest of Santa Maria. When he slumped before the firing squad, he had on his person a small crucifix, a medal of the Virgin of the Mountains, photographs of his family and a notebook containing the dates of birth of his children. The executioners were rewarded, decorated, blessed, and commended before the images of virgins and saints. Ricardo Rada, the military governor of Caceres responsible for this Christmas massacre, was named an honorary citizen of the city at a plenary session of the city council. Many months previously, in September 1936, Civil Guard Lieutenant Pascual Sanchez, who had, with his machine pistol, delivered the coup de grace to dozens of people lying face down in the square in the town of Bina, in Córdoba, was presented with the military medal in front of an image of Jesus the Nazarene, and an altar was erected in the very place where he had caused so much blood to flow. After this divine punishment, charitable souls suggested building orphanages, such as the one in Puente Genil, so that at least the children of the Reds, who not long before were raising a clenched fist and insulting any religious person who went by, would receive the Christian education that their parents had rejected. 23 The re-establishment of religious education was one of the distinguishing features of the nationalist home front. Heavy symbolism was also to be seen in the many ceremonies involving the replacement and return of crucifixes in schools after the beginning of the 1936-37 school year. The abolition of republican legislation went hand in hand with the restoration of a traditional Spain, with children as witnesses. The ritual and the celebrants took many forms. In Tarazona, the same person who had removed the crucifixes 5 years earlier, much to his and his parents' chagrin, was charged with replacing them on August 30, 1936. In La Coruna, it was the civil governor who gave the order on August 13. And in Zaragoza, the order came from the rector of the university. In most cases, mayors and priests ran the ceremonies, while bishops usually delivered the speeches. 24 crucifixes, Sacred Hearts of Jesus, Virgins of the Column and pre-republican flags, the restoration of traditional symbols won many adherents and was enthusiastically greeted. Republican, anarchist, socialist and secular symbols all caved in under the drive of the military and religion. In Pamplona, one of the first things the Carlists did after the uprising was to shatter the plaques containing the names of notable socialists and republicans in the streets and squares. Old habits of popular religious life were restored. Religious feast days returned to the official calendar, and others of a national character began to be celebrated, which were maintained during Franco's dictatorship, until his death. The Bishop of Salamanca, Enrique Pla Wideñul, in his pastoral letter Los Delitos del Pensamiento y los Falsos Ídolos Intelectuales, The Crimes of Thought and False Intellectual Idols, published in that province's ecclesiastical gazette on May 20, 1938, asked for the expurgation of libraries, particularly public and school libraries, into which so much flawed and poisonous material has been introduced in recent years. 25 It was very important, as the Ecclesiastical Gazette of the Archdiocese of Burgos maintained a few months earlier, to instill religious discipline in children, as tomorrow they will be the spouses, parents, and heads of the family. 26 It was not all religion, however, on the nationalist home front. And to escape the old concept of charity and assistance, and to give expression to the Falangist dreams of social justice, the struggle against hunger, cold, and misery in the middle of a war, October 1936 saw the setting up of Auxilio de Invierno, Winter Assistance, later to become the Delegation Nacional de Auxilio Social, National Social Assistance Delegation, in May 1937. It was the brainchild of Mercedes Sanz Bachiller, the widow of Juancimo Redondo, and Javier Martinez de Bedoya, an old student colleague of Juancimo's, who, after spending some time in Nazi Germany, returned to Spain in June 1936, and in the autumn of that year suggested to Sanz Bachiller, at that time provincial head of the Sección Femenina in Valladolid, that they set up something similar to the Nazi Winterhilfe, to collect donations and distribute food and warm clothing to the most needy. In less than a year, according to Angela Senero, they turned it into an institution at the service of the demographic policy of the nationalist new state, defending motherhood, with the setting up of a charity to protect mothers and their children. We need strong, fecund mothers to give us plenty of healthy children to fulfill the desire for supremacy of the youth that has died in war. 27 And thus, with strong, fertile mothers and healthy, educated children, with hundreds of school teachers murdered and the destruction of books, the worst drug of all, in the words of Gonzalo Calamita, rector of the University of Zaragoza, dawned with gladdening light a new golden age for the glory of Christianity, civilization, and Spain. So wrote Modesto Díaz del Corral, chairman of the Comisión Depuradora del Magisterio, commissioned to purge the teaching profession, in the province of Burgos, and it was no mere dream. He and many others were convinced of success if priests, civil guards, mayors, and all others with total ideological solvency identified with this way of thinking and offered their full valuable cooperation. 28 An era of opulence was also predicted by the Zaragoza Catholic daily, El Noticiero, on March 9, 1938, as Republican and collectivist Aragon was collapsing under the advance of Franco's troops. Children would sing patriotic anthems, learn about the lives of heroes and saints, and look upon the portrait of the Caudillo while they were being nurtured by the Gospels. Just over a year later, all this came to pass in the New Spain, united now under the all-conquering sword of Franco. The end. The end of the Republic had been a foregone conclusion since the Munich Pact and the outcome of the Battle of the Ebro, but its last 3 months were particularly painful. The whole of Catalonia fell to Franco's troops in barely a month, in the midst of patriotic and religious fervor. They entered Tarragona in the middle of January 1939 and Barcelona on January 26. 3 days later, on Sunday, January 29, a multitudinous open-air mass was celebrated in the Plaza de Catalunya, presided over by General Juan Yag. The official entry into Barcelona was led by the troops of the Army of Navarre, under General José Sol Cagazela. In the words of the British military attaché in Burgos, the Navarrans marched at the head, not because they had fought better, but because they were the ones that felt the most burning hatred for Catalonia and the Catalans. 29 The city's bleak period of slavery was over, concluded Francisco Lacruz in his account of revolution and terror in Barcelona. Such had been the transgression of its inhabitants that the scene offered by the city to its liberators was dantesque. Hunger, suffering and terror had turned it into a city populated by the living dead, hallucinatory beings, ghosts. The inhabitants left behind came out to acclaim the victors, starving and haggard, drawing on their last ounce of strength. They had suffered the terrible years of the Reds, years which cannot be measured, years which seem like centuries or infinity. This was a far cry from the earthly paradise that George Orwell had portrayed. It was a gigantic midden over which Sovietism had passed like a millinery horror. It was imperative to sate the hunger of the starving, recover the will to live and the industrious, tenacious, and enduring energy of this great Spanish city with its glorious history, and to punish all those responsible for the Red dictatorship. 30 As Michael Richards has pointed out recently, the occupation of Catalonia was viewed in pathological terms. Victor Ruiz Albaniz, L.T. Bibarumi, a doctor and friend of Franco's from the war in Morocco, recommended, in the Heraldo de Aragon of February 4, 1939, a biblical chastisement, Sodom and Gomorrah, to purge the Red City, the seat of anarchism and separatism, as the only way to extirpate those two cancers by ruthless cauterization. And Ramon Serrano Sunaer, the interior minister of the first nationalist government formed on January 30, 1938, also knew how to treat the secessionist virus, the illness that was Catalan nationalism. Today we have Catalonia at the tip of our bayonets, he said to the Noticiero Universal on February 24, 1939. The question of material supremacy will soon be resolved. I am sure that the moral incorporation of Catalonia into Spain will come about as quickly as its military incorporation. 31 The Republican troops withdrew in a rabble to the French border. According to Manuel Azaña's description, the horde just kept on growing to immeasurable proportions. A crazed mob jammed the roads, and spilled onto shortcuts looking for the frontier. It was one solid mass of humanity stretching 15 kilometers along the road. Some women had miscarriages at the roadside. There were children who died from the cold or were trampled to death. 32 large numbers of people were killed or injured by bombing and machine gun fire from nationalist aircraft. The retribution against Red Catalonia rekindled the hot-blooded terror, with on-the-spot firing squads without trial. Between the total occupation of Catalonia and the final victory of Franco's army, there were 50 days of an orgy of anti-Catalan reprisal, in the form of beatings, acts of humiliation against women, looting and destruction of libraries, and killings of those whose hands were stained with blood and who could not escape. British diplomats, in an assessment made 2 years later, thought that the treatment received by the Catalans is worse than that suffered by the victims of the Gestapo and the OVRA, Italian secret police. 33 With the fall of Barcelona and the total conquest of Catalonia, the Republic was in its death throes. The United Kingdom and France finally recognized Franco's government on February 27, 1939. Manuel Azaña, who had crossed over into France 3 weeks previously, resigned as President of the Republic. A few days later, a coup by Colonel Segismundo Casado made things worse. Madrid, the anti-fascist city of resistance, the seat of the Junta Delegada de Defensa, had gradually become, according to Angel Bahamonde and Javier Cervera, the passive city and, above all, the city of the fifth column, which, since 1938, used the tactic of infiltration into the apparatuses of Republican power so that it could maintain a presence there and, over the long term, control their nerve centers. Hunger, the black market and loss of morale were rife towards the end of 1938. The accumulated tensions were as big as, or even bigger than that which had led to the bloody May of 1937 in Barcelona, and they had not emerged earlier because of the physical proximity of the enemy and the pressing need to hold on. 34. Casado's coup was not only the culmination of a political conflict, but also the rebellion of the officers against the Republican government, whose legitimacy they no longer recognized. It was also the embodiment of the idea that it would be easier to settle the war through an understanding between officers. It heralded a desperate, costly, fratricidal struggle in this moribund republic, with offshoots in other parts of the Central Zone and Cartagena, which achieved not an honorable peace, but an unconditional surrender, something which Franco, the officers, the civil authorities and the Catholic Church never tired of announcing, in other words, the annihilation of the Republican regime and its supporters. 35 Still to come was the drama of Alicante. Some 15,000 people, including senior officers, Republican politicians, combatants, and civilians, had been crowding together in the port since March 29. At dawn the following day, Italian troops of the Vittorio Division, commanded by General Gaetano Gambara, arrived in the city before most of this assemblage was able to board French and British ships. Many of those captured were executed on the spot. Others preferred to kill themselves before becoming victims of nationalist repression. Today, with the Red Army captured and disarmed, our victorious troops have achieved their final military objectives. The war is over, said the last official report issued by Franco's GHQ on April 1, 1939, read by the broadcaster and actor, Fernando Fernández de Córdoba. Catholicism and the fatherland had united, liberated by the redeeming power of the cross. The war had been necessary and inevitable because Spain could not be saved by conventional means, wrote Leopoldo Ijo Ygaray, Bishop of Madrid, in his pastoral letter La Hora Presente, issued on March 28, the day of the liberation of the capital. It was the moment for settling mankind's account with the political philosophy of the French Revolution. 36 A few hours after announcing that the Red Army had been captured and disarmed, the Generalissimo received a telegram from Pius XII, the former Cardinal Pacelli, who had been elected Pope on March 2 that year, after the unexpected death of his predecessor Pius XI on February 10, with heart uplifted to the Lord, we sincerely give thanks. Along with Your Excellency, for this long-desired Catholic victory in Spain. And it did not take long for Cardinal Isidro Goma to join in the chorus of congratulations. Writing from Pamplona on April 3, he reminded Franco how keen I was to support your endeavors from the start, how I collaborated with my limited strength in my capacity as prelate of the Church. You have always been in my prayers and those of my priests. For this reason, Goma felt he had special legitimate cause to share your joy in these moments of definitive triumph. Spain and its Church might have sunk without trace, and yet God, who has found Your Excellency to be a worthy instrument to carry out His favorable plans for our dear fatherland, had ensured that this would not happen. God and the fatherland would recompense the glorious Spanish army and particularly Franco for the mighty effort you must have put in to culminate this massive endeavor. And He would pay them with the love of the people and a long life to carry on the work you did during the war in peacetime. 37 The war had lasted almost 1,000 days, leaving long-lasting scars on Spanish society. The total number of dead, according to historians, was nearly 600,000, of which 100,000 deaths were due to the repression unleashed by the military rebels, and 55,000 due to the violence in the Republican zone. 500,000 people were crowded in prisons and concentration camps. The Spanish Civil War was the first of the wars in the 20th century in which aviation was used in a premeditated fashion in bombing raids behind the lines. Italian S-81S and S-79S, German He-111S, and Russian Katiuskas turned Spain into a testing ground for the major world war that was on the horizon. Madrid, Durango, Guernica, Alcanais, Lerida, Barcelona, Valencia, Alicante, and Cartagena were among the cities whose defenseless populations became military targets. According to the study by Josep Maria Solé Sabat and Joan Villarroya, bombing by the nationalist, Italian, and German planes accounted for over 11,000 lives, over 2,500 of which were in Barcelona, while deaths caused by Republican and Soviet aircraft, if we accept the figures given by the winners themselves, numbered 1,088 up to May 1938. The intervention of Italian and German air power was a decisive factor in hastening the nationalist victory. The majority of bombing raids had as their sole objective to punish and spread panic among the population, and many of them occurred in Catalan and Levantine cities from the end of 1938, when the war was as good as won. 38 The exodus of the defeated population also left its mark. The withdrawal, as this great exile of 1939 was known, saw some 450,000 refugees fleeing to France in the first 3 months of that year, of whom 170,000 were women, children, and the elderly. Some 200,000 returned in the following months, to continue their living hell in the nationalist dictatorship jails. Many Spaniards viewed the war as a horror from the outset, others felt that they were in the wrong zone and tried to escape. There were distinguished figures of the Republic who took no part in the war, such as Alejandro Lerou or Niceto Alcala Zamora, dismissed as President of the Republic in April 1936, who was on a cruise in Northern Europe when the military uprising occurred. He learned about it in Reykjavik, from where he went to Paris and Buenos Aires, where he died in 1949. There was also the so-called Third Spain, intellectuals who were able to abstain from the war, as Salvador de Madariaga said of himself. But the war caught most of the Spanish population, millions of them, and forced them to take sides, although some would suffer more than others, and saw the beginning of a period of violence without precedent in the history of Spain. However much some historians see this war as a logical consequence of a Spanish ancestral tendency to kill each other. From April 1939 onwards, Spain experienced the peace of Franco, the consequences of the war and of those that caused it. Spain was left divided between victors and vanquished. From before the ending of the war, the churches were filled with plagues commemorating those who had fallen in the service of God and the fatherland. On the other hand, thousands of Spaniards killed by the violence initiated by the military rebels in July 1936 did not have even an insignificant tombstone to remember them by, and their families are still searching for their remains today. The reformist project of the Republic and all that this type of government meant was swept away, and the dust scattered over the tombs of thousands of Spaniards, and the workers' movement and its ideas were systematically wiped out, in a process that was more violent and long-lasting than that suffered by any of the other European movements opposed to fascism. This was the surgical operation on the social body of Spain, so vehemently demanded by the military rebels, the land-owning classes and the Catholic Church. Italy and Germany did a great deal for Spain in 1936. Without the aid of both countries, there would be no Franco today, said Adolf Hitler to Galeazzo Ciano, the Italian Minister of Foreign Affairs and son-in-law of Benito Mussolini, in September 1940. It is an opinion that sums up perfectly what many contemporaries believed then, and studies have confirmed decades later, that the German and Italian intervention had been decisive in the defeat of the Republic or the victory of the rebel officers who rose against it July 1936. Some historians, however, believe that the international intervention was not so decisive, and that the causes are to be found in the characteristics of the two armies. Franco's was better, and in their policies, which is usually summed up as the unity of the national zone and republican discord. Political, military, and international causes would thus summarize the essence of complex explanations that would answer the simple question as to why the Republic lost the war. The international situation determined the course and outcome of the Civil War. That is the conclusion of Enrique Moradiellos when he assesses all that he and other researchers, including Angel Vinas, Robert Wheely, Paul Preston, Walther L. Bernecker, Gerald Housen, and Pablo Martín Asina, have written on this subject. Without the aid of Hitler and Mussolini, it is very hard to believe that Franco could have won his absolute and unconditional victory, and had it not been for the suffocating embargo imposed by non-intervention and the resulting inhibition shown by the Western democracies, it is very unlikely that the Republic would have suffered an internal cave-in and such a total and merciless military defeat too. Epilogue: why did the Republic lose the war? The Republic was not short of money or weaponry. In fact, the Republic spent a similar amount of money in losing the war as Franco did in winning it, some $600 million on each side, but the war materiel it acquired using Bank of Spain gold reserves was inferior, both in quantity and in quality, to that which the fascist powers supplied to the military rebels. And the most important aspect is that they received this aid constantly, while the Soviet aid depended, among other factors, on the entente between Moscow and the Western democratic powers. Thus, at the end of 1937 and in 1938, shipments were either interrupted or blocked at the French border. The expansionist policies of the fascist powers and appeasement, defended by the United Kingdom and supported by France, played a major role in the development and outcome of the Spanish Civil War. Anthony Beevor gives less importance to the foreign intervention and much more to the strategy followed by the Republic's high command and the disastrous conduct of the war by the communist commanders and their Soviet advisors. Beevor feels that Hitler's decision to send Junkers 52 transport planes to help the Army of Africa to cross the Straits of Gibraltar was not decisive, because it would have happened sooner or later, in view of the incompetence and lack of initiative of the Republican fleet during the revolutionary chaos of the early weeks. And it was not the fascist and Nazi intervention that gave Franco victory in the end, although he does believe that it cut short the war considerably in his favor, above all because of the Condor Legion's actions in the rapid conquest of the north, enabling the rebels to concentrate their forces in the center of Spain, and because of its devastating effectiveness to counter the major Republican offensives of the second half of 1937 and 1938. For Beevor, an expert in some of the great battles of the Second World War, it was not so much a case of Franco winning the war, as the senior Republican officers losing it, a theory that supports what certain Francoist historians, such as Ramon Salas Larrazabal, had held in the last few years of the dictatorship. Against the war machinery of the military rebels, the Republican High Command and its Soviet advisors insisted on launching conventional offensives which gradually destroyed the Republic's army and resistance. These were normally implemented for propaganda reasons, and at first they had a surprise factor, but as the Republicans did not maintain their attacks, the nationalists would manage to redeploy their troops and the Condor Legion. Once the initial impetus was lost, the Republican High Command did not withdraw its forces because of the grossly exaggerated propaganda claims that had been made when announcing the offensive. And so, with defeat after defeat, morale among the troops and on the home front lay shattered. With the Battle of the Ebro, the last time that they applied this orthodox tactic of a general offensive, the military power of the Republic was exhausted and there was nothing left that it could do. The solution, according to Beaver, would have been to combine, from the outset, a defensive conventional war and guerrilla action with short, lightning attacks, but this strategy was impossible because political propaganda needed prestige operations. Three other experts, such as Gabriel Cardona, maintained that the rebels won the war because from the very first shot they had an army, and all they had to do was to expand their military resources, while the Republic had to organize one practically from scratch. On one side there were the militias and the whole interminable discussion over whether a regular army should be set up, and on the other, the highly trained troops of Morocco. It is hardly surprising that, under Franco's command, they managed to arrive unbeaten to the edge of Madrid. When Negrin, with Rojo advising him, embarked upon military reorganization, he found himself with too many insurmountable problems, particularly the poor quality of many of the middle and junior command. An army in action, adds Cardona, needs guaranteed supplies and the support of a solid rear guard. Because the arms came to Republican Spain by sea and depended on the policies of Stalin, naval monitoring by the Non-Intervention Committee and the vagaries of French politics as to whether to allow the shipments to go through or not, there were constant ups and downs in the supply line, and they could find themselves without arms or munitions at the most vital or critical moment. Furthermore, the rearguard had enough on its plate, what with hunger, air raids and military defeats. For however, Michael Seidman believes that the rearguard could have done much more and that this was where, in fact, the Republic lost the war. His categorical conclusion is that the Republic was incapable of retaining the commitment and devotion of the urban population who at first defended it. Nor could it raise enthusiasm among the rural population, including the collectivists, who did not agree with price control. The initial activism and militancy gradually faded, and commitment turned into unwillingness to sacrifice their own self-interests, and the struggle for basic survival. Many citizens of the Republic were more concerned with their patria chica, their homes and families, than with larger entities, such as the state and the nation. 5. This emphasis on the personal aspect without doubt adds to the general vision of the war, but it cannot be set apart from the international rivalries, foreign aid received, the availability of a better army and the political disputes that characterize democracies, or those attempting to achieve the status, as against authoritarian ideas and practices. After the First World War and the triumph of the revolution in Russia, no civil war could be said to be solely internal anymore. When the Spanish Civil War began, the democratic powers were trying at all costs to appease the fascist powers, especially Nazi Germany, instead of opposing those who were really threatening the balance of power. The Republic found itself, therefore, at an enormous disadvantage in having to wage war on some military rebels, who, from the outset, were the beneficiaries of this international situation that was so favorable to their interests. Dictatorships dominated by authoritarian governments of a single man and a single party were at that time replacing democracy in many countries of Europe, and except for the Soviet Union, all these dictatorships were based on the ideas of order and authority of the extreme right. 6 of the most solid democracies on the continent were invaded by the Nazis during the year after the Civil War ended. Consequently, Spain was no exception, nor the only country in which the ideas of order and extreme nationalism replaced those of democracy and revolution. The two sides in Spain were so different from the point of view of ideas, of how they wanted to organize the state and society, and they were so committed to the objectives that led them to take up arms, that it was hard to come to an agreement. And the international context did not allow for negotiations either. Thus, the war ended with the crushing victory of the nationalists, a victory that, from that moment onwards, was linked to all types of atrocity and violation of human rights. This exterminating violence had little in common with the repression and censorship used by the monarchist regime of Alfonso XIII or the dictatorship of Primo de Rivera. The dictatorships that emerged in Europe in the 1930s, in Germany, Austria, or Spain, had to face mass opposition movements, and to contain them they needed to implement new instruments of terror. It was no longer enough to ban political parties, impose censorship, or deny people their individual rights. A group of murderers had seized power. And the brutal reality that resulted from their decisions was killings, torture and concentration camps. The victory of Franco was also a victory for Hitler and Mussolini. And the defeat of the Republic was also a defeat for the democracies. Why did the military rebels win the war? They had the best trained troops in the Spanish army, economic power, and the Catholic Church on their side, and with them, the winds of international sympathy blew their way. This was Spain as portrayed in the poster by Juan Antonio Morales, Los Nacionales, published by the Republican government's Undersecretary for Propaganda, a general, a bishop and a capitalist, with a swastika, a vulture, and colonial troops in the background. They could not lose. Caciquismo, a word derived from cacique, the name denoting an Indian chief in the Spanish Empire. In the 19th century, and up to the Republic, it referred to the common organization of social and political control, whereby the cacique controlled the elections and handed out favors to his political cronies. Comites, in the towns and cities where the military uprising was unsuccessful or the military rebels were defeated, the workers' unions and parties set up comites under different categories, e.g. revolutionary, popular, war, whose task was to organize armed resistance and the new revolutionary order. Nationalists, the name by which the officers who rose up in July 1936 defined themselves and by which General Franco's camp, opposing the Republican or Red Camp, came to be known. Paseo, a walk, a euphemism for murder in the early months of the Civil War, particularly in the summer of 1936. Darl paseo, to take a walk, meant to seize the victim, murder him and leave him in a ditch, well, mineshaft or common grave. Pronunciamento, an official declaration by a group of army officers stating their opposition to the current government. This might develop into a coup d'état if it gains enough support from the rest of the army. Rojos, term used by the nationalists to denote the enemy, whether they were Republican, Socialist, Communist or Anarchist. As the nationalists took more cities during the war, the term was used disrespectfully to denote all those on the Republican side, in Red Spain, human beings with no right to live. Saca, removal term used in the Civil War to denote the operation of removing prisoners from jail to murder them in the countryside, usually at night. There were sacas on both home fronts, but most occurred in November 1936 in the Madrid jails, from where tens of thousands of officers and right-wingers were removed and taken to Paracuelos del Jarama to be murdered. Azana, Manuel, 1880–1940 intellectual, writer and main Republican leader in the 1930s, Minister of War, Prime Minister, 1931–33 and February, April 1936, and President of the Republic from May 1933. Crossed into France when the defeat of the Republic was imminent, resigned and died in Montauban in November 1940. Franco, Francisco, 1892–1975 an army general, he plotted and rose against the Republic and on October 1, 1936, his brother officers designated him head of the three branches of the armed forces, Generalissimo and principal leader of nationalist Spain against the Republic. He won the war and became dictator of Spain until his death on November 20, 1975. Gil Robles, José María, 1898–1980 lawyer, Catholic politician, and founder of the CETA. An advocate of a corporative and authoritarian state, he was the Republic's Minister of War in 1935, he supported the military coup of 1936 and, once the war had started, Franco's cause, although from Portugal and without taking active part in the war. Largo Caballero, Francisco, 1869–1946, principal leader of the Partido Socialista Obrero Español and its trade union organization UGT, he was Minister of Labor, 1931–1933, and wartime President of the Republic between September 1936 and May 1937. Lerou, Alejandro, 1864–1949, Republican leader, he was part of the Republican, Socialist coalition which took power in April 1931, but broke with this coalition in December of that year, and was Prime Minister during 1934 and 1935, together with the non-Republican rightist party CIDA. He took no part in the Civil War. Martínez Barrio, Diego, 1883–1962, a Republican leader, Prime Minister after the dismissal of Aznar in September 1933, he was Speaker of the Cortes in the spring of 1936 and throughout the Civil War. Mola, Emilio, 1887–1937, an army general and principal organizer of the July 1936 uprising, which he coordinated under the alias of El Director. He accepted Franco as leader and died in a plane accident in June 1937. Montseny, Federica, 1905–1994, an anarchist leader, she was Minister of Health in Largo Caballero's government, between November 1936 and May 1937, thus becoming the first female minister in Spain's history. Negrin, Juan, 1892–1956, a socialist leader, distinguished professor of physiology in the University of Madrid, having studied in Leipzig, Germany. Leader of the Republican government from May 1937 onwards, he preached discipline and order on the home front and resistance to the end. Passion Aria, Dolores Ibarruri, 1895–1989, a communist leader, she became famous during the Civil War for her speeches defending the Republic and for her slogan No Pasarán, when Franco's troops were trying to take Madrid in the autumn of 1936. Serrano Sunaer, Ramon, 1901–2003, leader of the Catholic right during the Republic, he managed to escape from prison in Madrid at the beginning of 1937 and became the principal champion of fascism in the zone ruled by Francisco Franco, his brother-in-law. It was he who was responsible for organizing a single party, Fety de los Jantes, founded in April 1937. Acción Española, a fundamentalist monarchist group, inspired by Acción Francesa. Acción Nacional, popular, a Catholic right organization, founded after the proclamation of the Republic to defend religion, family, order, labor, and ownership. It changed its name to Acción Popular in April 1932 and was the forerunner of the CIDA. Acción Republicana, a left-wing Republican group founded by Manuel Aznar in the 1920s, one of the Republic's governing parties during its first 2 years. In April 1934, it merged with other Republican parties to form Izquierda Republicana, IR. Comunión Tradicionalista, Carlist organization, monarchist defenders of the Carlist wing, as opposed to the Bourbon supporters, at the time represented by Alfonso XIII. Confederación Española de Derechas Autónomas, CIDA, a Catholic party set up in February 1933, led by José María Gil Robles. It was the first grassroots right-wing party in the history of contemporary Spain, and its aim was to defend Christian civilization and fight Republican legislation. Confederación Nacional del Trabajo, CNT, a syndical organization with anarchist influences, set up in 1910, which stood for direct action and anti-politicism, and which took firm root in the 1930s, particularly in Catalonia. Esquerra Republicana de Catalunya, Republican left-wing party in Catalonia, led by Francesc Macià and then by Luis Companys, who led the governments of the Generalitat after the granting of the Statute of Autonomy to Catalonia in September 1932. Falange Española, Y. Jantes, Y Tradicionalista, a fascist organization founded by José Antonio Primo de Rivera, son of the military dictator, in October 1933. It merged with the Junts at the beginning of 1934 and was the single Francoist party from April 1937, with the name of FET Junts. Federación Anarquista Ibérica, FAI, anarchist organization set up in 1927 to safeguard the purity of the anarchist ideas of the CNT. JAP, youth wing of Acción Popular, radicalized during the Second Republic, which practiced the cult of leadership, Gil Robles, mobilizing young people with fascist demonstrations. Juntas de Ofensiva Nacional Sindicalista, Junts fascist organization founded in October 1931 by Ramiro Ledesma Ramos and Juancimo Redondo, later merging with Falange Española. Partido Comunista de España, PCE, founded at the beginning of the 1920s, arising from a split with the PSOE. It was a minor party during the Republic, but began to have considerable influence in the Republican zone during the Civil War, as a consequence of the Soviet intervention. Partido Nacionalista Vasco, PNV, a moderate nationalist party which claimed a statute of autonomy for the Basque country, and which remained loyal to the Republic during the Civil War. Partido Obrero de Unificación Marxista, POUM, a Marxist organization, set up in 1935, which fought Stalinism and was dissolved and persecuted following the events of 1937 in Barcelona. Its leader, Andrunin, was assassinated by agents of the Soviet secret services. Partido Radical Republicano, PRR, the main Republican party in Spain, set up at the beginning of the 20th century by Alejandro Lerroux. It broke with the coalition of left-wing Republicans and Socialists in December 1931 and governed with the Catholic right in the second biennium of the Republic. It disappeared from the political scene a few months before the coup d'état of July 1936, following corruption scandals. Partido Socialista Obrero Español, PSOE, founded by Pablo Iglesias in 1879, it played a major political role during the Republic and the Civil War. Its leader was Francisco Largo Caballero. Partit Socialista Unificat de Catalunya, PSUC, a communist party set up at the beginning of the Civil War, which dominated the home front in Catalonia from May 1937. Renovación Española, a monarchist group formed by right-wing politicians who left Acción Popular to defend a new, Catholic, and corporative state. Its leader was José Calvo Sotelo, assassinated a few days before the military coup of July 1936. Unión General de Trabajadores, UGT, a syndical organization, dependent on the PSOE, set up in 1888, and led in the 1930s by Francisco Largo Caballero. Its largest section during the 1930s was the Federación Nacional de Trabajadores de la Tierra, National Federation of Land Workers.